Welcome to Ultimate Harry. This channel is about Harry Potter what if stories where things don't go the normal way, magic is stronger and darker, and the wizarding world shows its hidden side. You've seen today's title. What if 10-year-old Harry Potter claimed the Ministry of Magic through an ancient wizarding debt? Quick note before we start. This video is self-recorded and made following YouTube's latest rules. All stories here are originally written and created only for storytelling and entertainment. If you like dark timelines, powerful Harry, and ancient magic, subscribe and be part of Ultimate Harry. Now, let's begin.
The darkness under the stairs had a weight of its own. It pressed in on Harry Potter's lungs, thick with the smell of old polish, dust, and the faint, acrid tang of his own fear. He lay on his cot, a thin, hard mattress that smelled of spring cleaning, and listened to the house breathe. Upstairs, the creaks and groans were the sounds of his cousin Dudley's monstrous weight shifting in sleep. In the kitchen, the refrigerator hummed a low, monotonous lie about plenty. But here, in his cupboard, the silence was different. It was a waiting silence. Harry's stomach ached with a hollow, familiar pain. It wasn't just hunger, though that was a constant companion. It was a deeper ache, a yearning for something he couldn't name. He'd see a mother bird feeding her chicks in the garden, or hear Dudley's friends calling for him from the street, and a cold, sharp thing would twist in his chest. He was 10 years old, and he had learned that the world was a place of cold porridge, handed down cloves, and the sharp, stinging smack of Aunt Petunia's frying pan if he was too slow. Tonight, the silence felt different. Charged. Like the air before a thunderstorm, heavy with potential. He pulled the thin blanket up to his chin, his green eyes wide in the absolute black. He could feel it in his bones, a low hum just beneath his skin. It was the same feeling he got right before something strange happened. Like the time his hair grew back overnight after Aunt Petunia had sheared it off in a fit of pique. Or the time he'd ended up on the school roof while fleeing Dudley and his gang. He closed his eyes, trying to will the feeling away. Thinking about the strange things only made them worse. It made Aunt Petunia look at him with that terrifying, tight-lipped expression, and Uncle Vernon's face would turn a shade of purple that promised a week in the cupboard with no meals. Then, a sound. Not a creak of the house, or the wind in the gutters. It was a sound that existed inside his head as much as in the hallway. A soft, whispering rustle, like dry leaves skittering across pavement. It was coming from under the door. Harry's breath caught in his throat. He sat up slowly, his heart hammering against his ribs so hard he was sure it would wake the whole house. A sliver of faint, silvery light was bleeding under the door, cutting a luminous line across the dusty floor of his cupboard. It wasn't moonlight. Moonlight was pale and cold. This light was alive, shimmering like heat haze on a summer road. The whispering grew louder, resolving into words he could almost, but not quite, understand. It was a language of chimes and echoes, speaking of things older than the house, older than the street, older than the dull, gray world of the Dursleys. Driven by a force stronger than his fear, Harry reached out a trembling hand and pushed the cupboard door open. The hall was bathed in the silver light. It poured from a figure standing just outside the front door, its form visible right through the pebbled glass. It was tall and slender, and where its face should be, there was only a soft, radiant glow. Harry scrambled out, his bare feet silent on the worn carpet. He didn't feel the cold. He felt only a pulling sensation in his chest, a thread connecting him to the luminous being on the other side of the door. The front door, locked and bolted by Uncle Vernon every night, swung open with a long, low sigh. The figure that stepped through was not a ghost, but something far more ancient. It was humanoid, but its robes seemed woven from starlight and shadow, shifting and flowing even when it stood still. Its face was androgynous and beautiful, with eyes that held the depths of space. It wasn't looking at the hall, or the Dursleys' tacky umbrella stand. It was looking directly at Harry, and in its gaze, he felt not a shred of the contempt or indifference he was used to. He felt seen, truly seen. Harry James Potter, the figure spoke, and its voice was the whisper of the leaves and the chime of the bells, all at once. The time of your ignorance is at an end. A debt, long dormant, stirs in the ancient blood. An oath, sworn in steel and magic, demands its reckoning. Harry just stared, his mouth agape. He understood the words, but their meaning was a swirling fog in his mind. Debt. Oath. I don't he stammered, his voice a tiny, frightened thing in the presence of this cosmic being. I am a clarion, the being explained, its voice patient, as if speaking to a very young child. A herald of the old ways, bound to the great houses of magic. A covenant was broken on the night your parents were taken from you. A shield was sundered. A life was spared that should have been forfeit. And for that, a debt is owed. Harry's knees felt weak. His parents. The one piece of information the Dursleys had let slip, always in hushed, venomous tones. They were drunks. They were layabouts. They died in a car crash. But this being, this clarion, spoke of them being taken. Of magic. Of a shield. My parents, it wasn't a car crash. Harry whispered, the question he had carried in his heart for as long as he could remember finally breaking free. The clarion's eyes, for a moment, held a flicker of something akin to sorrow. They were slain by the darkest wizard in a century. They died to save you. Their love was the shield that turned the curse. And in that act, a prophecy was fulfilled, and an ancient law was invoked. It raised a long, elegant hand. The air in front of it shimmered, and a shape began to coalesce. It was a circlet, a simple band of what looked like burnished silver, but etched with lines of deep, blue fire that pulsed like a heartbeat. It floated in the air, radiating a gentle, humming power. This is the token of claim, the clarion intoned. It represents a debt of blood and governance owed to the House of Potter by the Ministry of Magic itself. On the night you were orphaned, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, acting as the voice of the ministry, failed in his sacred duty to protect you, a child of the prophecy, from harm. He placed you here, in a world that would despise you, severing you from your heritage. This was a failure not just of duty, but of an ancient covenant sworn at the ministry's founding. The founders pledged that the governing body would ever be the shield for the realm's most vulnerable, the children of those who had given their lives for its preservation. Your father, James Potter, gave his life fighting the Dark Lord. The ministry's failure to protect his son is a stain upon that covenant. The circlet pulsed brighter. The debt is clear. For the safety of the child, the ministry itself shall be answerable. By the ancient and most arcane laws, the bearer of this token may claim restitution. They may claim a seat at the table of power. They may claim. The clarion paused, and its eyes met Harry's with an intensity that stole his breath. They may claim the regency of the Ministry of Magic until they come of age. The words hung in the air, solid and heavy. Harry Potter, a 10-year-old boy in oversized pajamas, shivering in a suburban hallway, had just been told he could claim the entire magical government. It was so absurd, so impossibly vast, that his mind simply refused to process it. It was like being told he could claim the moon. What does that mean? Harry asked, his voice barely a whisper. It means, the clarion said, that the body which governs the magical people of this land would be, by law, subject to your will. You could sit in their highest court, speak in their councils, and your voice would carry the weight of an ancient claim they cannot refuse. They can deny you your heritage no longer. Harry's mind was reeling. He thought of the Dursleys, their fat, smug faces, their petty cruelties. He thought of the loneliness, the hunger, the constant fear. And he thought of this other world, a world where his parents were heroes, where a government had failed him. A strange, hot feeling bloomed in his chest. It wasn't anger, not exactly. It was a cold, sharp clarity. A sense of injustice so profound it burned. He looked at the circlet. It was beautiful, terrifying, and it was his. What do I have to do? He asked, his voice steadier now. You need only accept the claim, the clarion said, gesturing to the floating circlet. Take the token. It will bind itself to you. The magic will do the rest. It will inform the ministry that the dead has been awakened. The rest will be a matter of politics. Politics. It was another word Harry didn't fully understand. But he understood the look in the clarion's eyes. This wasn't a gift. It was a weapon. He reached out a hand. His fingers were inches from the cool, shimmering metal when a roar shattered the silence. What in the blue blazes is going on down there? Uncle Vernon was thundering down the stairs, his massive frame shaking the house, his face a terrifying mask of purple rage. He was wearing his striped pajamas, the ones that stretched over his enormous belly, and he was brandishing his shotgun, the one he kept for keeping off the Potters of the world. He skidded to a halt at the bottom of the stairs, his tiny eyes bulging as they took in the scene. The shimmering clarion, the glowing circlet, and his nephew, hand outstretched. He didn't see a magical herald. He saw a freak show. He saw the abnormality he had tried to stamp out for 10 years, now manifesting in his very hallway. "Freak," he bellowed, raising the gun. "Get away from him, you thing." The Clarion turned its serene, star-filled gaze upon Vernon Dursley. It did not flinch at the shotgun. It seemed to find the man almost incomprehensibly small. "Your guardianship is a mockery," the Clarion said, its voice now carrying a tone that was like the grinding of tectonic plates. "It is a wound upon the child, and a stain upon the covenant. It ends now." Vernon, blind with rage and fear, pulled the trigger. The blast was deafening in the confined space. Harry screamed, throwing his hands over his head. But the shotgun pellets never reached their target. They stopped in midair, an inch from the Clarion's shimmering robe, hanging there like a constellation of tiny, leaden stars. With a soft sigh, they dropped to the floor, harmless. Vernon stared, his jaw slack with disbelief. He fumbled to reload, his fat fingers clumsy with terror. "Harry," the Clarion said, its voice urgent now, cutting through the chaos. "Take the token, now." Harry looked from his uncle's contorted, hateful face to the serene, powerful being. He saw in Vernon everything he had ever feared, the cruelty, the smallness, the desperate need to crush anything he didn't understand. And he saw in the token a way out, a path to a place where he wasn't a freak, but a person with a claim, with a history, with a power he couldn't yet comprehend. He didn't hesitate. His small hand closed around the circlet. The effect was instantaneous. A surge of power, unlike anything he had ever felt, shot up his arm. It wasn't painful, but it was overwhelming, a symphony of magic flooding his veins. The blue fire in the circlet's etchings blazed white-hot. He felt a connection snap into place, a line of pure energy linking him to everything. To the Clarion, to the house, to a vast, unseen web of magic that stretched across the country. He could feel the faint, sleeping hum of wands in a distant London shop, the flutter of owl wings over moonlit moors, the ancient, slumbering stones of a place called Hogwarts. He saw, in a flash, the face of a stern, silver-bearded man in opulent robes, sitting in a high-backed chair. The man jolted, his eyes flying open in shock, his hand flying to his chest as if he'd been struck. He heard the man's whispered, horrified gasp as clearly as if he were standing next to him. "The Potter claim, it cannot be." The vision shattered. Harry was back in the hallway, the circlet now a warm, living band on his brow. It was light as air, but he felt its weight. It was the weight of destiny. The Clarion was fading, its form becoming translucent. "It is done," it whispered, its voice a fading echo. "The dead is called. Go to them, Harry Potter. They will come for you now. They have no choice." And then it was gone. The silver light vanished, plunging the hallway back into the harsh, unforgiving glare of the single, bare bulb overhead. Vernon stood there, trembling, the shotgun hanging limply at his side. He was staring at Harry, but it was a new stare. It wasn't just anger and disgust anymore. There was fear in it. Raw, naked fear. Get that thing off your head, boy," he stammered, his voice cracking. Harry touched the circlet. It was warm and solid. He looked at his uncle, this man who had made his life a misery for 10 years. He didn't feel powerful. He didn't feel angry. He just felt different. Like the final piece of a puzzle he didn't know he was solving had just clicked into place. Before he could speak, there was another sound. This one wasn't a whisper or a roar. It was a series of loud, echoing cracks, like a car backfiring, one after the other. The hallway was suddenly full of people. They were dressed in strange, flowing robes of plum and emerald and midnight blue. They wore pointed hats and carried long, wooden sticks, wands. They crowded into the small space, their faces a mixture of shock, awe, and barely concealed terror. They all stopped dead when they saw him. A portly, red-faced wizard in the front, his mustache twitching furiously, looked from Harry to the circlet on his head, and then back again. His face went pale. "Merlin's beard," he breathed. "It's true. The boy, he's actually done it." Harry stood in the center of the storm, a 10-year-old boy in hand-me-down pajamas, a crown of ancient magic on his brow. He looked at the sea of stunned, fearful faces, the representatives of the world that had forgotten him. Uncle Vernon was backed into a corner, speechless, his world of normal crumbling around him. One of the wizards, a tall, severe-looking woman with her gray hair pulled into a tight bun, stepped forward. She didn't look at him with the warmth one might show a child. She looked at him with the cold, assessing gaze of a politician facing a catastrophic, unprecedented crisis. "Mr. Potter," she said, her voice clipped and precise. "I am Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. By the laws you have just invoked, we are here to escort you to the Ministry of Magic." The hallway felt smaller with a dozen wizards crammed into it. Harry could smell their strange world on them: piped smoke, old parchment, and something sharp and metallic like lightning after a storm. The circlet on his brow pulsed gently, a heartbeat of magic that seemed to sync with his own. He watched the adults around him, these powerful people with their wands and their robes, and saw that they were all looking at him the same way. Not with kindness, not with curiosity, with fear. Amelia Bones was the only one who met his eyes directly. Her gaze was stern but not cruel, assessing but not hostile. She held a short, stout wand in her gloved hand, and her monocle glinted under the bare bulb. "Cornelius will want to see this for himself," a wizard behind her muttered. "The minister won't believe it otherwise." The entire Wizengamot felt the claim activate. "Dawlish," Madame Bones replied without turning. "Every seat in that chamber is ringing like a bell. Cornelius believes it. He's just hoping it's a mistake." Harry's voice cut through their murmuring, small but clear. "What happens now?" The wizards fell silent. They turned to look at him, this boy with a crown of ancient fire on his head, and for a moment, none of them seemed to know what to say. They had procedures for dark wizards, for magical accidents, for breaches of the statute of secrecy. They had no procedure for a 10-year-old who had just claimed ownership of their government. Madame Bones stepped forward, her robes rustling. "Now, Mr. Potter, we take you to the ministry. The full Wizengamot will convene to verify the claim. If it is legitimate," she paused, her eyes flicking to the circlet, "and I have no reason to doubt it is, then we must determine how to proceed." "Proceed," a voice hissed from the back. It was a weaselly man with slicked hair and nervous eyes. "The boy is 10 years old. He can't possibly. The law does not care about his age." "Umbridge," Madame Bones cut him off sharply. "The law is clear. A debt of blood invoked through the token of claim transfers authority until the claimant comes of age. The ministry must answer." Umbridge. The name snagged in Harry's mind. There was something about her, a sweetness in her voice that didn't reach her eyes, that made his skin crawl worse than Aunt Petunia at her meanest. Behind the wall of wizards, Uncle Vernon finally found his voice. It came out as a squeak first, then swelled into his usual bluster. "Now look here. You can't just barge into a private residence and talk to the boy. He's our nephew. We have legal custody." The wizards turned to stare at him as if a piece of furniture had suddenly started speaking. Vernon, confronted by a dozen wands and the full weight of magical attention, deflated slightly but pressed on, his face purple. "I demand to know what's going on. These people are trespassing." Madame Bones regarded him with the same cold assessment she'd given Harry. "You are Vernon Dursley, the boy's maternal aunt's husband. I am his legal guardian." Guardian. The word hung in the air like an accusation. Madame Bones's monocle seemed to gleam with its own light as she studied him. "The child is malnourished. He wears clothing that does not fit. He lives in a cupboard under the stairs." She hadn't moved, hadn't investigated, but she saw everything. "The ministry's failure to monitor your household will be part of the inquiry. You are in considerable trouble, Mr. Dursley." Vernon's mouth opened and closed like a fish. Behind him, at the top of the stairs, Petunia appeared in her threadbare dressing gown, her pinched face white with fear. She grabbed Dudley, who had waddled out to see what the noise was about, and pulled him back into his bedroom. "I want them out," Vernon roared, finding his courage again. "This is my house. You have no authority here." "We have every authority," the Umbridge woman said sweetly, stepping forward. Her smile was white and fake, like a doll's smile painted on by someone who hated dolls. "The magical community has jurisdiction over all magical persons and the households that contain them. You signed away your rights the moment you took in a magical child, whether you knew it or not." Vernon looked ready to explode. Harry watched the exchange with a strange detachment. These people were fighting over him like he was a package that had been delivered to the wrong address. None of them had asked him what he wanted. None of them had said they were sorry for leaving him here. Madame Bones held up a hand, silencing everyone. "Enough. The boy comes with us. Mr. Dursley, you will remain here. An investigator will be sent to document the conditions of his upbringing. I suggest you use the time to consider your testimony." She turned back to Harry, and for the first time, something soft entered her expression. It wasn't warmth, exactly. More like acknowledgement. As if she saw the boy beneath the circlet, the scared child in the two large pajamas. "Mr. Potter, traveling by magical means can be disorienting the first time. I need you to take my hand and hold tight. Can you do that?" Harry nodded. He didn't trust these people, he didn't trust anyone, but anything was better than staying here. He reached out and took her hand. It was firm and warm, the hand of someone who had done difficult things and expected to do more. The other wizards formed a circle around them. Harry heard someone say, "The flow network is compromised for this, too public," and another voice reply, "Then we sighed along, but the boys never," and then the world twisted. It was nothing like the Clarion's arrival. That had been gentle, like stepping into moonlight. This was brutal. A hook behind his navel yanked him forward, and the hallway dissolved into a blur of sickening colors. He was spinning, falling, being squeezed through a tube that was too small for his body. He heard Madame Bones's voice, calm and steady despite the chaos, saying, "It's all right, just breathe," but he couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but hold on and pray it would end. And then it did. Harry stumbled, his bare feet slipping on cold stone. He would have fallen if Madame Bones hadn't caught him, her strong hands steadying him until his legs remembered how to work. He was shaking, his stomach heaving, but he forced himself to look up. They were in a vast hall. The ceiling soared so high above them that it disappeared into shadow. Fireplaces lined the walls, dozens of them, and green flames were flickering in several as wizards and witches stepped out, brushing soot from their robes. The floor was dark wood, polished to a mirror shine, and in the center of the hall stood a massive fountain. It depicted a golden statue of a wizard, his wand raised high, surrounded by a witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf, all gazing up at him with adoring expressions. Water cascaded down the figures in shimmering curtains. "The atrium," Madame Bones said quietly. "Ministry of Magic. Welcome to the other world, Mr. Potter." The wizards and witches streaming through the atrium had stopped. They stood frozen, staring at the small boy in the center of their government's heart. Harry felt their eyes on him, felt the weight of their stares, and instinctively touched the circlet on his brow. It was still there, still warm, still his. "Is that?" a witch whispered to her companion. "Potter. The boy. He's wearing Merlin's beard, it's true. The claim is real." The whispers spread like ripples in a pond, growing into a murmur that filled the vast space. Harry wanted to disappear, to find a corner and hide, but Madame Bones's hand on his shoulder kept him moving forward. They walked past the fountain. He noticed the goblin's eyes seemed to follow him, and toward a set of golden gates at the far end of the hall. The gates swung open before them, revealing a corridor lined with doors. Witches and wizards in uniforms bowed as they passed, their eyes wide with shock. Harry felt like he was walking through a dream, or perhaps a nightmare. Nothing felt real. The floor was too polished, the walls too grand, the people too strange. They stopped before a pair of heavy oak doors carved with intricate scenes of magical law, scales of justice, wands crossed in oath, figures in robes debating beneath floating candles. The doors stood at least 20 feet high, and the carvings seemed to move in the corner of Harry's eye, the stone figures shifting and turning to watch him pass. "The Wizengamot chamber," Madame Bones announced. "This is where the highest court of magical Britain convenes. They are waiting for you." The doors swung open, and Harry stepped inside. The chamber was circular, rising in tiers like a theater. Rows of seats curved upward, each filled with witches and wizards in formal robes of plum and midnight blue. At the center, on a raised dais, sat a single figure in magnificent purple robes trimmed with fur. He wore pince-nez glasses and clutched a green umbrella, and his face was the color of old parchment. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, looked like a man watching his own house burn down. Beside him, in a high-backed chair of carved oak, sat the silver-bearded man Harry had seen in his vision. Albus Dumbledore. His blue eyes, usually twinkling in every story Harry would later learn, were fixed on the circlet with an intensity that made Harry's skin prickle. The whispers died as Harry entered. The silence that followed was absolute, heavier than the darkness of his cupboard, heavier than the weight of the circlet itself. A witch in ancient, archaic robes rose from a lower bench. She was old, older than anyone Harry had ever seen, her face a map of wrinkles and her eyes milky with age. But when she spoke, her voice carried to every corner of the chamber. "The Wizengamot is now in special session," she intoned. "We are gathered to witness the invocation of the Potter claim, an ancient debt of blood and governance sworn at the founding of this body. Let the claimant step forward." Madam Bones gave Harry a gentle push. "Go on. They need to see you." Harry's legs felt like they belonged to someone else. He walked forward, his bare feet silent on the cold stone floor, until he stood in the center of the chamber, directly beneath the dome. Every face was turned toward him, every eye fixed on the circlet. He felt like a mouse in a cage, surrounded by cats who hadn't decided whether to play or pounce. Minister Fudge cleared his throat, a nervous, fluttering sound. "Well, this is highly irregular. Highly irregular indeed." He adjusted his pince nez, peering at Harry as if he might disappear if stared at hard enough. "The Potter claim hasn't been invoked in centuries. We need to verify the authenticity of the token, ensure there's no trickery, no. The token is authentic." Dumbledore's voice rolled through the chamber like a bell. He rose from his chair, his purple robes flowing around him, and descended the steps to stand before Harry. Up close, he was even more imposing, tall and thin, with a beard long enough to tuck into his belt and half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose. His blue eyes held no warmth now. They were searching, probing, as if trying to read the secrets of Harry's soul. "May I?" he asked, extending a long-fingered hand toward the circlet. Harry flinched back before he could stop himself. The movement was instinctive, the reflex of a boy who had learned that adult hands meant pain or deprivation. The chamber stirred, whispers breaking out. Dumbledore's eyes softened, just slightly. "I will not harm you, Harry. I knew your parents. I was there the night you were brought to your aunt's house. I only wish to confirm what I already suspect." Knew his parents. The words cut through Harry's fear like a knife through fog. He forced himself to stand still as Dumbledore's fingers brushed the circlet. The old wizard's eyes widened, almost imperceptibly, and he drew a sharp breath. "It is genuine," Dumbledore said, turning to face the assembled Wizengamot. "The Potter claim has been lawfully invoked. The debt is acknowledged." The chamber erupted. Wizards and witches leapt to their feet, shouting over each other. Harry caught fragments. "Impossible. The boy is a child. The law is clear. This is unprecedented," but the words blurred together into a wall of noise that pressed against his ears. Fudge was banging his gavel, his face flushed. "Order! Order! We will have order in this chamber." Slowly, reluctantly, the noise subsided. Fudge mopped his brow with a handkerchief and looked at Harry with something that might have been desperation. "Mr. Potter. Harry, you must understand what you've done. This claim, it's not a toy. It's not a game. The regency of the ministry is a position of immense power and responsibility. You are 10 years old." "I know how old I am," Harry said. His voice was quiet, but in the sudden silence, it carried. "I've been 10 years old in a cupboard under the stairs. I've been 10 years old wearing my cousin's old clothes and getting beaten for things I didn't do. I've been 10 years old wondering why no one ever came for me." He looked at Dumbledore as he said the last words, and he saw something flicker in those blue eyes. Something that might have been guilt. Fudge sputtered. "Yes, well, that's regrettable, of course, but it doesn't change the fact that you're a child. The ministry cannot be run by a child." "Then perhaps," said a new voice, smooth as silk and cold as ice, "the ministry should have considered that before it failed in its sacred duty." A man rose from the shadows of the upper gallery. He was pale, with blonde hair and a pointed face, and he moved with the grace of a predator. Lucius Malfoy. Harry didn't know his name, didn't know anything about him, but something about the man made his hand tighten into a fist. "The law is not a suggestion, Minister," Malfoy continued, his lip curling. "It is the foundation upon which our society rests. If we ignore it when it inconveniences us, we are no better than the dark creatures we claim to oppose." "Easy for you to say, Malfoy," a gruff voice shot back. A witch with short, spiky hair and a worn leather jacket stood, her wand already in her hand. "Your sort always loves ancient laws when they benefit you. But a boy in power. That's different, isn't it?" "My sort." Malfoy's eyes narrowed. "And what exactly is that supposed to mean, Tonks?" The argument spiraled outward, factions forming, voices rising. Harry stood in the eye of the storm, the circlet warm on his brow, and watched the adults tear at each other. They weren't arguing about him. They were arguing about power. About who would control him, who would benefit from his claim, who would lose. He thought of the Clarion's words. The body which governs the magical people of this land would be, by law, subject to your will. But looking at these shouting, gesticulating figures, he didn't feel like anyone's will. He felt like a pawn in a game he didn't understand. Enough. The word cracked through the chamber like a whip. Dumbledore hadn't raised his voice, but the authority in it silenced everyone instantly. He turned to Harry, and this time, there was warmth in his eyes. Genuine warmth, mixed with something that looked terribly like regret. Harry, what happened to you should not have happened. The failure to place you in a loving home, to ensure your well-being, to protect you from those who would do you harm, these are failures that this body must answer for. He paused, his gaze sweeping the chamber. But the Regency is not a punishment. It is a responsibility. Are you certain you wish to bear it? Harry looked at the old wizard, this man who had known his parents, who had left him on a doorstep 10 years ago and never looked back. He should feel grateful, probably. This was the first adult who had spoken to him like a person instead of a problem. But all Harry felt was a cold, clear certainty. I didn't ask for any of this, Harry said. I didn't ask to be left with the Dursleys. I didn't ask to have magic. I didn't ask for this. He touched the circlet. But it's mine now. And if the Ministry owes me, if they failed me, then I want to know why. I want to know who decided I should live in a cupboard. I want to know who knew and did nothing. His voice didn't shake. He didn't cry. He simply stated facts, the way he had learned to state them to teachers who asked about his bruises, knowing nothing would change. The silence that followed was different. It wasn't the stunned silence of shock. It was the ashamed silence of people who had been caught in a lie. Fudge looked at Dumbledore, desperation plain on his face. Dumbledore looked at Harry, and for the first time, the old wizard seemed at a loss. The claim must be honored, the ancient witch intoned again. By the laws of this body, the bearer of the token shall assume the regency until they come of age, unless they voluntarily cede the position to a designated proxy. Does the claimant wish to cede? Every eye was on Harry. He could feel the weight of their hopes, their fears, their calculations. If he ceded, someone else would take the power. Someone like Dumbledore, maybe, or Fudge, or even that cold blonde man in the gallery. They would smile and pat his head and send him somewhere safe, and nothing would change. He would still be the boy in the cupboard, just in a different cage. No, Harry said. His voice was quiet, but it rang in the chamber like a bell. I don't cede anything. The uproar that followed was deafening. Fudge was shouting, Malfoy was smirking, Tonks was cheering, and through it all, Dumbledore stood motionless, his blue eyes fixed on Harry with an expression the boy couldn't read. The ancient witch raised her hand, and gradually, the noise subsided. The claim is acknowledged. The regency is assumed. By the authority vested in this body, we recognize Harry James Potter as regent of the Ministry of Magic, effective immediately, until his 17th birthday. She turned to Harry, and for the first time, her milky eyes seemed to focus on him directly. There is one final requirement, young regent. You must name your advisors. The Wizengamot will provide a list of qualified candidates, but the choice is ultimately yours. Advisors. People to tell him what to do, to guide his hand, to make the real decisions while he sat in a big chair and looked important. Harry understood that much. He had seen it with the Dursleys. Uncle Vernon made the noise, but Aunt Petunia made the plans. He looked at the assembled wizards and witches, these strangers who had left him to suffer for 10 years, and he felt the circlet pulse against his brow. I want her, he said, pointing at Amelia Bones. And him. His finger moved to the gruff witch in the leather jacket. Tonks. Madame Bones's expression didn't change, but something in her posture relaxed slightly. Tonks looked startled, then grinned broadly. And Harry hesitated. He didn't trust Dumbledore. The old wizard had left him with the Dursleys. But he also knew that Dumbledore was powerful, that everyone in this room deferred to him, and that Harry needed to keep his enemies close. And him. He pointed at Dumbledore. Fudge looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. Malfoy's smirk had vanished, replaced by something calculating. Dumbledore inclined his head, a slight, almost imperceptible nod. 3 advisors, the ancient witch. Confirmed. It is done. The regency is established. This session is adjourned. She struck the floor with her staff, and the sound echoed through the chamber like a gavel falling on Harry's old life. The wizards and witches rose, their voices buzzing with conversation, their eyes still fixed on the boy in the center of the room. Harry stood alone as they filed out, the circlet warm on his brow, his bare feet cold on the stone. Madame Bones approached him, her expression still stern but her voice gentler than before. "You did well, Regent. You'll need rest. We have quarters prepared." Harry nodded, but he didn't move. He was looking at the fountain in the atrium, visible through the open doors, at the golden wizard towering over the cringing creatures below him. He thought about power, about what it meant, about what he would do with it. He thought about the Dursleys, about the cupboard, about every hungry night and every unearned blow. He thought about the people in this room who had known, who must have known, and done nothing. And he thought about what the Clarion had said. The body which governs the magical people of this land would be, by law, subject to your will. Harry Potter, age 10, regent of the Ministry of Magic, walked out of the Wizengamot chamber with his head held high and his bare feet leaving no mark on the stone. But in his heart, he was already leaving footprints that would shake the foundations of the magical world. Behind him, in the shadows of the upper gallery, Lucius Malfoy watched him go, a thin smile playing at the corners of his mouth. And in the center of the emptying chamber, Albus Dumbledore stood alone, his blue eyes troubled, his long fingers stroking his beard as he contemplated the storm he could feel gathering on the horizon. A storm with green eyes and a circlet of ancient fire, who had just become the most powerful child in magical Britain. The quarters they gave him were larger than the entire first floor of number 4, Privet Drive. Harry stood in the center of a sitting room that could have held his cupboard 20 times over, his bare feet sinking into a carpet so thick it felt like walking on clouds. A fire crackled in a marble fireplace, casting dancing shadows on walls lined with bookshelves. Through an open door, he could see a bedroom with a bed so large and soft it looked like it might swallow him whole. It was beautiful. It was comfortable. It was everything he had ever dreamed of when he lay in the dark, listening to Dudley's heavy footsteps overhead. And he hated it. He hated the way the house elf, a tiny creature with bat-like ears and enormous tennis ball eyes, bowed and scraped and called him, the young regent, sir, in a quivering voice. He hated the way the portraits on the walls whispered to each other when they thought he wasn't listening, their painted eyes following him everywhere. He hated the silence that pressed in on him, heavier than the darkness of his cupboard, because in his cupboard at least he knew what to expect. He knew the rules. He knew his place. Here, he knew nothing. The circlet was still warm on his brow. He had tried to take it off, but his fingers passed through it as if it were made of mist. It was part of him now, bound by magic older than the ministry itself. He could feel it pulsing softly, a constant reminder that he was no longer Harry the freak, Harry the burden, Harry the boy who lived in a cupboard. He was Harry Potter, regent of the Ministry of Magic. The thought made him want to laugh and cry at the same time. A soft knock at the door made him jump. Before he could respond, the door opened and Tonks poked her head in. Her hair, which had been spiky and brown in the chamber, was now a shocking shade of pink. She grinned at his expression. "Like it. I change it depending on my mood. Right now I'm feeling celebratory. You just made history, kid." Harry didn't know what to say to that. He'd never made history before. He'd never made anything except mistakes, according to Aunt Petunia. Tonks seemed to understand his silence. Her grin faded into something softer, more genuine. She stepped into the room, closing the door behind her, and leaned against the bookshelves. "Rough day, huh? Rough decade, from what I hear." Harry's throat tightened. He nodded, not trusting his voice. "Amelia, Madame Bones, she sent me to check on you. Make sure you're settled. The house elf, Winky, she's assigned to you now. She'll bring you anything you need." Tonks paused, studying him with sharp eyes that missed nothing. "Anything at all. Food, clothes, books. Someone to talk to." "I don't need anything," Harry said automatically. It was what he always said when the Dursleys asked, even though he was always hungry, always cold, always alone. Saying what you needed only made them enjoy withholding it more. Tonks's expression flickered, something like pain crossing her features before she masked it. "Right. Well, the offer stands." She pushed off from the bookshelves and walked to the window, looking out at a view that made Harry's breath catch. They were underground, the ministry was underground, but the window showed a starry night sky, impossibly beautiful, with a full moon hanging low over distant mountains. Magical window, Tonks explained, noticing his wonder. Shows whatever view you want. I can show you how to change it, if you like. Harry approached slowly, his reflection ghosting in the glass beside Tonks's. In the dim light, the circlet looked like a crown of frozen fire. Why did you pick me? Tonks asked quietly. In the chamber. You didn't know me. I could be anyone. Why me? Harry thought about it. He thought about the way Tonks had stood up to the cold blonde man, the way she'd spoken without fear, the way her jacket was worn and comfortable, not fancy like the others. He thought about the way she'd looked at him, not like he was a problem to be solved or a tool to be used, but like he was just a person. Because you weren't afraid of him, Harry said. The blonde one, Malfoy. Everyone else seemed scared of him, or they agreed with him. You just told him off. Tonks let out a surprised laugh. Lucius Malfoy. Yeah, well, my family's been telling his family off for centuries. Comes with the territory when your aunt is a black. She caught herself, her eyes widening slightly. Not that it matters. The point is, what's a black? Harry interrupted. He was tired of not understanding, of words floating past him like smoke he couldn't catch. Tonks hesitated, then sighed. Right. You really don't know anything, do you? I mean, I knew you were raised by muggles, but I didn't realize. She ran a hand through her pink hair, making it spike up even more. Okay. Quick version. The wizarding world has families. Old families. Pure blood families who've practiced magic for centuries. The Malfoys are one. The Blacks are another. My mum was a Black before she married my dad, who's a Muggle born. Which makes me what they call a half-blood, and also a blood traitor to families like the Malfoys. She grinned. I wear it like a badge of honor. Harry tried to process this. Pure blood. Half-blood. Muggle-born. The words were new, but the concepts weren't. He knew all about people who thought they were better than others because of their blood. The Dursleys had taught him that lesson every day of his life. Does it matter? He asked. The blood thing. Does it really matter to people? Tonks's grin faded. To some people, it's the only thing that matters. They think magic should only belong to certain families. That Muggle-borns, people with non-magical parents, or somehow less. Stealing magic that doesn't belong to them. Her voice hardened. There are people in this ministry who believe that. People like Malfoy. People who smiled and nodded when you know who was in power, and then pretended they'd always been on the right side when he fell. You know who. Another name Harry didn't know. Another piece of the puzzle he was supposed to understand but didn't. Who is you know who? He asked. The Clarion said my parents were killed by a dark wizard. Was that him? Tonks went very still. The playful energy drained from her, leaving someone older, wearier, in its place. She looked at him for a long moment, and Harry saw her make a decision. Sit down, she said quietly. This isn't a story to hear standing up. They sat on the soft carpet, cross-legged like children at story time, though Tonks looked anything but childlike. The fire crackled behind them, and the enchanted window showed its impossible sky. His name, Tonks said slowly, was Tom Riddle. But everyone called him Voldemort. It's a made-up name, from French words. Means, flight from death. He was obsessed with living forever, with power, with purifying the wizarding world of anyone he considered unworthy. She paused, her jaw tight. Muggle-borns. Muggles. Half-bloods who didn't support him. Anyone who stood in his way. Harry listened, his heart beating faster. This was real. This was about his parents. He was the most powerful dark wizard in centuries. He had followers, Death Eaters, they called themselves, who would kill without question at his command. For 10 years, he terrorized Britain. Families went into hiding. People disappeared in the night. The ministry was powerless against him. Tonks's voice dropped. And then he heard a prophecy. A prophecy about a child born at the end of July, with the power to defeat him. He decided to kill that child before it could become a threat. He went after 2 families, the Longbottoms and the Potters. He chose the Potters first. Harry's hands were cold. He knew what came next. He'd felt it in the Clarion's words, in Dumbledore's eyes, in the way everyone looked at him like he was something fragile and terrifying. Your parents, James and Lily, they knew he was coming. They had every chance to run, to hide, to save themselves. But they stayed. They stayed because they had a secret weapon. A charm, an ancient magic, that could protect you. It required a sacrifice. Someone had to be willing to die for you, without being asked, without bargaining. Tears were burning in Harry's eyes now. He didn't wipe them away. Your father went first. He tried to hold Voldemort off, to give your mother time to run with you. He died in the doorway of your nursery. Tonks's voice cracked slightly. And then Voldemort found your mother. He told her to step aside. He told her he'd let her live if she gave him you. She refused. She stood in front of your crib, with no wand, no weapon, nothing but herself, and she told him no. The tears were falling now, hot and silent down Harry's cheeks. She died for you, Harry. She had a choice, and she chose you. And that choice, that sacrifice, it created magic older than anything Voldemort understood. When he tried to kill you, her love turned his curse back on him. It destroyed his body, ripped his soul from its anchor, left him less than a ghost. And you were left with a scar. Tonks reached out, her fingers hovering near his forehead. May I? Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. Tonks gently pushed aside his fringe, revealing the lightning bolt scar he'd had as long as he could remember. He'd always assumed it was from the car crash. From the lie. That's where his curse hit you, Tonks whispered. And that's where a piece of his power touched you and died. You're not just the boy who lived, Harry. You're the boy who defeated him. The silence that followed was the heaviest Harry had ever known. He sat on the carpet of his impossible rooms, in the heart of the magical world, and wept for parents he couldn't remember, for a sacrifice he'd never known, for a life stolen before it began. Tonks didn't try to comfort him with words. She just sat there, a warm presence at his side, until the tears ran dry and the fire had burned low. When he could speak again, his voice was raw. Why didn't anyone tell me? Why did they leave me with the Dursleys if they knew? If my parents died for me, why did no one want me? Tonks's face twisted with anger, though not at him. That's the question, isn't it? That's what everyone in the Ministry is afraid you'll ask. Because the answer isn't pretty. She took a deep breath. Dumbledore, he was the one who arranged it. He said you needed protection. Said your mother's sacrifice created a bond of blood that would keep you safe as long as you called her sister's house home. He said the Dursleys were your only family. And you believed him. Harry's voice was sharp now, edged with a pain that was turning into something harder. I wasn't there, Tonks admitted. I was still in training when you were born. But my mum, she asked questions. She wanted to check on you, make sure you were all right. Dumbledore said no. Said any contact from the magical world would put you in danger, break the protection. So we all stayed away. Her voice dropped. We trusted him. We thought he knew best. Harry thought about the old wizard with the twinkling eyes, the man who had looked at him with something like guilt in the chamber. He thought about 10 years of hunger and loneliness, of believing he was worthless, of begging for scraps and receiving blows. He left me there, Harry said, and the words were cold now, cold as the winter mornings when his cupboard had no heat. He knew what the Dursleys were like. He knew they'd hate me. And he left me there anyway. Tonks didn't defend Dumbledore. She just nodded, her pink hair drooping to match her mood. Why? Harry demanded. Why would he do that? I don't know, Tonks said honestly. Maybe he really believed the protection was worth it. Maybe he thought any suffering was better than Voldemort coming back. Maybe. She hesitated. Maybe he had other reasons. Dumbledore plays a long game, Harry. He sees things the rest of us don't. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes it means people get hurt while he's waiting for the pieces to align. The circlet pulsed on Harry's brow, warm and insistent. He touched it, felt the ancient magic thrumming beneath his fingers. This was his now. This power. This claim. This weapon. I want to see him, Harry said. Dumbledore. I want to talk to him. Alone. Tonks looked worried. Are you sure? It's been a long day, and I'm sure. She studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. All right. I'll find him. But Harry. She leaned forward, her eyes intense. Whatever he tells you, remember that you're the regent now. You have power. You have people who will support you. You don't have to accept whatever he says just because he's Dumbledore. Harry nodded, but he didn't really understand. He'd spent 10 years accepting whatever adults told him. It was the only way to survive. The idea that he could question someone like Dumbledore, could push back, could demand answers. It felt as impossible as flying. But the circlet was warm on his brow. And for the first time, he wondered if impossible things were simply things he hadn't learned to do yet. Dumbledore arrived within the hour. He swept into the room with his purple robes billowing, his blue eyes twinkling above his half-moon spectacles. He looked like a kindly grandfather, the sort who told wonderful stories and always had a sweet in his pocket. Harry didn't trust him. "Harry, my boy." Dumbledore's voice was warm, resonant, filling the room like music. "I was so glad when Tonks said you wished to see me. These first hours must be overwhelming. I cannot imagine. Sit down." Harry's voice was quiet, but it cut through Dumbledore's flow like a knife. The old wizard blinked, clearly surprised, then slowly lowered himself into an armchair by the fire. His eyes never left Harry's face. Harry remained standing. He'd learned long ago that sitting made you smaller, easier to dismiss. He stood with his bare feet planted on the carpet, the circlet glowing softly, and faced the most powerful wizard in Britain. "Why did you leave me with them?" No preamble. No softening. Just the question that had burned in his heart since Tonks left. Dumbledore's expression shifted. The twinkle faded, replaced by something heavier. "I imagine Tonks has explained about the blood protection. She explained that my mother died for me. She didn't explain why that meant I had to be beaten and starved for 10 years. The words hung in the air like an accusation. Dumbledore flinched, actually flinched, and Harry felt a small, fierce satisfaction. "The protection," Dumbledore said carefully, "required that you live with your mother's blood relative. It required that you call that place home. Any interference from the magical world, any removal from that house before you came of age, would have broken the charm. Voldemort's followers are still out there, Harry. Still waiting, still hoping for his return. The protection kept you safe from them." "Safe." Harry's voice cracked on the word. "You call that safe? I slept in a cupboard. I wore rags. I was hungry every day of my life. They hated me. They made sure I knew it every single moment. And you call that safe?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was quieter than Harry had ever heard it. "I monitored you, Harry. From a distance. I knew you were not happy. But I believed, I truly believed, that physical discomfort was preferable to death. I believed that the Dursleys' cruelty, however regrettable, was a price worth paying to keep you alive. You didn't know." Harry shook his head. "You watched from a distance, but you didn't know. You didn't see the way Aunt Petunia looked at me, like I was something that had crawled out from under a rock. You didn't feel Uncle Vernon's fist when I burned the bacon. You didn't lie in the dark, listening to Dudley eat, wondering if anyone in the whole world would care if you just stopped existing." Dumbledore's face had gone pale. His hands, usually so steady, trembled slightly on the arms of the chair. "I failed you," he said softly. "I see that now. I was so focused on the threat of Voldemort's return, on the grand strategy, that I forgot the simple truth. A childhood should be happy. A child should be loved. And I denied you both." Harry wanted to accept the apology. He wanted to forgive, to move on, to have someone finally be kind to him. But the words wouldn't come. The years of hurt were too deep, too fresh. "Did anyone else know?" he asked. "Did anyone in the ministry know where I was? Did anyone check?" Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. "They knew," Harry breathed. "They all knew. And no one did anything. There were discussions," Dumbledore admitted. "Early on. Some wanted to place you with a wizarding family. I argued against it. I was persuasive." His voice was bitter now, bitter with self-recrimination. "Too persuasive, it seems. I convinced them that my way was the only way. And they trusted me." Harry thought of the chamber, of the shouting, of the factions forming around him like sharks circling blood. He thought of the cold blonde man, Malfoy, and the way he'd looked at Harry like he was a piece on a chessboard. "They're going to try to use me," Harry said. "All of them. The ones who want power, who want to control me. They're going to pretend to be my friend, to help me, and then they're going to take everything." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "Yes, that is precisely what will happen. Which is why you need people you can trust. People like Tonks, like Madame Bones. People who have no interest in using you for their own gain. And you." Harry met the old wizard's gaze directly. "Do you want to use me?" The question hung between them, sharp as a blade. Dumbledore considered it for a long moment, and Harry respected him for not immediately denying it. I want to protect you, Dumbledore said finally. I want to guide you. I want to help you become the man your parents would have wanted you to be. But I also want. He paused, choosing his words carefully. I want you to be a force for good in the world. I want you to stand against the darkness that is gathering. And yes, that means I want things from you. But I truly hope, that those things are also what you will want for yourself. It wasn't a perfect answer. It wasn't even a comforting one. But it was honest, and Harry had learned to value honesty above almost everything else. I'm not going to be a puppet, Harry said quietly. I'm not going to sit in a big chair and let other people make decisions while I smile and wave. If I'm the regent, I'm going to be the regent. Really? Dumbledore's lips curved into a faint smile. I would expect nothing less from Lily and James's son. He rose from the chair, his joints cracking slightly. You will face opposition, Harry. Fudge is already terrified, he sees you as a threat to his position. Malfoy and his allies will try to manipulate you. And there are others, many others, who will watch and wait and judge your every move. I know. Do you? Dumbledore's eyes were serious now, all trace of twinkle gone. You are 10 years old. You have no education in magic, no understanding of our laws, no experience with politics. The people who oppose you have decades of practice in getting what they want. They will smile to your face and poison your food. They will pretend to be your friends while they steal everything from you. They will. I know, Harry repeated, and this time his voice was stronger. I grew up with people like that. The Dursleys smiled at the neighbors and locked me in my cupboard. They pretended to be a normal family while they starved me. I know how liars work, Professor Dumbledore. I know how to survive. The old wizard stared at him for a long moment, and something shifted in his expression. Respect, perhaps, or sorrow that a child should have learned such lessons so young. Then perhaps, Dumbledore said quietly, you are better prepared for this than I thought. He moved toward the door, then paused with his hand on the handle. Harry, one more thing. The circlet you wear, it is not just a symbol. It is a tool. It will allow you to sense deception, to feel the ebb and flow of magical power, to know when someone speaks truth and when they lie. Use it. Trust it. It is part of you now. And then he was gone, leaving Harry alone with the fire and the circlet and the weight of everything he had learned. He moved to the enchanted window, watching the impossible stars wheel slowly overhead. Somewhere out there, beyond the magic and the politics and the lies, his parents were buried. Somewhere out there, the dark wizard who killed them was waiting, reduced to less than a ghost but not destroyed. Somewhere out there, people were deciding what to do with him, how to use him, how to control him. The circlet pulsed warmly against his brow. Harry Potter, age 10, regent of the Ministry of Magic, looked at his reflection in the glass. A thin boy with messy black hair and two bright green eyes stared back at him. A boy who had survived 10 years in a cupboard. A boy whose mother had died to save him. I won't let you down, he whispered to her reflection, to the mother he couldn't remember. I don't know how to do this yet. But I'll learn everything. And I'll make them pay. Everyone who knew. Everyone who did nothing. The stars wheeled on, silent and indifferent. But in the glass, for just a moment, Harry thought he saw a woman with red hair and his own green eyes, smiling at him with tears on her cheeks. Then she was gone, and he was alone again. But for the first time in 10 years, being alone didn't feel quite so terrible. Morning came filtered through enchanted windows that now showed a pale gray sky and the distant spires of a castle Harry didn't recognize. He lay in the massive bed, surrounded by pillows so soft they felt like clouds, and stared at the canopy above him. For a terrible moment, he thought he was back in the cupboard, the darkness, the smallness, the familiar press of fear, but then the circlet pulsed warmly on his brow, and memory returned. He was Harry Potter. He was the regent. And today, the real fight would begin. The house elf, Winky, appeared with a pop that made Harry jump. She was tiny, even smaller than the other elf he'd glimpsed in the atrium, and she wore a pristine pillowcase with the Malfoy family crest embroidered on it. Her enormous brown eyes were red-rimmed, as if she'd been crying. The young regent sir is awake, she squeaked, bowing so low her long nose touched the floor. Winky has brought breakfast. Winky has laid out clothes. Winky lives to serve the regent sir. Harry sat up slowly, watching her bustle about the room. There was something wrong with this elf, something beyond the normal strangeness of a creature who popped out of nowhere. She moved with a frantic energy, as if trying to prove her worth through sheer activity, and she wouldn't meet his eyes. "Thank you," Harry said quietly. "You don't have to do all that. I can get my own breakfast." Winky froze. Her eyes went even wider, if that was possible, and her lip trembled. "The Regent Sir is kind to say so, but Winky must serve. Winky is a good elf. Winky was given to the Regent Sir, and Winky will serve faithfully, oh yes, most faithfully, or Winky will be a bad elf, a very bad elf indeed." Harry didn't understand what was happening, but he recognized fear when he saw it. He'd seen it in his own reflection often enough. He softened his voice the way he did when he found a stray dog in the Dursleys' garden, speaking quietly so as not to startle it. "It's all right. I'm not going to be angry if you don't do everything perfectly. I'm just not used to people doing things for me." Winky's trembling subsided slightly. She looked at him with something like wonder, as if he'd spoken a language she'd never heard before. "The Regent Sir is not like other wizards." Harry thought about that. "I don't know. I've only met a few. But I'm not like the Dursleys, if that's what you mean. They had me doing everything for them." Winky's eyes filled with tears. "Winky knows about bad wizards. Winky served bad wizards. The old family." She stopped abruptly, clamping her hand over her mouth. "What old family?" Harry asked. But Winky just shook her head frantically and popped away, leaving behind a tray of food that smelled incredible and a pile of clothes that looked like they'd been made for someone much fancier than him. Harry ate, slowly, savoring every bite. The food was unlike anything he'd ever tasted, eggs so fluffy they melted on his tongue, sausages that burst with flavor, toast slathered in something that tasted like honey but better. He had to keep reminding himself that this was real, that he wasn't going to wake up in his cupboard with his stomach growling. The clothes were more complicated. Robes, they called them. He found normal trousers and a jumper underneath, thank goodness, but the robes went on top, and he had no idea how to fasten them properly. He was still struggling when a knock came at the door. "Come in," he called, hoping it wasn't someone important. It was Tonks. Her hair was bubblegum pink today, and she was grinning. "Morning, Regent. Ready for your first day of—" She stopped, taking in his rumpled appearance and the robe that was clearly on backwards. Her grin widened. "Having trouble there?" Harry felt his face flush. "I've never worn robes before." "Clearly." Tonks crossed the room in 3 long strides and began adjusting him with practiced efficiency. "There. Now you look almost presentable. We'll need to get you properly fitted, but this'll do for now." She stepped back, surveying her work. "Not bad. You clean up well, kid." Harry looked at himself in the mirror. The boy staring back was still thin, still pale, still marked by years of neglect. But the robes gave him a dignity he'd never had before. And the circlet made him look like someone important. Someone to be reckoned with. "Madam Bones is waiting in your sitting room," Tonks said, her tone shifting to something more businesslike. "There's a lot to cover today. The Wizengamot wants a formal acknowledgement of your regency, the press is demanding a statement, and Fudge is already trying to limit your authority through procedural technicalities." Harry didn't understand half of what she said, but he understood the last part. Uncle Vernon had been a master of technicalities, finding loopholes in school rules to keep Harry from participating, twisting words to make his punishments seem justified. Adults who used rules to get what they wanted were nothing new. "Let's go," he said. Madam Bones was seated in the largest armchair, a stack of parchment floating beside her and a quill scribbling notes on its own. She looked up as Harry entered, and her stern expression softened almost imperceptibly. "Regent, I trust you slept well." Harry nodded, though they both knew it was a lie. He'd spent most of the night staring at the ceiling, thinking about his mother, about Dumbledore, about the cold blonde man with the snake-like smile. "Good. Then we have much to discuss." She waved her hand, and the floating parchment arranged itself into neat piles. "First, the legal situation. Your regency grants you authority over the ministry's operations, but it does not make you minister. Cornelius Fudge remains in that position, though he now answers to you in matters of high policy. This is unprecedented. Fudge is already consulting with his legal advisors about ways to limit your involvement." "Can he do that?" Harry asked. Madam Bones's lips tightened. "He can try. The ancient law that empowered your claim is clear, but it hasn't been invoked in centuries. There are ambiguities, gray areas that clever lawyers can exploit. Fudge will argue that a child cannot meaningfully exercise the duties of regency, and therefore a proxy must be appointed to act in your name. A proxy like him, or like Dumbledore, or like someone he can control. Madame Bones leaned forward. This is the first battle, Harry. If Fudge succeeds in installing a proxy, your regency becomes a ceremonial title. You'll be a figurehead while others make the real decisions. Harry thought about the circlet, about the warmth that pulsed against his brow. What do I need to do? Madame Bones almost smiled. You need to attend the Wizengamot session this afternoon. You need to speak for yourself. You need to show them that you are not a puppet, that you have a will of your own. And you need to make it clear that any attempt to sideline you will be met with resistance. I don't know how to do any of that, Harry admitted. I don't know how to talk to them. I don't know the rules. I don't know anything. You know more than you think. Madame Bones's voice was firm but not unkind. You know what it's like to be powerless. You know what it's like to have others make decisions about your life without your consent. That knowledge is rare among the powerful, Harry. Use it. Tonks, who had been leaning against the wall, spoke up. And we'll be with you. Amelia will handle the legal arguments. I'll handle anyone who tries anything funny. And you just have to be yourself. Himself. Harry wasn't sure who that was anymore. The boy in the cupboard. The regent with the circlet. Some strange combination of both. There's something else, Madame Bones said carefully. The Prophet, our daily newspaper, has gotten wind of the story. They'll be printing a special edition this morning. By noon, all of magical Britain will know that Harry Potter has claimed the regency. You'll be the most famous person in the country, Harry. More famous than you already were. Harry already famous. The idea was absurd. He'd spent 10 years being invisible, being nothing. How could he be famous? Because of you-know-who, he said quietly. Because I survived. Yes. Madame Bones's eye gleamed behind her monocle. To most people, you're a symbol. The boy who lived. The child who defeated the darkest wizard of our age. Some will revere you for it. Others will resent you. Many will want to use you. The attention will be overwhelming, especially at first. You need to be prepared. Harry thought about the Dursleys, about the way they'd hidden him from visitors, about the lies they'd told to explain his existence. He'd spent his whole life being hidden. The idea of being seen, really seen, by thousands of people was terrifying. But the circlet was warm. And somewhere deep inside, a small, fierce voice whispered that he'd been invisible long enough. I'll be ready, he said. The atrium was packed when they emerged from the elevator. Witches and wizards crowded every available space, standing on tiptoe, craning their necks, trying to catch a glimpse of the lifts. When Harry stepped out, flanked by Madame Bones and Tonks, a collective gasp went through the crowd. It's him. Potter. The Potter boy. Look at the circlet. Merlin's beard, it's real. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. He'd never seen so many people in his life, and they were all staring at him. He wanted to run, to hide, to find a dark corner where no one could see him. But Tonks's hand was on his shoulder, steady and warm, and Madame Bones's presence beside him was like a rock in a stormy sea. He forced himself to walk forward, to keep his head up, to meet their eyes. Some of them smiled. Others looked frightened. A few, a very few, glared with something like hatred. Potter filth, a voice hissed from somewhere in the crowd. Should have died with his parents. Tonks stiffened, her hand tightening on Harry's shoulder, but Harry kept walking. He'd heard worse from Uncle Vernon. Words couldn't hurt him. Not anymore. They passed through the golden gates and into the corridor beyond, leaving the crowd behind. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. That went better than expected, Tonks said. Only one death threat. You're doing well. Harry almost laughed. Almost. The Wizengamot chamber looked different today. Less intimidating, somehow. Or maybe Harry was just getting used to being the center of attention. He took his place in a special chair that had been added to the lower tier, directly facing the minister's dais. Madame Bones sat to his right, Tonks to his left. Around them, the tiers filled with witches and wizards in their formal robes, their eyes constantly flicking toward him. Fudge called the session to order with a bang of his gavel. His face was even more flushed than yesterday, and he kept dabbing at his forehead with a handkerchief. The first order of business, he announced, his voice slightly higher than usual, is the matter of the Potter Regency. As we all know, an ancient claim has been invoked, and this body has acknowledged its legitimacy. However, there are practical considerations to address. He paused, clearly expecting someone to interrupt. No one did. Harry Potter is 10 years old. He has no education in magical law, no experience in governance, no understanding of the complexities of ministry operations. It would be irresponsible, nay, dangerous, to place the full weight of regency upon such young shoulders. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the chamber. Harry saw several wizards nodding sagely, as if Fudge had made an excellent point. Therefore, Fudge continued, gaining confidence, I propose the appointment of a Regency Council. A group of experienced, trustworthy individuals who can exercise the Regent's authority on his behalf until he comes of age. This council would consult with young Mr. Potter, of course, but the actual decision-making would rest with those who understand the complexities of. No. The word came out before Harry could stop it. It wasn't loud, but it carried in the sudden silence. Every eye turned to him. Fudge's smile froze on his face. I beg your pardon. Harry stood up. His legs were shaking, but he forced himself to stand straight, to look at the minister directly the way he'd learned to look at Uncle Vernon when a beating was coming. Showing fear only made it worse. I said no. His voice was steadier now. The claim is mine. The Regency is mine. If I need advice, I have advisors, Madam Bones, Tonks, Professor Dumbledore. I don't need a council to make decisions for me. Fudge's face went through several colors. Now see here, boy. Regent. The word cut through Fudge's bluster like a blade. My title is Regent, and I'm not done speaking. The chamber was utterly silent. Harry could feel the circlet burning on his brow, could feel something flowing through him, power, maybe, or just the force of his own will. He didn't know where the words were coming from, but he trusted them. You left me with the Dursleys for 10 years. You knew where I was. You knew what they were like. And you did nothing. He looked around the chamber, meeting eyes that quickly looked away. You talk about protecting me, about what's best for me, but you didn't protect me when it mattered. You left me in a cupboard. You left me hungry. You left me alone. His voice cracked slightly, but he pushed through. Now I have the Regency. Now I have power. And you want to take it away because I'm too young. Because I don't understand. He shook his head. I understand more than you think. I understand that adults lie. I understand that adults use rules to get what they want. I understand that the people who are supposed to protect children often hurt them instead. He looked at Fudge, and for a moment, he saw not the minister but Uncle Vernon, blustering, self-important, desperate to maintain control. I won't be controlled again. Not by you. Not by anyone. The Regency is mine, and I'll exercise it myself, with my advisors helping me learn. If that's not acceptable to this body, then you can explain to the magical world why you're trying to silence the boy who lived. He sat down. His heart was pounding so hard he thought it might burst. Beside him, Tonks was grinning like a madwoman. Madam Bones's expression hadn't changed, but there was something like approval in her eye. The silence stretched. Fudge looked around the chamber, searching for support, but found only averted gazes and uncomfortable shuffling. The argument had been made, and it had been devastating. To push now would be to look like exactly what Harry had accused him of, a man trying to steal power from a child. Perhaps, Dumbledore's voice rolled through the chamber, a compromise is in order. The Regent has made his position clear, and I, for one, respect his determination. However, the minister's concerns about inexperience are not without merit. Perhaps we can agree that while the Regent retains full authority, his advisors will have the power to temporarily delay any decision they believe to be unwise, subject to review by this body. It was a masterful move. Harry kept his face neutral, but he understood what Dumbledore had done. He'd given Fudge a way to save face while preserving Harry's power. The advisors could delay, but they couldn't overrule. And Harry trusted his advisors, at least, he trusted 2 of them. Fudge looked like he'd swallowed something unpleasant, but he nodded stiffly. A reasonable compromise. Does the Regent agree? Harry looked at Madam Bones. She gave an almost imperceptible nod. He looked at Tonks, who winked. I agree, Harry said. On one condition. Fudge's eye twitched. What condition? That the advisors' power to delay expires after 1 year. By then, I'll have learned enough to make my own decisions without a safety net. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Fudge opened his mouth to object, but Dumbledore spoke first. A wise condition. It shows confidence and a desire to learn. I support it. Madam Bones nodded. Supported. Tonks shrugged. Sounds fair to me. Fudge was trapped. He looked around the chamber, saw the direction the wind was blowing, and surrendered with as much grace as he could muster. Very well. The condition is accepted. The Regency is confirmed, with advisory delay powers for 1 year. Now, if there's no other business. There is. The voice came from the upper gallery. Lucius Malfoy rose from his seat, his silver-handled cane gleaming in the enchanted light. He looked directly at Harry, and his smile was anything but friendly. If the regent truly wishes to exercise his authority, perhaps he might address a matter that has long troubled this body. The treatment of magical creatures. Specifically, the ongoing scandal involving house elf employment conditions. Harry's heart stuttered. Winky's face flashed in his mind, the fear, the desperation, the mention of a bad family. This was a trap. He could feel it. Malfoy continued smoothly. Many of us have long advocated for reforms, but the ministry has dragged its feet. Now we have a young regent, fresh from the Muggle world, untainted by our prejudices. Surely he will want to address the suffering of these creatures who serve us so faithfully. The chamber stirred. Harry saw Madam Bones's jaw tighten. Tonks's hair flashed red for an instant before returning to pink. Malfoy wasn't trying to limit Harry's power. He was trying to use it. He was throwing Harry an issue that would divide the ministry, that would make enemies of the old families, that would, if handled badly, destroy his credibility before it could take root. Harry looked at the circlet's faint reflection in the polished floor. He thought about Winky's terrified eyes. He thought about what it meant to be powerless, to serve others who could hurt you with impunity. Then he looked up at Malfoy, and he smiled. It wasn't a happy smile. It was the smile of a boy who had spent 10 years learning to read adults, to see the strings they pulled, to understand the games they played. I'd be happy to discuss it, Harry said. But first, I'd like to hear from the creatures themselves. I'd like to meet with house elves. Not their masters. Not their representatives. The elves who actually do the work. I want to hear from them what they need. The chamber erupted. Malfoy's smile flickered, just for an instant. It was enough. Harry knew he'd landed a blow. You can't be serious, a witch sputtered from the lower tiers. House elves can't speak for themselves. They're not. Not what? Harry interrupted. Not people. Not worthy of being heard. He stood again, and this time the movement felt natural, right? I lived in a cupboard for 10 years. People spoke for me, too. They said I was happy. They said I was well cared for. They lied. He looked at Malfoy, and his voice was cold as winter. If you really want reform, you won't mind hearing from the elves themselves. Unless, you're afraid of what they might say. The silence was absolute. Malfoy's smile had vanished entirely, replaced by something calculating and cold. He inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the hit. Very well, Regent. I look forward to hearing what you discover. He sat down, and Harry sat down, and the chamber slowly returned to its normal buzz of conversation. But something had changed. The balance had shifted. Harry had not only defended his position, he'd gone on the offensive. Madam Bones leaned close, her voice barely a whisper. That was either very brave or very foolish. I'm not sure which yet. Both, Harry whispered back. But it felt right. Tonks grinned at him, her hair now a triumphant purple. Kid, you just declared war on half the pure-blood families in Britain. You know that, right? Harry looked at the circlet's warm glow. He thought about his mother, dying in front of his crib. He thought about Winky's terrified eyes. He thought about 10 years of silence, of nobody asking him what he needed. Good, he said. The session continued, but Harry barely heard it. His mind was racing ahead, planning, thinking. He had advisors. He had power. He had a voice. And he was going to use all of them. But as the chamber emptied and the wizards filed out, Dumbledore approached him. His blue eyes were troubled, his expression grave. Harry, a word of caution. The house elf question is more complicated than it appears. The bond between elves and wizards is ancient magic, deeper than any law. Interfering with it carelessly could cause more harm than good. Harry looked at the old wizard who had left him with the Dursleys. I'm not going to interfere carelessly. I'm going to listen first. That's more than anyone else has done. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Perhaps you're right. But be careful, Harry. There are those who will use this issue to attack you, no matter which way you decide. Malfoy is not your ally. He is playing a game, and you have just become a piece on his board. I know. Harry's voice was quiet but firm. But I'm not a piece anymore. I'm the one moving the board. He walked away, leaving Dumbledore standing alone in the empty chamber. The old wizard watched him go, and for the first time in many years, Albus Dumbledore wondered if he had finally met someone whose path he could not predict. The circlet glowed softly on Harry's brow as he stepped into the corridor, where Tonks waited with a grin and Madame Bones with a calculating gleam in her eye. The first storm had passed, but Harry could feel others gathering on the horizon. He welcomed them. Behind him, in the shadows of the upper gallery, Lucius Malfoy watched through narrowed eyes. His fingers tightened on his silver cane until the knuckles went white. The boy was dangerous, more dangerous than anyone realized. He would need to be handled carefully. Or eliminated. But that was a thought for another day. For now, Malfoy smiled his cold smile and disappeared into the darkness, already planning his next move. Harry dreamed of cupboards that night. Not his cupboard at number 4, but endless rows of them, stretching into darkness, each one containing a pair of enormous, terrified eyes. He walked through the corridors of cupboards, hearing whispers behind every door, pleas, warnings, cries for help that faded into silence when he tried to open them. The circlet burned on his brow, hot as iron fresh from the forge, and somewhere in the distance, a voice was laughing. He woke with a gasp, tangled in sheets that had become ropes in his sleep. The room was dark, the enchanted windows showing only the faint gray of pre-dawn. For a terrible moment, he didn't know where he was, the cupboard, the chamber, some strange in-between place where nothing was real. Then Winky popped into existence beside his bed, her eyes wide with concern. The Regent Sir cried out. Winky came as fast as she could. Is the Regent Sir ill? Does he need a potion? Winky can fetch. I'm fine. Harry's voice came out rough, scraping against his throat. Just a dream. A nightmare. Winky's face crumpled with sympathy. Winky knows about nightmares. Winky has them too, sometimes. Bad dreams about bad wizards and bad things. She caught herself, her hand flying to her mouth. Winky should not speak of such things. Winky is a bad elf. Harry sat up slowly, studying the tiny creature in the dim light. She was trembling, her enormous eyes fixed on the floor as if she expected punishment at any moment. He'd seen that posture before, in himself, whenever Uncle Vernon raised his voice. The cringe, the anticipation of pain, the desperate hope that if you made yourself small enough, they might forget you existed. What bad wizards? Harry asked quietly. What bad things? Winky shook her head frantically, her long ears flapping. Winky cannot say. Winky was a good elf, a faithful elf, but the family, the old family, they did things, terrible things, and Winky could not stop them, could not tell anyone, because that is not what elves do. Her voice had risen to a squeak, and tears were streaming down her face. Harry slid out of bed and knelt beside her, ignoring the cold floor against his bare knees. It's okay. You're not with that family anymore. You're with me now. Winky looked up at him, and in her eyes he saw something he recognized, the desperate hope of someone who had been hurt so many times they'd forgotten what safety felt like. The Regent Sir is kind, she whispered. But Winky is not free. Winky can never be free. Elves are bound. It is the way. Harry thought about that. He thought about Malfoy's smooth voice in the chamber, offering up the house elf question like a poisoned gift. He thought about Dumbledore's warning, about ancient magic and bonds that went deeper than law. I want to meet other elves, Harry said. The ones who work in the ministry. Can you take me to them? Winky's eyes went even wider. The Regent Sir wishes to visit the kitchens. But that is not a place for wizards. That is elf place. Wizards do not go there. I'm not like other wizards. Harry stood up, reaching for his robes. Take me to the kitchens, Winky. Please. The word, please, seemed to break something in the little elf. She stared at him for a long moment, her lip trembling, and then she nodded slowly. Winky will take the Regent Sir. But the other elves, they may not understand. They may be frightened. I know what frightened looks like, Harry said. I've seen it in the mirror. The ministry kitchens were nothing like Harry expected. He'd imagined something like the Dursleys' kitchen, only bigger, a workspace, utilitarian and plain. Instead, Winky led him through a series of corridors that grew warmer and more welcoming as they descended, until they emerged into a vast chamber that glowed with golden light. The ceiling was lost in shadows, but the walls were lined with fireplaces large enough to walk into, each one crackling with cheerful flames. Long tables stretched across the stone floor, piled high with food in various stages of preparation, mountains of potatoes waiting to be peeled, towers of pastries cooling on racks, cauldrons bubbling with fragrant soups and stews. And everywhere, there were house elves. Dozens of them. Hundreds, maybe. They moved in a coordinated dance, each one knowing exactly where to go, what to do, when to step aside. Some were peeling, some were stirring, some were carrying loaded trays toward distant doorways. They worked in perfect silence, the only sounds the crackle of fires and the soft thump of bare feet on stone. And they all stopped when they saw him. The dance froze mid-step. 100 pairs of enormous eyes fixed on the boy in the doorway, on the circlet glowing above his brow. The silence stretched, heavy with fear. Winky stepped forward, her voice trembling but clear. "This is the Regent, sir. He wishes to speak with elves. He is kind." Winky thinks. An old elf, older than any Harry had seen, stepped forward from the crowd. His skin was wrinkled leather, his ears drooped with age, and his eyes held the weariness of centuries. He wore a tea towel tied like a toga, and his hands were gnarled with work. "The Regent, sir, is welcome in the kitchens," the old elf said, his voice creaking like a door on rusty hinges. "But the Regent, sir, should know that elves do not often receive visitors. It makes the work difficult." "I'm sorry to interrupt," Harry said, and meant it. I wanted to understand. About elves. About how things work." The old elf studied him for a long moment. "The young wizard wishes to understand. That is, unusual." He gestured to a small table in a corner, away from the main work areas. "Perhaps the young wizard will sit. Tea can be made. Questions can be asked." Harry sat. The table was low, built for elf proportions, but he managed to fold his legs underneath it. Within moments, a cup of tea appeared before him, along with a plate of small cakes that smelled of honey and spice. The old elf settled across from him, his movements careful and deliberate. "My name is Krebby," the elf said. "I have served the ministry for 300 years. I have seen ministers come and go, wars begin and end, laws made and broken. And never, in all that time, has a wizard come to the kitchens to ask questions." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Why does the young regent break this tradition?" Harry wrapped his hands around the warm cup, drawing comfort from it. "Because someone in the Wizengamot brought up elf conditions. He said there should be reforms. But I don't think he really cares about elves. I think he was trying to use me." Krebby's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his ancient eyes. "The young regent is perceptive. Many wizards use elves. It is what they do. I don't want to use anyone." Harry met the old elf's gaze directly. "I lived in a cupboard for 10 years. People used me, hurt me, decided things for me. I know what it feels like. I don't want to do that to anyone else." The silence that followed was different from before. It was thoughtful, considering. Around them, the other elves had resumed their work, though Harry caught them stealing glances at the strange tableau, a wizard sitting at an elf table, talking to an elf elder as if they were equals. Krebby spoke slowly. "The young regent speaks of pain. This is unusual. Wizards do not often admit to pain, especially not pain caused by other wizards." He paused. "What does the young regent wish to know?" "Everything." Harry leaned forward. "How do elf bonds work? Are you happy? Do you want things to change? What would make things better?" Krebby was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with centuries of memory. "Elf bonds are ancient magic. Older than the ministry, older than Hogwarts, older than most wizarding families. When an elf bonds to a family or an institution, it is not slavery as you understand it. It is connection, purpose. An elf without a bond is like a wizard without magic. Lost, adrift. But if someone mistreats you," Harry began, "then the elf suffers." Krebby's voice was flat. "The bond does not protect against cruelty. It only ensures that the elf cannot leave, cannot rebel, cannot speak against their masters. Some elves are treated well. Some are not. The bond does not discriminate." Harry thought of Winky's terror, of the way she'd clamped her hand over her mouth when she almost mentioned her old family. Can the bond be broken? Krebby's eyes widened slightly. It can. But an elf whose bond is broken themselves. They lose purpose. They lose identity. Some waste away. Some go mad. It is not a kindness to break a bond unless the elf is truly beyond saving. But if the bond is with a cruel family, then the elf endures. Krebby's voice hardened. That is our way. We endure. We serve. We do not question. It is what makes us elves. Harry stared at him, frustrated. This wasn't the clear picture he'd expected. The elves weren't simple victims waiting to be rescued. They had their own culture, their own values, their own understanding of what their lives meant. What about pay? He asked. What about time off? What about being able to leave if you want to? Krebby actually laughed, a dry, rustling sound like leaves in wind. Pay. What would an elf do with pay? We have everything we need in service. Time off. From what? Service is our life, our purpose. Leave. To go where? There is nowhere for an elf to go except to another bond. But if an elf wanted those things, then that elf would be considered strange. Unhappy. Broken, perhaps. Krebby's eyes were sad now. The young regent sees our situation through wizard eyes. Through human eyes. But we are not human. We do not think as humans think. What seems like freedom to you might seem like death to us. Harry sat back, his mind reeling. He'd come here expecting to find a simple injustice, something he could fix with laws and speeches. Instead, he'd found complexity, contradiction, a culture so different from his own that he wasn't sure he could even understand it. I don't know what to do, he admitted. I want to help, but I don't know how. Krebby studied him for a long moment, and something in his ancient face softened. The young regent wants to help. That alone is more than most wizards ever offer. Perhaps that is enough for now. Listen, learn, understand. And when you act, act with the knowledge you have gained, not with assumptions you brought with you. A young elf approached, bowing nervously. Krebby, the morning meals must go up soon. The ministry workers will be arriving. Krebby nodded and rose, his joints creaking. The young regent must excuse us. Work calls. He paused, looking down at Harry with an expression that might have been respect. You may return, if you wish. The kitchens are always open to those who come with questions instead of commands. Harry stood and bowed, actually. Bowed, to the ancient elf. It felt right, somehow. A gesture of respect from one being to another. Thank you, Krebby. I'll come back, I promise. As he left the kitchens, Winky trotting beside him, Harry's mind was churning. The house elf issue wasn't simple. It wasn't a matter of freeing the slaves and declaring victory. It was tangled up with identity, culture, magic so ancient it predated the ministry itself. But that didn't mean nothing could be done. It just meant he had to be careful. Had to listen. Had to learn. The circlet pulsed warmly on his brow, and for the first time, Harry felt like he was beginning to understand what it meant to truly lead. The morning brought more visitors than Harry could count. Witches and wizards from every department appeared at his door, each with a pressing matter that required the regent's attention. Budget approvals, personnel disputes, international magical incidents. Harry sat in his sitting room, Madame Bones at his side, and listened to them all. Most of it went over his head. The language was too technical, the references too obscure. But he listened anyway, watching faces, noting who seemed genuine and who seemed to be hiding something. The circlet helped. He was beginning to notice that when someone lied, it grew slightly warmer against his skin. By midday, his head was spinning. He'd approved 3 minor budget items, deferred 2 major decisions, and made exactly one enemy, a portly wizard from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes who'd wanted emergency funding for a project that Madame Bones quietly informed him was a personal pet project with no real merit. You're learning, she said as the door closed behind the fuming wizard. That man has been trying to get funding for his experimental cauldron safety initiative for 5 years. It's a waste of gold, and everyone knows it. How did you know he was lying? Harry asked. Madame Bones's eye gleamed behind her monocle. Experience. But you had something else. I saw you touch the circlet when he spoke about the projected benefits. What did it feel like? Harry considered. Warm. Warmer than usual. Like it was telling me something was wrong. The token responds to deception. It's one of its oldest functions. A regent cannot be misled by those who serve them. She leaned back in her chair. Trust it, but also learn to read people yourself. The circlet can tell you when someone lies, but it can't tell you why. Understanding motives is just as important as detecting falsehoods. Harry nodded, filing the lesson away. He was beginning to realize that being regent wasn't about knowing everything, it was about knowing who to trust, who to watch, and who to ignore. Tonks burst in without knocking, her hair a frantic orange. We've got a problem. The Prophet's special edition is out, and it's, well, see for yourself. She tossed a newspaper onto the table. The front page featured a moving photograph of Harry in the Wizengamot chamber, the circlet blazing on his brow. The headline screamed, Potter claims ministry. Boy WHO lived becomes Boy WHO rules. Below that, in slightly smaller type, ancient law gives 10-year-old control of magical government, Fudge furious, Dumbledore silent. Harry stared at his own image, watching himself blink and shift in the frozen moment. He looked small, surrounded by all those robed figures. But he also looked determined. The story's mostly accurate, Tonks said, which is a miracle for the Prophet. But the reaction is mixed. Half the letters we're getting are congratulations. The other half are threats. Threats. Harry's voice stayed steady, though his heart sped up. Nothing serious yet. Tonks waved a hand dismissively. Standard pure blood nonsense. The Potter line should be extinguished. Half-blood filth has no right to rule, that sort of thing. Amelia's people are tracking the senders. Most of them are cowards who'd never actually act. Harry thought about the hiss in the crowd yesterday. Potter filth. Should have died with his parents. The words had hurt, but not as much as they might have once. He was learning that words were just words, unless you let them become something more. What do I do? He asked. Madame Bones answered. Nothing. You ignore them. The worst thing you can do for people like that is prove they don't matter. If you respond, you give them power. If you carry on as if they don't exist, you take it away. It was good advice. Harry filed it away with everything else he was learning. The afternoon brought another visitor, one Harry hadn't expected. The door opened to admit a tall, severe-looking witch with black hair pulled into a tight bun and an expression that could curdle milk. She wore elegant robes of deep green, and she moved with the confidence of someone who had never been told no in her entire life. Regent Potter, she said, her voice clipped and precise. I am Narcissa Malfoy. Harry's hand tightened on the arm of his chair. Malfoy. The cold blonde man's wife. He forced himself to stay calm, to keep his face neutral. Mrs. Malfoy. He didn't offer tea. He didn't offer a seat. He just waited. She seemed unsurprised by his lack of hospitality. She settled into a chair anyway, arranging her robes with careful precision. I've come to offer you a warning, she said. Whether you choose to heed it is your own affair. A warning about what? About my husband. Her eyes, gray and cold as winter lakes, met his without flinching. You think you saw him in the chamber. You think you understand his game. You don't. Lucius is patient. He is clever. And he has been waiting for an opportunity like you since the Dark Lord fell. Harry's heart was pounding now, but he kept his voice level. Why are you telling me this? Narcissa's expression flickered, just for an instant, so fast he almost missed it. Something that might have been pain. Or regret. Or both. Because I have a son, she said quietly. Draco. He's your age. And I will not see him grow up in a world where his father's ambitions destroy everything. She rose, her robes flowing around her. Lucius will try to use you. He will offer you help, friendship, alliance. He will make it seem like your idea. And when you trust him, he will destroy you. She moved toward the door, then paused with her hand on the handle. The house elf issue, that was a test. He wanted to see how you would react. You passed, by the way. Going to the kitchens, speaking to the elves directly, that was unexpected. It bought you time, but only time. Why are you really telling me this? Harry asked again. Narcissa looked back at him, and for a moment, she looked almost human. Almost sad. Because my son writes to me about you. Draco is at Hogwarts. He's been there since September. And in every letter, he talks about what he'll do when he meets Harry Potter. How he'll show him what a real wizard looks like. How he'll prove that blood matters. She shook her head slowly. He doesn't know his father yet. Not really. He doesn't know what Lucius is capable of. I want him to have a chance to learn, before it's too late. She left before Harry could respond, her heels clicking on the stone floor like the ticking of a clock counting down to something terrible. Tonks let out a low whistle. Well, that was unexpected. Madame Bones's expression was troubled. Narcissa Black was always the smartest of the sisters. And the most trapped. If she's reaching out to you, things in the Malfoy household must be worse than we thought. Harry stared at the door, his mind racing. A son his own age. A boy who'd been at Hogwarts since September, learning magic, making friends, living the life Harry should have had. A boy who'd been raised to believe that blood made you better, that Harry Potter was someone to be conquered. He thought about Draco Malfoy, a name he'd never heard until now, and wondered if they would have been friends if things had been different. If he'd grown up in the magical world. If his parents had lived. Probably not, he decided. Malfoy's son would have been taught to hate him from the cradle. But maybe, just maybe, there was still a chance. If Narcissa was willing to reach out, to warn him, maybe there was hope for something else. Something better. The circlet pulsed warmly, reminding him that hope was a weapon too. Sometimes the most powerful one of all. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his massive bed, staring at the canopy, and thought about everything he'd learned. The elves, with their ancient bonds and their different way of seeing the world. The Malfoys, with their cold smiles and hidden agendas. The Ministry, with its factions and feuds and centuries of accumulated tradition. He was 10 years old. He'd been regent for 2 days. And already, he felt like he'd been fighting for years. A soft pop announced Winky's arrival. She approached his bed hesitantly, clutching something in her small hands. "The regent sir cannot sleep?" she asked softly. "No." Harry sat up. "Too much to think about." Winky nodded, as if this made perfect sense. She held out what she was carrying, a small, worn book, its leather cover cracked with age. Winky thought the regent sir might want to know about elves. Really no. This book tells the old stories. The true stories. Winky's grandmother gave it to Winky, and her grandmother gave it to her, going back many generations. Harry took the book carefully, as if it might crumble in his hands. The cover was stamped with symbols he didn't recognize, swirling patterns that seemed to move in the dim light. "Can I read this?" he asked. "I mean, is it allowed?" Winky's eyes filled with tears. "The regent sir asks permission." "Of an elf?" She shook her head wonderingly. "The regent sir may read it." Winky wants him to. Winky thinks maybe things could be different. If wizards understood. Harry opened the book. The pages were yellowed, the handwriting old-fashioned and cramped. But as he read the first words, something shifted in the air around him. The circlet blazed with sudden warmth, and the symbols on the cover began to glow. The true history of elf kind, as told by those who served. Let no wizard read these words, for they are not meant for wizard eyes. But if a wizard does read, let them read with humility, and let them learn. Harry looked up at Winky, who was watching him with an expression of mingled hope and terror. "Winky," he said quietly, "thank you. This is the most precious gift anyone has ever given me." Winky burst into tears, ugly and heartfelt, and Harry did the only thing he could think of. He opened his arms, and the little elf rushed into them, sobbing against his chest. "I want to help," Harry whispered, holding her tight. "I don't know how yet. But I want to help. All of you. I promise." Winky's sobs slowly subsided. She pulled back, wiping her eyes with her pillowcase. "The regent sir is good," she whispered. "The regent sir is the best wizard Winky has ever known." Harry shook his head. "I'm not good. I'm just trying. That's all anyone can do, isn't it? Just try." Winky nodded, and for the first time since he'd met her, she smiled. It was a small smile, tentative and fragile, but it was real. Outside the enchanted windows, the stars wheeled on, silent and eternal. And in his room at the heart of the Ministry, Harry Potter held an ancient book and a sobbing house elf and wondered if maybe, just maybe, he was beginning to understand what it meant to be regent. It wasn't about power. It wasn't about control. It was about this, about holding someone who was hurting and promising to do better. About listening to stories that weren't meant for wizard ears. About learning, always learning, from everyone he met. The circlet pulsed softly, warm against his brow. For the first time in his life, Harry felt like he might actually belong somewhere. The book was heavier than it looked. Harry sat cross-legged on his bed, the ancient volume open across his knees, reading by the soft glow of enchanted candles. Winky had curled up in a chair nearby, exhausted from her tears, her small form rising and falling with the rhythm of sleep. The fire crackled softly, and the enchanted windows showed a peaceful moonlit garden that Harry had requested specifically. Something quiet, something calm, something as far from the Ministry's stone corridors as possible. The first pages were difficult. The handwriting was cramped and old-fashioned, full of loops and flourishes that made the words hard to decipher. But as Harry read on, something strange happened. The words began to shift, to clarify, to arrange themselves in patterns his mind could follow. The circlet pulsed gently with each page turn, and he realized it was helping him, translating, interpreting, opening doors in his mind that had been locked before. In the time before wizards measured time, the first chapter began. Elves walked the world as free people. We had our own kingdoms, our own magic, our own ways. We built cities in the roots of mountains and danced beneath the moon in forests so deep that sunlight never touched the floor. We were not many, but we were mighty, and we asked nothing of any creature except to be left in peace. Then came the first wizards. They were young then, barely more than children playing with forces they didn't understand. They stumbled into our forests, our mountains, our sacred places, and they looked upon us with wonder. They had never seen magic like ours, magic that was part of the earth, part of the air, part of the blood. Their magic was loud and bright and clumsy. Ours was old and deep and quiet. At first, we helped them. We taught them things, small things, things that would not harm them. How to make plants grow. How to mend broken bones. How to find water hidden in the earth. They were grateful, and we were pleased to share our knowledge with these strange, short-lived creatures. But wizards, we learned, are never satisfied with what they have. They always want more. Harry turned the page, his heart beating faster. This wasn't the story the Ministry told. This wasn't the story anyone had told him. This was the truth, written by those who had lived it. The first bond was not forced. It was offered. A wizard woman, her name is lost now, but her story lives in our blood, came to us in great distress. Her child was dying of a fever that our magic could cure, but the child was too far away, too weak to travel. She begged us to come with her, to save her baby. Our healers could not leave our lands, the journey would take too long, and the child would perish before they arrived. But one elf, a young mother herself, understood this woman's pain. She reached out with her magic and touched the wizard's heart. In that moment, she felt everything, the love, the fear, the desperate hope. And she made a choice. She bound herself to the wizard, not as a servant, but as a companion. The bond allowed her to travel with the wizard, to share her magic across any distance, to be present even when her body was far away. The child lived. The wizard wept with gratitude. And the elf returned home, expecting to resume her life. But the bond did not break. She could still feel the wizard, still hear her thoughts, still sense her emotions. The connection that had saved a child now tied them together across any distance. The elf tried to sever it, but the magic was too deep, too intimate. She was bound, whether she wished it or not. And the wizard, discovering this, was afraid. She had not meant to trap her savior. She had not meant to create a bond that could not be broken. But fear, as we learned, makes wizards do terrible things. She told others of her power. She showed them how she could call the elf, how the elf would come when summoned, how the elf's magic could be used as her own. Other wizards, seeing this, wanted the same. They demanded that elves bind themselves to them. They demanded our magic, our service, our lives. We refused, and they took it anyway. The words blurred slightly, and Harry realized his eyes were wet. He blinked fiercely, refusing to cry, refusing to let the tears fall. But the story resonated in his bones, in his blood, in the part of him that still remembered the cupboard and the hunger and the loneliness. The wars that followed were not recorded in wizard histories. Wizards do not like to remember their defeats. But we remember. We remember every battle, every betrayal, every binding. We remember the spells they used, magic designed not to kill, but to enslave. Magic that burrowed into our souls and wrapped chains around our wills. Magic that made us love our chains, that made us believe service was freedom, that made us thank our captors for the privilege of existing. This was the greatest cruelty. Not the bonds themselves, but the rewriting of our minds. Wizards did not want slaves who hated them. They wanted servants who loved them. And so they changed us. They made us forget our kingdoms, our cities, our freedom. They made us believe we had always served, always would serve, always wanted to serve. Most of us forgot. The magic was too strong, too deep. But some remembered. Some passed the truth down, in secret, from mother to child, generation after generation. Small truths, hidden in stories that sounded like fairy tales. Hints of a different world, a different way, a different self. This book is one of those secrets. It is the memory of our people, preserved in ink and blood and tears. If you are reading this, you are either an elf who has been trusted with our history, or a wizard who has been given a gift beyond measure. If you are a wizard, know this: you hold in your hands the truth that your ancestors tried to bury. You see us as we were, not as they made us. What you do with this knowledge is your choice. But know that we are watching. We are waiting. And we remember. Harry closed the book gently, his hands trembling. The circlet was burning on his brow, hot as fire, hot as truth. He looked at Winky, sleeping peacefully in her chair, and saw her differently now. Not as a servant, not as a creature defined by service, but as a person whose entire culture had been stolen, whose very mind had been rewritten, who had been taught to love her own chains. He thought about the elves in the kitchen, working in perfect harmony, seeming happy in their labor. Was that happiness real, or was it the magic talking? Were they truly content, or had they simply been made to believe they were? And if the latter, what could anyone do about it? Krebby had said that breaking bonds could destroy elves. The magic was too deep, too old. Freedom might be death, but was it better to live as a slave, happy and unaware? Or to die as a free person, knowing the truth? Harry didn't know. He didn't have answers. He only had questions, and a burning determination to find the right ones. He must have fallen asleep eventually, because he woke to sunlight streaming through the enchanted windows and Winky gently shaking his shoulder. The Regent Sir must wake. There is a visitor. An important visitor. Her eyes were wide with a mixture of excitement and fear. The Goblin King requests an audience. Harry sat up quickly, the book slipping from his lap. The Goblin King. King Ragnarok of the Goblin Nation. Madame Bones's voice came from the doorway. She was already dressed in formal robes, her expression more serious than Harry had ever seen it. This is unprecedented, Harry. Goblins do not request audiences with ministry officials. They barely acknowledge our existence. Whatever this is about, it's important. Harry scrambled out of bed, reaching for his robes. How long do I have? He's waiting in your sitting room. I told him you'd be out shortly. Madame Bones's eye gleamed behind her monocle. I've never seen a goblin look impatient before. They're usually masters of stillness. This one was practically vibrating. Harry dressed as quickly as he could, Winky helping with the robes this time. Within minutes, he was walking into his sitting room to face the most intimidating creature he'd ever seen. King Ragnarok was not tall, barely up to Harry's chest, but he radiated power like a furnace radiates heat. His skin was the color of old granite, weathered and creased with age. His eyes were black as obsidian, glittering with intelligence and something that might have been amusement. He wore robes of deep crimson, embroidered with gold thread in patterns that hurt to look at directly. And in his gnarled hands, he held a staff topped with a crystal that pulsed with inner light. Regent Potter. His voice was deep, rumbling, like stones grinding together underground. I apologize for the early hour. Goblins do not sleep as humans do, and I sometimes forget that others require rest. Harry inclined his head, the way he'd seen Madame Bones do when greeting dignitaries. King Ragnarok, I'm honored by your visit. The goblin's eyes glittered. Are you? Most wizards would not say so. Most wizards would be terrified, or suspicious, or both. He studied Harry for a long moment. You are none of those things. Interesting. I don't know enough to be terrified, Harry admitted. And I'm always suspicious. But you came to me. That means you want something. I'd rather hear what it is than waste time being scared. Ragnarok laughed, a sound like an avalanche in the distance. Direct. Honest. Merlin, but you're a breath of fresh air compared to the usual ministry vermin. He settled into a chair, though, settled, wasn't quite the right word. He perched, like a bird of prey ready to launch. Very well. I'll be direct in return. He leaned forward, his black eyes fixed on Harry's. The Goblin Nation has watched your rise with great interest. An ancient claim, invoked by a child, upending centuries of tradition. It is unprecedented. It is also, potentially, an opportunity. For whom? Harry asked. For both of us. Ragnar's staff pulsed, the crystal flaring briefly. The Ministry has treated goblins as second-class citizens since its founding. We are permitted to run Gringotts because you need our financial expertise, but we are denied representation in your government, denied equal status under your laws, denied the basic respect that any sentient race deserves. Your kind calls us creatures, and lumps us with vampires and hags and werewolves. We are none of those things. We are a nation. We have our own culture, our own laws, our own sovereignty. And we are tired of being treated as less. Harry listened carefully, the circlet warm on his brow. It wasn't detecting deception. Ragnar believed every word he said. What do you want from me? Recognition. The word was sharp, cutting. I want you to recognize, officially and legally, that the Goblin Nation is a sovereign entity, not a subject population. I want goblins to have the right to representation in matters that affect them. I want our laws to be respected within our own territories. I want, he stopped, taking a breath. I want what any people want. To be left alone to govern ourselves, and to be treated as equals when we must interact with others. Harry thought about that. It sounded reasonable. It sounded like what he would want, if he were a goblin. But he'd learned enough in the past few days to know that nothing in politics was simple. What would that mean, practically? He asked. Ragnar's eyes glittered with approval. A good question. Practically, it would mean that Gringotts would remain under goblin control, with ministry oversight limited to agreed-upon matters. It would mean that goblins accused of crimes would be tried in goblin courts, by goblin judges, according to goblin law, unless the crime involved wizards, in which case a joint tribunal would be formed. It would mean that goblins could own property outside our territories without special permits. It would mean that goblin children could attend Hogwarts if they wished, or attend their own schools, as they chose. Harry's head was spinning. This was huge. This was the kind of change that would take years, decades, to implement. This was the kind of change that would make enemies, powerful enemies who liked things exactly as they were. Why now? He asked. Why me? Ragnar's expression shifted, something almost like respect crossing his features. Because you are new. Because you are not yet corrupted by the Ministry's ways. Because you wear a circlet that binds you to truth, not to tradition. And because, he paused, choosing his words carefully. Because we have heard how you spoke to the house elves. How you went to their kitchens and asked their opinions. How you listened. Harry's heart skipped. News traveled fast in the magical world. You think you'll be more sympathetic to non-humans, he said. Because I'm not fully human myself. The words hung in the air. Ragnar's eyes widened slightly, the first crack in his composure. You know, the goblin said slowly. You know what you are. I know my mother was Muggle-born. I know my father was pure blood. I know that makes me half-blood to people who care about such things. Harry's voice was steady. But I also know that I grew up with Muggles who hated me for being different. I know what it's like to be treated as less than human. So yes, I understand. Maybe better than most. Ragnar was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was quieter, less formal. There is more to you than the circlet, Harry Potter. There is wisdom in you, hard-won wisdom, the kind that comes from suffering. That is rare in one so young. He rose from his chair, his staff clicking against the floor. I will leave you to consider my proposal. But I will say this, if you agree to work with us, you will have the Goblin Nation as your ally. We are not numerous, but we are old, and we are rich, and we remember. Our memory is long, and our gratitude is longer. He moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing. The book you read last night, the elf history. It is authentic. I know because my people helped write parts of it. We were there, in the beginning, when the first bonds were formed. We saw what wizards did. We remember. Harry stared at him. You remember. All of it. We are goblins. We do not forget. It is our greatest strength and our greatest curse. Ragnar's eyes met his. If you truly wish to help the elves, you will need to understand that they are not like us. They were changed, fundamentally, by what was done to them. Freedom may not look the same for them as it does for others. Be careful, Harry Potter. Good intentions can pave very dark roads. He left before Harry could respond, his staff clicking away down the corridor. The morning passed in a blur of consultations. Madam Bones was cautiously optimistic about the goblin proposal. It's been a long time coming, and frankly, it's overdue, but warned that implementing it would require navigating a minefield of pure-blood opposition. Tonks was more enthusiastic, her hair cycling through shades of excited purple as she talked about the possibilities. Dumbledore, when he arrived, was more measured. The goblins are not wrong to seek recognition, he said, his blue eyes troubled. But they are also not innocent. They have their own agendas, their own ambitions. An alliance with them would strengthen your position, but it would also tie you to their causes. Some of those causes are just. Others. He trailed off, shaking his head. Others what? Harry pressed. Dumbledore sighed. Others involve grudges that go back centuries. The goblins remember every slight, every betrayal, every broken treaty. They will expect you to address these historical grievances as well. Some of them are legitimate. Others are complicated. Harry wanted to scream with frustration. Everything was complicated. Every issue had layers, history, hidden angles. How was he supposed to make good decisions when he didn't even know what questions to ask? But the circlet pulsed warmly, reminding him that he didn't have to know everything right now. He just had to keep learning, keep listening, keep trying. By afternoon, he had made a decision. He called Madam Bones, Tonks, and Dumbledore together and told them, "I'm going to work with the goblins. Not on everything, not yet. But I'm going to recognize their sovereignty, in principle, and open negotiations about what that means in practice." Dumbledore opened his mouth to speak, but Harry held up a hand. "I know it's complicated. I know there will be opposition. But the goblins came to me. They offered alliance. And they're right, they've been treated unfairly for centuries. If I'm going to be regent, I have to start somewhere. This is where I'm starting." Madam Bones nodded slowly. "It's bold. It'll make enemies. But it might also make allies, powerful ones." Tonks grinned. "I like it. Let's ruffle some feathers." Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment, then inclined his head. "You have thought this through more than I expected. I will support you, though I will also counsel caution. The goblins are patient, but they are also proud. Do not promise what you cannot deliver." Harry nodded. "I understand." He didn't, not really. But he was learning. That evening, Harry wrote his first official decree as regent. It was short, by ministry standards, barely a paragraph. But its words would echo through the magical world for generations. "By the authority vested in me as regent of the Ministry of Magic, I hereby recognize the Goblin Nation as a sovereign entity, equal in status to the Ministry in all matters pertaining to Goblinkind. I further direct the Department of International Magical Cooperation to open formal negotiations with the Goblin Nation to establish the terms of this recognition, including but not limited to judicial authority, property rights, and cultural autonomy." Signed, Harry James Potter, Regent of the Ministry of Magic. He signed it with a quill that Winky provided, the ink shimmering with magical properties he didn't understand. As the last letter dried, the circlet flared with warmth, and Harry felt something shift in the air around him. A connection, perhaps. A bond of a different kind. The goblins would know now. They would feel his decision, the way the ministry had felt his claim. Magic recognized magic, and this was magic of the oldest kind, the magic of promises made and kept. Winky was watching him with wide eyes. "The Regent Sir has done something big," she whispered. "Winky can feel it." Harry nodded slowly. "I hope it's the right thing. The Regent Sir is trying to do right. That is what matters." Winky's voice was firm, certain. "Wizards do not often try. The Regent Sir does. Winky is. Winky is proud to serve such a wizard." Harry felt tears prick at his eyes again. He blinked them back fiercely. "Winky," he said quietly, "you don't have to serve me. You can be free, if you want. I'll find a way to break the bond, if that's what you choose." Winky's face crumpled. The Regent Sir would let Winky go. Even after Winky gave him the book. Even after Winky told him secrets. "You gave me the book because you trusted me. How could I repay that trust by keeping you bound to me against your will?" Winky was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she shook her head. "Winky does not want to be free," she said softly. "Winky has seen free elves. They are sad. They are lost. They do not know who they are anymore." She looked up at him, her enormous eyes shining. "But Winky wants. Winky wants to serve because she chooses. Not because she must. Is that possible? Can an elf choose? Harry thought about it. He thought about the book, about the ancient bonds, about the rewriting of elven minds. He thought about what Ragnarok had said, that freedom might look different for elves than for others. I don't know, he admitted. But I'll find out. I promise. I'll learn everything I can about elf magic, elf history, elf choices. And when I understand, we'll figure out what freedom means for you. Together. Winky's smile, when it came, was like sunrise breaking over a dark landscape. Together, she repeated. Winky likes that word. Outside the enchanted windows, the stars were beginning to appear, scattered across a velvet sky. Harry looked at them and thought about all the people counting on him. The elves, the goblins, the wizards who supported him, the ones who opposed him, the ones who were watching and waiting to see what kind of regent he would be. The circlet pulsed warmly, steady as a heartbeat. He was 10 years old. He was alone in a world he didn't understand. He had enemies he'd never met and allies he barely knew. But he had promises to keep. And he had just taken the first real step toward keeping them. Somewhere in the depths of Gringotts, King Ragnarok felt the shift in magical currents and smiled, a rare expression on a goblin face. The boy had done it. The alliance was begun. Now the real work would start. The prophet arrived at dawn, and with it, the storm. Harry was awake when Winky brought it in, her tiny hands trembling as she held out the newspaper. He'd barely slept again. The circlet had been warm all night, pulsing with an energy that felt like warning, and he took the paper with a sense of dread he couldn't explain. The front page made him understand. Potter sells out to Goblin Gold. In a shocking betrayal of wizarding interests, Child Regent grants sovereignty to non-human population. The photograph showed Harry signing the decree, but someone had manipulated it, made his expression look sly, calculating, like a politician cutting a backroom deal. Below that, smaller headlines promised more. Dumbledore silent as young regent goes rogue. Pure blood families outraged. This will destroy everything we've built. Goblins celebrate. Finally, a wizard with sense. Harry read the article with growing horror. It painted him as a naive child manipulated by goblin cunning, a traitor to his own kind who had handed away wizarding rights without thought or consultation. It quoted anonymous sources, close to the regent, who claimed he was in over his head, and being led by radical elements. It even suggested, in carefully worded paragraphs that stopped just short of outright accusation, that the goblins might have used dark magic to influence his decision. This is lies, he whispered. All of it. Winky was crying. The regent sir did nothing wrong. The regent sir tried to help. Wizards are cruel, so cruel. Tonks burst in moments later, her hair a violent red. You've seen it. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. Amelia's already working on damage control. The prophet's been in Malfoy's pocket for years, this has his stench all over it. She paced the room, her boots leaving no marks on the thick carpet. We need to respond, quickly, before the narrative sets. How? Harry's voice came out small. He felt like he was back in the cupboard, listening to the Dursleys tell the neighbors what a freak he was, knowing that nothing he said would make a difference. You give a statement. You tell your side. You. Tonks stopped, looking at him. Really looking. Hey, kid, you okay? Harry shook his head. They're saying I'm a traitor. That I'm being controlled. That I'm. He couldn't finish. Tonks crossed the room in 3 strides and knelt in front of him. Her pink hair, it had shifted back without him noticing, falling across her face. Listen to me. I know what it's like to have people lie about you. My whole family's been lied about for generations. The Blacks are all mad, they say. The Tonkses are blood traitors. They'll say anything to make you doubt yourself. She gripped his shoulders firmly. But here's the truth. You made a decision. You thought about it. You talked to people you trust. You did what you thought was right. That's more than most wizards ever do. And if they're attacking you for it, it's because they're scared. Scared of change. Scared of losing power. Scared of you. Harry looked into her eyes, kind eyes, fierce eyes, eyes that had seen their own share of lies, and felt something steady in his chest. What do? You tell the truth. You stand by your decision. And you let them see that you're not afraid. Tonks smiled grimly. Fear is contagious, kid. But so is courage. The press conference was held in the atrium, in front of the golden fountain that Harry had come to hate. The statue of the wizard towering over the cringing creatures seemed to mock him, This was what they believed in, this hierarchy of beings. And he had just challenged it. Hundreds of witches and witches crowded the space, quills scribbling on floating parchment, cameras flashing with bursts of purple smoke. Harry stood behind a simple podium, Tonks and Madame Bones flanking him, and faced the storm. The questions started before he could speak. Regent Potter, is it true you signed the decree without consulting the Wizengamot? Did the goblins offer you money? Favors? Something else? Are you aware that this decree violates centuries of established law? Harry held up his hand, and slowly, the noise subsided. He'd practiced what he wanted to say with Tonks that morning, but now, facing the crowd, the words came from somewhere deeper. My name is Harry Potter. I'm 10 years old. 3 weeks ago, I was living in a cupboard under my aunt and uncle's stairs. Silence. Complete, absolute silence. I didn't know I was a wizard. I didn't know my parents were heroes. I didn't know anything about this world, not the ministry, not the goblins, not the house elves, not any of it. I just knew that I was different, and that being different meant being punished. He paused, letting the words sink in. Then the clarion came. It told me about a debt, an ancient debt this ministry owed to my family. It told me I could claim the regency. And I did. Not because I wanted power. Not because I wanted to rule. But because I wanted answers. I wanted to know why I'd been left there. I wanted to know who knew and did nothing. His voice was steady now, strong. The circlet pulsed warmly on his brow. Since then, I've been learning. I've met wizards and witches who want to help me. I've met others who want to use me. And I've met beings who aren't wizards at all. House elves who serve this ministry, goblins who run its bank, creatures who've been treated as less for centuries. He looked directly at the cameras, at the scribbling quills, at the faces in the crowd. The goblins came to me. They asked for recognition, not as servants, not as subjects, but as a sovereign people. They asked to be treated as equals. And I listened. I thought about it. I talked to my advisors. And I decided that they were right. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Harry pressed on. The decree I signed doesn't give the goblins anything they didn't already have. They already ran Gringotts. They already had their own laws, their own culture, their own sovereignty. All the decree does is recognize what's always been true. It says that the ministry will deal with them as equals, not as inferiors. He leaned forward, gripping the podium. I know some of you are angry. I know some of you think I've betrayed wizarding interests. But I want you to ask yourselves, what interests? The interest in keeping others down. The interest in maintaining a hierarchy where wizards are always on top. Because that's not an interest I share. That's not what my parents died for. That's not what I'm going to fight for. He stepped back from the podium, signaling that he was done. For a moment, there was silence. Then the questions erupted, louder than before. Regent, what about the pure-blood families who oppose this? Will you be meeting with other non-human groups? Werewolves? Vampires? Is it true Dumbledore tried to stop you? Harry didn't answer. He turned and walked away, Tonks and Madame Bones forming a protective barrier around him. The cameras flashed, the quills scribbled, and the crowd surged, but he kept walking, kept moving, kept his head high. In the lift, heading back to his quarters, Tonks let out a long breath. That was either brilliant or suicidal. I haven't decided which. Madame Bones's expression was unreadable. It was necessary. The narrative needed to be challenged. Whether it worked, she shook her head. We'll know by tomorrow's prophet. Harry leaned against the lift wall, suddenly exhausted. The words had come from somewhere deep, but now they were gone, and all that was left was the hollow feeling in his chest. I meant what I said, he whispered. Every word. I know, kid. Tonks squeezed his shoulder. That's what makes it dangerous. The next morning, the prophet's headline was different. Potter speaks. I will not betray my principles. In an emotional address, young regent defends goblin decree. The article was more balanced than Harry had expected. It quoted large portions of his speech, included reactions from both supporters and opponents, and even featured an editorial that cautiously praised his refreshing honesty, while questioning his political naivety. But it was the letters page that caught his attention. Dozens of letters, printed in small type, from ordinary witches and wizards across the country. Some were hostile, the boy should be removed from power before he destroys us all, but many were different. My grandfather was a goblin, one read. He worked in Gringotts for 50 years and never once was allowed to vote or speak in the Wizengamot. Thank you for seeing us. I'm a half-blood who grew up hearing that my Muggle mother was less than my pure-blood father, another said. You made me feel like maybe things can change. My daughter is best friends with a goblin child, a third wrote. They play together, learn together, dream together. Your decree gives me hope that they might grow up in a world that accepts them both. Harry read them all, tears streaming down his face. Winky sat beside him, reading over his shoulder, crying just as hard. They see, Harry whispered. They understand. The Regent Sir spoke truth, Winky said softly. Truth reaches those who want to hear. A knock at the door interrupted them. Madame Bones entered, and for the first time since Harry had met her, she was smiling. Actually smiling. King Ragnarok requests another audience. He says he has something to show you. The Goblin King was waiting in Harry's sitting room, but he wasn't alone. Behind him stood a delegation of goblins, elders by the look of them, their faces wrinkled with age, their eyes bright with intelligence. And behind them, stacked in gleaming piles, was gold. Not just gold, treasure. Galleons by the thousands, rubies the size of chicken eggs, diamonds that caught the light and scattered it into rainbows. Swords with hilts of silver and blades that seemed to glow. Crowns and scepters and jewelry beyond imagining. Harry stared, his mouth open. King Ragnarok grinned, a terrifying expression on a goblin face. Regent Potter, allow me to present the Goblin Nation's first official gift to its new ally. Harry found his voice. This is too much. I can't accept. You can and you will. Ragnarok's voice brooked no argument. This is not payment. This is not bribery. This is investment. The Goblin Nation believes in you, Harry Potter. We believe that you will change the wizarding world for the better. And we want to help. He gestured to the piles of treasure. This gold will fund your initiatives, elf reform, creature rights, education for the disadvantaged. It will pay for advisors who share your vision. It will ensure that you never have to compromise your principles for lack of resources. Madame Bones, who had followed Harry in, was pale. Ragnarok, this is unprecedented. The Ministry will see it as. The Ministry can see it however it likes. Ragnarok's eyes glittered. The Ministry has spent centuries stealing from goblins, taxing us unfairly, denying us our rights. Now, for the first time, a wizard has treated us as equals. We are simply returning the favor. Harry looked at the treasure, then at the goblins, then at his advisors. Tonks was grinning. Madame Bones looked conflicted. Dumbledore, who had arrived silently at some point, was stroking his beard thoughtfully. What do I do? Harry asked. Dumbledore spoke first. You accept, Harry. Graciously and gratefully. To refuse would be an insult, not just to the goblins, but to the relationship you've begun to build. Madame Bones nodded slowly. He's right. But you must also be transparent. Announce the gift publicly. Explain what it will be used for. Let the Ministry see that you have nothing to hide. Harry turned back to Ragnarok. I accept. Thank you. I'll use it well, I promise. The Goblin King inclined his head. We know. That is why we gave it. The announcement of the Goblin gift caused another storm, but this time, the wind was different. The prophet's headline read, Goblins shower gold on young Regent, we believe in him. And this time, the letters were overwhelmingly positive. Finally, a wizard who treats others with respect. If the goblins trust him, maybe we should too. My son wants to be like Harry Potter when he grows up. For the first time, I don't mind. Harry sat in his room that night, surrounded by more wealth than he could comprehend, and felt something he'd never felt before. Hope. Not the desperate hope of the cupboard, the hope that today might be less terrible than yesterday. Real hope. The kind that built things. The kind that changed worlds. Winky appeared beside him, clutching a small package wrapped in cloth. The Regent Sir has received many gifts today. But this one is special. She held it out with trembling hands. From the kitchen elves. They made it themselves. Harry unwrapped the package carefully. Inside was a small pillow, embroidered with intricate patterns that seemed to move in the firelight. In the center, stitched in silver thread, was a crown, just like the circlet on his brow. They worked all day, Winky whispered. Every elf in the kitchens. They wanted the Regent Sir to know that they see him. That they thank him. That they love him. Harry held the pillow to his chest, feeling the warmth of 100 small hands in every stitch. Tell them thank you, he said, his voice rough. Tell them I'll keep trying. I'll keep learning. I'll keep fighting. Winky nodded, tears streaming down her face. Winky will tell them. Winky will tell them everything. That night, Harry slept with the pillow beside him, and for the first time since leaving the cupboard, he didn't dream of darkness. He dreamed of light. The weeks that followed were a blur of activity. Harry met with goblin delegations, hammering out the details of the sovereignty agreement. He visited the kitchens regularly, reading to the elves from their own history book, listening to their stories, learning their names. He held press conferences, gave speeches, answered letters. He studied magical law with Madame Bones, political strategy with Tonks, and history with Dumbledore. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, the tide began to turn. The Prophet's editorials grew more balanced. The Wizengamot's opposition grew quieter. Letters of support poured in from across the country, from Muggle-borns who saw in him a champion, from half-bloods who felt represented, from pure-bloods who were tired of the old ways. But not everyone was happy. One evening, a letter arrived that made Tonks's hair go white. It was short, crude, written in letters cut from newspaper headlines. Your parents died for nothing. You'll join them soon. Harry stared at the words, his heart hammering. He'd received threats before, dozens of them, all handled by Madame Bones's department. But this one was different. This one felt personal. This one felt like a promise. Tonks was already reaching for her wand. I'm doubling your security. Amelia will want to see this. We'll trace it, find out who. No. Harry's voice was quiet but firm. We do what we always do. We ignore it. We carry on. We prove they don't matter. Tonks stared at him. Harry, this is different. It's exactly the same. He looked up at her, and his eyes were old, older than 10 years had any right to be. The Dursleys threatened me every day for 10 years. Sometimes with words, sometimes with fists. I learned that the only way to win is to not let them see you're afraid. Tonks was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Okay, kid, your call. But I'm sleeping on your couch tonight. Harry almost smiled. You don't have to. I know I don't have to. I want to. Her hair slowly returned to pink. Someone's got to protect you from your own stubbornness. That night, lying in bed with Winky curled in her chair and Tonks snoring softly on the couch, Harry thought about the threat. He was afraid. Of course he was afraid. He was 10 years old, alone in a world that wanted to use him or destroy him, and someone had just promised to kill him. But underneath the fear, there was something else. Something harder. Something that had been forged in the darkness of the cupboard and tempered in the fires of the ministry. Resolve. They could threaten him. They could try to kill him. They could scream and rage and plot in the shadows. But they couldn't make him stop. They couldn't make him go back to being the boy who accepted whatever cruelty the world threw at him. He was Harry Potter. He was the regent. And he would not be afraid. The circlet pulsed warmly, and somewhere in the depths of the ministry, in the shadows where plots were woven, a figure smiled. The game was just beginning. 3 days passed after the threat arrived. 3 days of meetings and lessons and public appearances. 3 days of pretending that everything was normal, that the words cut from newspaper headlines hadn't carved themselves into Harry's memory. He was good at pretending. The cupboard had taught him that. But at night, alone in his room with only Winky's soft breathing for company, the pretense fell away. He lay awake, staring at the canopy, and wondered who hated him enough to send those words. Who wanted him dead. The circlet pulsed gently, as if reassuring him. He wasn't alone. He had never been alone, not really. The magic of his mother's sacrifice had protected him for 10 years, and now the ancient power of the Regency watched over him too. But protection wasn't the same as safety, and safety wasn't the same as peace. On the 4th morning, answers came. Tonks burst into his room before dawn, her hair a violent shade of red that meant trouble. Get up. Get dressed. Amelia's found something. Harry was moving before she finished speaking, years of Dursley training making him quick to respond to urgency. Within minutes, he was following Tonks through corridors that grew darker and more neglected the deeper they went. Where are we going? Level 10. The Department of Mysteries. Tonks's voice was tight. Someone's been using unauthorized magic in the ministry. Old magic. The kind that leaves traces if you know where to look. The Department of Mysteries was unlike anything Harry had seen. The corridors were circular, curving gently in ways that made his inner ear protest. The doors were plain black, unmarked, impossible to tell apart. And the silence was absolute, pressing against his eardrums like physical weight. Madame Bones waited outside one of the doors, her expression grimmer than Harry had ever seen it. Behind her, 2 Aurors stood guard, their wands drawn. "Regent," she nodded curtly. "We've found the source of the threat. Or rather, we've found where it came from." She pushed open the door, and Harry stepped inside. The room was circular, its walls lined with shelves holding dusty glass spheres. Each sphere glowed with a faint inner light, and labels in spidery handwriting identified them. The air was cold, heavy with magic. In the center of the room, floating above a pedestal, was a sphere that glowed brighter than the others. Much brighter. And beneath it, written on a small card, was a name that made Harry's blood run cold. Harry James Potter, the Dark Lord's equal, born the 31st of July 1980. That's. Harry couldn't finish. "A prophecy," Madame Bones said quietly. "A recorded prophecy, stored here in the Hall of Prophecy. Someone accessed it 3 nights ago. Someone who shouldn't have been able to. The night I got the threat," Harry whispered. "Yes." Madame Bones's eye gleamed behind her monocle. "The timing is too precise to be coincidence. Whoever threatened you wanted to know what the prophecy says. Wanted to know why you know who targeted your family." Harry stared at the glowing sphere, at his name floating in the dim light. His whole life, his parents' death, his survival, his rise to regency, reduced to words spoken by someone he'd never met, recorded in a sphere he'd never known existed. "What does it say?" His voice was hoarse. "We don't know." Madame Bones's jaw tightened. "Only those named in a prophecy can remove it from its shelf without going mad. Anyone else who tries, well, the department keeps a special ward for the survivors." Harry reached out, his hand trembling. The circlet blazed on his brow, hot as fire, but he didn't stop. His fingers closed around the cool glass. The world dissolved. He was standing in a pub. A dingy pub, with sawdust on the floor and mismatched chairs and a fire that crackled in a hearth too small for its job. The air smelled of stale beer and old secrets. A man sat at a table in the corner, his face hidden in shadow. Across from him, a woman with wild eyes and unkempt gray hair leaned forward, her voice a rasping whisper. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." The man in shadow leaned forward, and light fell across his face. "Albus Dumbledore. Are you certain, Sybil?" The woman, Sybil Trelawney, stared through him, her eyes unseeing. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." The vision shattered. Harry stumbled, dropping the sphere. Tonks caught him before he fell, her face white with concern. Harry, what happened?" He couldn't speak. The words echoed in his head, over and over. "Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." He was marked. He had always been marked. From the moment the prophecy was spoken, his fate had been sealed. Voldemort had to die by his hand. Or he had to die by Voldemort's. There was no other way. They took him back to his quarters. Madame Bones summoned a healer, who pronounced him physically fine but mentally shocked, as if that needed a professional diagnosis. Tonks sat beside him, her hair a worried gray, while Winky brought tea that went cold and untouched. Dumbledore arrived within the hour. His face was pale, his eyes troubled. He knew. Of course he knew. He'd been there. "You heard it," Harry said. It wasn't a question. Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I was there the night it was spoken. I heard every word. And you didn't tell me. You were 10 years old, Harry. What would you have done with that knowledge? What could you have done?" Harry's hands clenched into fists. "I could have known. I could have understood why my parents died. I could have." His voice broke. Dumbledore moved to sit across from him, his blue eyes filled with something that looked like pain. "The prophecy does not say you must kill or be killed. It says you have power the Dark Lord knows not. It says you are his equal. It does not dictate fate, it describes possibility. Then why didn't you tell me?" Harry's voice was raw. "Why did I have to find out like this? Because I hoped, foolishly, perhaps, that it would never come to pass. I hoped that Voldemort was gone for good, that the prophecy would die with him, that you could grow up without that weight." Dumbledore's voice dropped. "I was wrong. I have been wrong about many things where you are concerned. Harry thought about the cupboard. About 10 years of loneliness and hunger and fear. About a man who had watched from a distance and done nothing. You left me with the Dursleys, he said quietly. You knew about the prophecy. You knew what I might have to face. And you left me with people who hated me. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Yes. Why? Because the blood protection was real. Because your mother's sacrifice created magic that would keep you safe as long as you called her sister's house home. Because I believed, I truly believed, that physical discomfort was preferable to death at the hands of Voldemort's followers. He opened his eyes, and for the first time, Harry saw tears in them. I did not know the full extent of their cruelty. I monitored from a distance, but distance deceives. I saw a boy who was not happy, but I did not see a boy who was suffering. I failed you, Harry. In more ways than I can count. The silence stretched between them, heavy with years of pain. Why are you telling me this now? Harry asked. Because you deserve the truth. Because the lies we tell to protect often wound more deeply than the truth ever could. Dumbledore leaned forward. And because you are no longer a child who needs protection. You are the regent. You have faced the Wizengamot, the goblins, the press. You have earned the right to know. Harry looked at the circlet, warm on his brow. He thought about the prophecy, about the words that would shape his life whether he wanted them to or not. What do I do now? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You live, you learn, you grow, you prepare. And when the time comes, if it comes, you face what you must face, knowing that you are not alone. I'm not going to hide. Harry's voice was firm. I'm not going to let this prophecy control me. If Voldemort comes back, I'll fight him. But I'm not going to spend my life waiting for a battle that might never happen. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly, then softened. Your mother said something similar once. When I warned her about the dangers she would face, she told me that hiding was not living. He smiled faintly. You have her courage, Harry. And her stubbornness. Harry almost smiled back. Almost. There's something else, he said. Who accessed the prophecy? Who sent the threat? Dumbledore's expression darkened. That is what we must discover. The magic that protects the Hall of Prophecy is ancient and powerful. Whoever breached it had help, inside help. Someone in the ministry. Harry thought about Malfoy's cold smile, about the hisses in the crowd, about the letters that arrived daily promising death and destruction. Someone wanted him afraid. Someone wanted him to know about the prophecy. Someone was playing a game, and Harry was the prize. Find them, he said quietly. Use whatever resources you need. I want to know who's behind this. Dumbledore nodded. It will be done. The investigation took 2 weeks. 2 weeks of meetings and interviews and dead ends. 2 weeks of Harry going about his duties while shadows moved in the corners of his vision. 2 weeks of Winky sleeping in his room every night, of Tonks never leaving his side, of Madame Bones's Aurors watching every corridor. And then, finally, answers. The suspect was someone Harry had never met. A junior assistant in the Department of Mysteries, a man named Augustus Rookwood. He'd been questioned early in the investigation and released for lack of evidence. But a deeper search of his magical signature had revealed traces of unauthorized access, small enough to miss, damning enough to prove. When the Aurors went to arrest him, he was gone. His quarters empty, his desk cleared, his traces vanished as if he'd never existed. But he'd left one thing behind. A letter, addressed to Harry, delivered by an owl that appeared in his sitting room at dawn. Regent Potter, you're cleverer than we expected. I'll grant you that. But cleverness won't save you. The Dark Lord is coming back, sooner than you think. And when he does, he'll want to finish what he started. The prophecy is real. You know that now. You know that one of you must die. We're simply helping fate along. Enjoy your regency while you can. It won't last forever. Yours in darkness. A friend of the fallen. Harry read the letter 3 times, his face expressionless. Then he handed it to Madame Bones. He's a Death Eater, he said. Was. Is. Whatever. Madame Bones nodded grimly. Rookwood worked in the Department of Mysteries for years. He would have known exactly how to access the prophecy, exactly how to cover his tracks. We should have suspected him sooner. He's gone now. Yes. But he left a message. Madame Bones's eye gleamed. And messages tell us things. He's not working alone. Sooner than you think, they have a timeline. Helping fate along, they're actively working to bring Voldemort back. Harry's heart was pounding, but his voice stayed steady. What do? We prepare. We investigate. We find out who else is involved. Madam Bones rose. And we increase your security. If they're willing to send letters like this, they're willing to act. That night, Harry lay awake, staring at the canopy, and thought about Rookwood's words. The Dark Lord is coming back. Everyone had said Voldemort was gone, defeated, less than a ghost. But Rookwood spoke as if his return was certain. As if it was only a matter of time. The circlet pulsed warmly, and Harry touched it, drawing comfort from its presence. He thought about his parents, dying to protect him. He thought about the prophecy, binding him to a monster. He thought about the people who wanted him dead, who were plotting in shadows, who believed that Voldemort's return was inevitable. And he made a decision. He wasn't going to wait. He wasn't going to hide. He was going to find out everything he could about Voldemort, about the Death Eaters, about the plot to bring him back. He was going to learn, prepare, build alliances. He was going to make himself into someone who could fight, really fight, when the time came. The cupboard had taught him to survive. The Regency had given him power. Now he needed to learn how to use it. He sat up, reaching for the book Winky had given him, the Elf History. But his hand stopped halfway. There was another book he needed first. A book about the Dark Lord. About the war. About everything the Ministry had tried to forget. Tomorrow, he would ask Dumbledore. Tomorrow, the real work would begin. Dumbledore's office was everything Harry had imagined and nothing like he'd expected. The circular room was crowded with strange silver instruments that whirred and puffed and emitted occasional pings. Portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses lined the walls, their painted eyes following him with keen interest. And behind a magnificent oak desk, surrounded by shelves of books that looked older than the Ministry itself, sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry. He smiled warmly. I thought you might come. Harry settled into the chair across from him, the circlet warm on his brow. I need to know about Voldemort. About the war. About everything. Dumbledore's smile faded. That is a dark path, Harry. Are you certain you wish to walk it? I'm certain. Harry's voice was firm. If he's coming back, I need to understand him. I need to know what we're facing. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Very well. But knowledge has a price, Harry. Once you know these things, you cannot unknow them. They will change you. Everything's already changed me. Harry met his eyes directly. The cupboard changed me. The Regency changed me. The prophecy changed me. What's one more change? Dumbledore almost smiled. Spoken like a true Gryffindor. He rose and moved to a bookshelf, running his fingers along the spines until he found what he was looking for. He pulled down a heavy volume bound in dark leather, its cover stamped with a symbol Harry didn't recognize. This is a history of the war, Dumbledore said, placing it on the desk between them. It contains accounts of Voldemort's rise, his reign of terror, his eventual defeat. It is not comfortable reading. I don't expect comfort. No, I don't suppose you do. Dumbledore sat back down, his blue eyes serious. Before you begin, Harry, I want to tell you something about Tom Riddle. Something that may help you understand him. Harry leaned forward. Tom was a student at Hogwarts, just like any other. He was handsome, charming, brilliant, teachers adored him, students followed him. But beneath that surface, there was something missing. Something essential. Dumbledore's voice was quiet, thoughtful. He could not love. He could not trust. He could not understand why anyone would sacrifice for another. He saw people as tools, as obstacles, as means to an end. How did he become that? Harry asked. Voldemort. He delved into dark magic. He created Horcruxes, objects in which he hid pieces of his soul, so that even if his body was destroyed, he could not die. Each Horcrux cost a murder, and each murder cost him more of his humanity. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. By the time he attacked your family, he was less human than monster. And yet, he was still Tom Riddle underneath, still brilliant, still charming, still capable of inspiring loyalty in those who followed him. Harry thought about that. About a man who had chosen to tear his soul apart rather than face death. About a creature who could not love, could not trust, could not understand the simplest human connections. He's broken, Harry said slowly. Not just evil, broken. Like something that's been smashed and put back together wrong. Dumbledore's eyes widened. That is, a remarkably perceptive observation, Harry. Yes. Tom Riddle broke himself, piece by piece, murder by murder. And what remains is a shadow of what he might have been. Does that matter? Does it change anything? It changes how we fight him. Dumbledore leaned forward. You cannot reason with him, because reason requires common ground. You cannot appeal to his humanity, because he has none left. But you can understand him, his fears, his desires, his weaknesses. And understanding, as you are learning, is the first step toward victory. Harry looked at the book on the desk, at the dark cover and the heavier darkness within. He thought about the prophecy, about the words that bound him to this broken monster. I want to read it, he said. All of it. I want to know everything. Dumbledore pushed the book toward him. Then begin. And when you have questions, and you will have questions, I will answer them as honestly as I can. Harry took the book, feeling its weight in his hands. It was heavier than the elf history, heavier than any book he'd ever held. Heavier, perhaps, than the circlet on his brow. Thank you, he said quietly. Dumbledore inclined his head. You are welcome, Harry. But remember, knowledge is a tool, not a weapon. What matters is how you use it. Harry nodded and rose to leave. At the door, he paused. Professor, what was my mother like? Dumbledore's expression softened. Lily Evans was the bravest person I ever knew. Not brave in the way of warriors, though she could fight when she needed to. Brave in the way of those who love without reservation, who give without counting cost. She saw the good in everyone, even those who had none. And when the moment came, she gave everything for you. That is the kind of bravery that changes the world. Harry's eyes burned, but he didn't cry. He held the book tighter. Thank you, he whispered, and left before the tears could fall. That night, by the light of enchanted candles, Harry began to read. The first chapters were history, the rise of Grindelwald, the years of peace, the emergence of a new darkness. Tom Riddle's childhood in an orphanage, his time at Hogwarts, his gradual transformation into Lord Voldemort. The first murders, the first Horcruxes, the slow corruption of a soul. Harry read until his eyes burned, until the words blurred on the page. Winky brought him tea and sandwiches that went uneaten. Tonks checked on him twice, her hair shifting through worried colors. The circlet pulsed steadily, helping him absorb, understand, remember. By dawn, he had reached the chapter on the First War. On the Death Eaters and their atrocities. On the Longbottoms and the Potters. On the prophecy that had sealed his family's fate. He closed the book as sunlight filtered through the enchanted windows, his mind reeling with everything he'd learned. Voldemort wasn't just a monster, he was a product of choices, of darkness embraced, of humanity slowly discarded. He was terrifying not because he was inhuman, but because he had once been human and had chosen to become otherwise. Harry thought about the cupboard, about the years of pain and loneliness. He thought about the temptation to become hard, cold, closed off. To stop feeling, because feeling hurt too much. He understood the temptation now. Understood how easy it would be to follow that path. But he also understood, with a clarity that felt like light, that choosing that path would make him like Voldemort. Would make him the very thing he was supposed to fight. The circlet pulsed warmly, and Harry touched it gently. I won't become you, he whispered to the absent monster. I won't let the darkness win. No matter what. Somewhere in the shadows, as if in response, something stirred. The game was far from over. The book took Harry 3 nights to finish. 3 nights of reading until his eyes burned, of falling asleep with visions of dark magic dancing behind his eyelids, of waking to Winky's worried face and cold cups of tea. By the end, he knew more about Tom Riddle than he knew about most living people, his childhood, his ambitions, his crimes, his obsessions. He also knew something else. Something that made the circlet burn cold against his brow. Voldemort had created Horcruxes. Multiple Horcruxes. Objects containing pieces of his soul, hidden across the world, anchoring him to life even after his body was destroyed. As long as even one remained, he could not truly die. Dumbledore had confirmed it when Harry asked, his face grave. I believe he made 6. Perhaps 7. The magic is unstable. The more pieces he tore from his soul, the less human he became. Then killing his body wasn't enough, Harry said slowly. That night, when he attacked me, he didn't die. He just lost his body. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. And as long as his Horcruxes remain, he can eventually return. That is what Rookwood meant when he spoke of helping fate along. They are working to restore him. Harry sat with that knowledge, letting it settle into his bones. The monster who killed his parents wasn't gone. He was waiting, hiding, plotting. And people were helping him. We have to find them, Harry said. The Horcruxes. Destroy them. Before he comes back. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with something like pride. That is exactly what must be done. But it will not be easy, Harry. The Horcruxes are hidden in places of great darkness and danger. And destroying them requires magic that is rare and terrible. Then we learn. We prepare. We find a way. Harry's voice was firm. I didn't ask for this, any of it. But it's mine now. My fight. My responsibility. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You sound like your father when you say things like that. James had that same fire, that same refusal to back down. He smiled faintly. He would be proud of you, Harry. As proud as I am. Harry looked away, uncomfortable with the praise. He didn't feel proud. He felt scared and angry and determined all at once, a tangle of emotions he couldn't begin to sort. There's something else, Dumbledore said carefully. The person who accessed the prophecy, Rookwood, he didn't act alone. My investigations suggest he had help. Inside help. Someone with access to the highest levels of the ministry. Harry's heart clenched. Who? I don't know yet. But I have suspicions. Dumbledore's blue eyes were cold now, colder than Harry had ever seen them. Someone has been feeding information to the Death Eaters for years. Someone who knows our security, our protocols, our weaknesses. Someone who has been waiting for the right moment to strike. Harry thought about the faces he saw every day, the wizards and witches who smiled and bowed and whispered behind his back. Any of them could be the traitor. Any of them could be waiting to destroy him. What do? We watch. We wait. We gather evidence. Dumbledore rose, his robes flowing around him. And we trust no one completely. Not even me, Harry. Especially not me. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Harry stared at the old wizard, seeing him differently now. Not as a mentor, not as a protector, but as a man with secrets, secrets he wasn't sharing, plans he wasn't revealing. Why do you say that? Harry asked quietly. Because I have made mistakes. Terrible mistakes. And because the path ahead is dark, and I cannot guarantee that I will always choose rightly. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. Trust your instincts, Harry. Trust the circlet. And remember that the people who seem most trustworthy are often the ones with the most to hide. The days that followed were strange. Harry went through the motions of regency, meetings, decisions, public appearances, but his mind was elsewhere. He watched everyone with new eyes, searching for signs of deception. The circlet helped, warming when someone lied, but it couldn't tell him everything. It couldn't reveal the deepest secrets, the ones buried beneath layers of careful words and practiced smiles. Malfoy was the obvious suspect. He had the motive, the means, the connections. But he was too obvious, too visible. A man like Lucius Malfoy didn't get his hands dirty. He had others for that. The real traitor would be someone no one suspected. Someone with access to everything and allegiance to no one. Harry was pondering this when Tonks burst into his sitting room, her hair a frantic shade of orange. You need to see this. She held out a copy of the Prophet, still wet from the presses. The headline made Harry's blood run cold. Death Eaters return, ministry in crisis. Multiple attacks across country signal Dark Lord's imminent return. Harry scanned the article quickly. 3 attacks in one night, a Muggle village in Yorkshire, a wizarding family in Wales, a ministry outpost in Scotland. All carried out by figures in dark robes, all bearing the mark of the Death Eaters. The dark mark, he whispered. They're using it again. Tonks nodded grimly. Amelia's oars are stretched thin. People are panicking. Fudge is calling for emergency sessions. And everyone's looking to you. To me. Harry looked up, startled. Why? Because you're the regent. Because you're the boy who lived. Because people need someone to believe in, and right now, you're all they've got. Harry stared at her, the weight of her words settling on his shoulders. He was 10 years old. He'd been regent for barely a month. And now he was supposed to be a symbol of hope in a time of terror. I don't know how to do this, he admitted. None of us do. Tonks knelt in front of him, her eyes fierce. But you've got something most people don't, kid. You've been through hell and come out fighting. You know what it's like to be afraid and keep going. That's what people need right now. someone who understands fear but doesn't let it stop them. Harry thought about the cupboard, about the darkness and the hunger and the loneliness. He thought about the Dursleys, about every blow and every cruel word. He thought about standing in the Wizengamot, facing down Fudge and Malfoy and all the others. He'd been afraid then too. But he'd done it anyway. "Call a press conference," he said quietly. "For this afternoon. I need to say something." The atrium was packed. More people than Harry had ever seen, crowded together, their faces a mix of fear and hope and desperate expectation. Cameras flashed, quills scribbled, and through it all, Harry walked to the podium with Tonks at his side and the circlet burning on his brow. He didn't have a speech prepared. He didn't have notes. He just had words, rising from somewhere deep inside. "I know you're scared." The crowd fell silent. Harry gripped the podium, feeling its solidity, its reality. "I know because I'm scared too. I'm 10 years old. 3 weeks ago, I was living in a cupboard. Now I'm supposed to lead a ministry through a crisis. I don't know all the answers. I don't know what's going to happen next." He paused, letting the silence stretch. "But I know this, we've faced darkness before. My parents faced it. They died fighting it, and they didn't die so that we could hide in fear when it returned." His voice grew stronger. "The Death Eaters want us to be afraid. They want us to turn on each other, to doubt our leaders, to lose hope. That's how they win. Not through power, through fear." He looked out at the crowd, meeting eyes wherever he could. "I'm not going to give them that. I'm going to keep working, keep learning, keep fighting. I'm going to trust my advisors and my allies and everyone who wants to build a better world. And I'm going to ask you to do the same." He stepped back from the podium, signaling that he was done. For a moment, there was silence. Then someone started clapping. Then someone else. Then the whole atrium erupted in applause, a wave of sound that washed over Harry and left him trembling. Tonks grabbed his arm, grinning. "You did it, kid. You actually did it." Harry didn't answer. He was looking at the crowd, at the faces turned toward him with something like hope, and he felt the weight of their expectations pressing down. He'd asked them to trust him. Now he had to earn it. The days that followed were the hardest of Harry's life. The attacks continued, small at first, then larger. Death Eaters striking from shadows, leaving terror in their wake. The ministry scrambled to respond, but the enemy was always one step ahead, always gone before Aurors could arrive. Harry threw himself into the work. He met with Aurors, studied attack patterns, reviewed intelligence. He sat through endless briefings, his head spinning with information, the circlet warming whenever someone tried to mislead him. He barely slept, barely ate, barely stopped moving. Winky fretted constantly, bringing food he forgot to eat, tea that went cold, blankets he never used. Tonks stayed by his side, her hair cycling through worried colors, her wand always ready. Madame Bones worked alongside him, her stern face growing grimmer with each new attack. And through it all, the letters kept coming. Some supportive, some threatening, some desperate pleas for help from people who had nowhere else to turn. Harry read them all, answered what he could, carried the rest in his heart. One evening, a letter arrived that was different. It was written on expensive parchment, sealed with wax stamped with a crest Harry didn't recognize. Inside, in elegant handwriting, was a message that made his breath catch. "Regent Potter, I know who the traitor is. I cannot write it here, too dangerous. But I can tell you in person. Meet me tomorrow at midnight, in the alley behind Borgin and Burke's. Come alone. Tell no one. Your life depends on it. A friend." Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding. A trap, it had to be a trap. Anyone with sense would see that. But what if it wasn't? What if someone really knew the traitor's identity and was willing to share? He thought about telling Tonks, telling Madame Bones, telling Dumbledore. They would forbid him to go. They would send Aurors, investigate, handle it the proper way. And maybe the chance would slip away, the informant too scared to come forward with witnesses watching. The circlet pulsed warmly, offering no answers. Harry made his decision. Midnight in Nocturne Alley was darker than anything Harry had imagined. The street was narrow, twisted, lined with shops that seemed to lean toward each other as if sharing secrets. Light flickered from grimy windows, illuminating displays of objects that made Harry's skin crawl. Shrunken heads, glowing orbs, things that moved when they should have been still. He pulled his cloak tighter, grateful for the disillusionment charm Tonks had taught him. He wasn't invisible, but he was hard to notice, hard to track. It was the best he could do. Borgin and Burkes loomed ahead, its window packed with dark artifacts. Harry pressed himself into a shadowed doorway across the street and waited. Minutes crawled past. The alley was silent except for the distant scuttling of things Harry didn't want to identify. The circlet was warm, almost hot, warning of danger he couldn't see. Then a figure appeared. Small, hunched, moving with the careful caution of someone who expected attack at any moment. It paused outside Borgin and Burkes, looking around, and in a shaft of light from the shop window, Harry saw its face. An old woman. Gray hair, wrinkled skin, eyes that darted nervously. She wore shabby robes and clutched a worn handbag like a shield. Harry waited, watching. She seemed alone, seemed genuine. But the circlet was still warm, still warning. He made a decision. He dropped the disillusionment charm and stepped out of the shadows. The woman gasped, stumbling back. Then her eyes focused on him, on the circlet glowing on his brow, and she let out a shaky breath. "You came. I wasn't sure you would. You said my life depended on it." Harry stayed where he was, not approaching. "Who are you?" "Name's Arabella Fig." The woman glanced around nervously. "But that's not important. What's important is what I know." "Who I know?" Harry's heart stuttered. "Mrs. Fig, his neighbor from Privet Drive. The old woman with all the cats, who always gave him cake and let him watch her television when the Dursleys locked him out. He'd known her his whole life, never suspected." "You're a witch," he breathed. "Squib, actually. No magic of my own, but I see it, know it." She moved closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Dumbledore asked me to watch you. All those years, I was watching. Reporting back. Making sure you were alive." Harry's world tilted. Dumbledore had someone watching. All those years, someone had been there, seen what happened, and done nothing. "You saw," he said, his voice cold. "You saw what they did to me, and you did nothing." Mrs. Fig's face crumpled. "I wanted to. Every day, I wanted to. But Dumbledore said." "I don't care what Dumbledore said." Harry's hands clenched into fists. "You saw. You were there. And you let it happen." "I know." Tears streamed down her wrinkled cheeks. "I know, and I'll carry that to my grave. But I'm trying to make it right, Harry. That's why I'm here. That's why I risked everything to contact you." Harry forced himself to breathe, to think. Anger wouldn't help. Anger was what the Dursleys wanted, what the Death Eaters wanted. He had to stay calm. "What do you know?" he asked. Mrs. Fig glanced around again, then leaned close. "There's a traitor in the Ministry. Someone high up, someone everyone trusts. They've been feeding information to the Death Eaters for years. They knew about the prophecy, about the attacks, about everything." "Who?" "I don't have a name. But I have something better." She reached into her handbag and pulled out a small, worn notebook. "This belonged to my cousin. He worked in the Department of Mysteries before he died. He suspected something, someone, and he started keeping records. Meetings, communications, patterns. It's all in here." Harry took the notebook, feeling its weight. It was old, the pages yellowed, the handwriting cramped and difficult. "Why didn't you give this to Dumbledore?" he asked. "Because I don't trust him." Mrs. Fig's voice was bitter. "He left you with those monsters. He told me to watch but not interfere. He's got his own plans, his own priorities, and I'm not sure you're at the top of the list." Harry stared at her, seeing the pain in her eyes, the guilt, the desperate hope that this might somehow make amends. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For this. For coming." Mrs. Fig nodded, wiping her eyes. "Be careful, Harry. They're everywhere. They're watching. And they're closer than you think." She turned and hurried away, disappearing into the darkness of Nocturne Alley. Harry stood alone in the shadows, clutching the notebook, the circlet burning on his brow. Someone moved behind him. He spun, his hand reaching for the wand Tonks had given him, but he was too slow. A figure loomed out of the darkness, tall and cloaked, a wand aimed directly at his heart. "Well, well," a voice purred. The little regent, all alone, far from his protectors. How convenient. Harry's heart hammered, but he forced his voice steady. "Who are you?" The figure laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "Someone who's been waiting a long time for this moment." The wand rose, and green light gathered at its tip. And then something exploded. Harry never saw what happened. One moment he was staring into death, The next, he was on the ground, covered in debris, his ears ringing. The figure was gone, thrown back by whatever had hit them. In the distance, he heard running footsteps, shouts, the crack of apparition. Harry. Tonks's voice, desperate and terrified. Harry. She was there, pulling him up, checking him for injuries. Her hair was white, pure white, and her hands were shaking. I told you to tell no one, she gasped. I told you. How did you find me? Winky. She woke me up, said you were in danger, said she could feel it through the bond. Tonks's voice cracked. If I'd been a second later. Harry looked at where the figure had stood. A crater marked the spot, smoking gently. Whatever Tonks had hit them with, it had been powerful. Did you see who it was? Tonks shook her head, her face grim. They got away. But they left something behind. She held up a scrap of fabric, torn from the figure's cloak in the explosion. It was fine material, expensive, embroidered with a pattern Harry recognized. The Malfoy crest. Harry stared at it, his mind racing. Malfoy. Of course it was Malfoy. It had always been Malfoy. But something didn't fit. The circlet had been warm all night, warning of danger, yes, but not specifically of deception. And Malfoy was too obvious, too easy. A man like Lucius Malfoy didn't do his own dirty work. Unless he wanted to be caught. Unless this was part of a larger game. We need to go, Tonks said urgently. Now. Before they come back. Harry nodded, letting her pull him away. But as they fled into the night, he clutched Mrs. Fig's notebook against his chest. The answers were in there. He could feel it. Back in his quarters, surrounded by the familiar comfort of his rooms, Harry opened the notebook and began to read. It was dense, detailed, meeting dates, code names, transactions. At first, it made little sense. But as he read on, patterns emerged. A series of meetings between someone in the Ministry and known Death Eaters. A flow of information that always preceded major attacks. A name, repeated over and over, never directly identified but always present. And then, on the last page, a single line written in trembling hand. I know who it is. I know, and I'm terrified. If this notebook is found, if I'm gone, look to the ones who smile the brightest. They have the most to hide. Harry closed the notebook, his hands shaking. The ones who smile the brightest. He thought about Dumbledore, with his twinkling eyes and gentle words. About Fudge, with his nervous smiles and desperate attempts to please. About Malfoy, with his cold, calculated charm. About all the others who had welcomed him, advised him, pretended to care. Any of them could be the traitor. All of them had secrets. The circlet pulsed warmly, offering no answers. Harry looked at the scrap of fabric with the Malfoy crest, then at the notebook with its damning evidence. 2 clues, pointing in different directions. 2 paths, leading to different enemies. Which one was real? Which one was a trap? He didn't know. But he was going to find out. Tomorrow, he would start asking questions. Hard questions. Questions that would make enemies of people he needed as allies. Tomorrow, the real hunt would begin. But tonight, he sat in the darkness, clutching a dead man's notebook and a scrap of a killer's cloak, and wondered if he would survive long enough to see the answers. Winky appeared beside him, her eyes filled with tears. The Regent Sir is safe, she whispered. Winky was so scared. Winky felt the danger and thought. She couldn't finish. Harry reached out and pulled her into a hug, holding the tiny elf against his chest. I'm okay, he murmured. Thanks to you. You saved my life, Winky. Winky sobbed against him, her small body shaking. Winky will always protect the Regent Sir. Always. Even if what? Winky pulled back, her eyes wide with terror. Even if the danger comes from where the Regent Sir least expects. Even if it comes from those the Regent Sir trusts. Harry stared at her. What do you know, Winky? What aren't you telling me? Winky shook her head frantically. Winky cannot say. Winky promised. Winky gave her word, and elves cannot break their word, cannot. Who did you promise? But Winky just shook her head, tears streaming, and popped away before Harry could stop her. He sat alone in the darkness, the circlet burning on his brow, and felt the walls closing in. Everyone had secrets. Everyone was hiding something. And somewhere, in the shadows, the traitor was watching, waiting, smiling. The game was entering its darkest hour. Dawn came slowly to the ministry, gray light filtering through enchanted windows that Harry had forgotten to change. He sat at his desk, the notebook open before him, the scrap of Malfoy's cloak beside it. He hadn't slept. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw a green light gathering at the tip of a wand. Winky hadn't returned. Her chair sat empty, a silent accusation. Tonks found him there, his eyes red-rimmed, his hands wrapped around a cold cup of tea. Her hair was a muted lavender, worried, but not panicked. "You look like hell, kid. Feel like it too." She pulled up a chair and sat beside him, looking at the evidence spread across the desk. "Anything new?" "Nothing good." Harry pushed the notebook toward her. "Read the last page." Tonks read quickly, her expression hardening. "The ones who smile the brightest." She looked up. "That could be anyone. I know. But you have suspicions." Harry was silent for a moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Dumbledore smiles. Fudge smiles. Malfoy smiles. Half the Wizengamot smiles at me every day. Any of them could be lying. The circlet doesn't work on everyone. Some people are so good at lying they believe it themselves. Some people hide their truths so deep the magic can't reach." Harry's voice was tired. "I've been testing it. Watching. Sometimes it warms when someone speaks, but I can't tell if they're lying about what they're saying or hiding something else entirely." Tonks nodded slowly. "It's not a truth detector. It's a suspicion enhancer. It tells you when something's wrong, but not what exactly." Harry rubbed his eyes. "And now Winky's gone, and I don't know if she's scared or hurt or worse, and I can't." His voice cracked. Tonks reached out and gripped his shoulder. "We'll find her. I've got oars looking. She can't have gone far. She made a promise to someone, and elves can't break promises." Harry looked at her, and for the first time, Tonks saw how young he really was, a child carrying weights that would crush most adults. "What if she promised not to tell me something important? What if she's protecting someone? Then we find out who, and we make them talk." Tonks's voice was hard. "But first, you need sleep. You're no good to anyone like this." "I can't sleep." "Then rest. Close your eyes. I'll stay right here." Harry wanted to argue, but the exhaustion was too deep. He leaned back in his chair, the circlet warm against his brow, and let his eyes close. For a moment, there was darkness. Then there was fire. He was standing in a graveyard. Old headstones tilted at crazy angles, their inscriptions worn away by centuries of rain. The moon was full, casting sharp shadows, and somewhere in the distance, a dog was howling. Harry knew this place. He'd never seen it, never been there, but he knew it with the certainty of prophecy. This was where he would die. He tried to move, but his feet were rooted to the ground. Tried to speak, but his voice was gone. The circlet burned on his brow, hotter than it had ever been, and in the center of the graveyard, a shape was forming. A cauldron. Huge, black, bubbling with something that steamed and hissed. And beside it, a figure, small, hunched, whimpering. Wormtail. Harry didn't know how he knew, but he knew. The man who had betrayed his parents, who had sold them to Voldemort for his own worthless skin. The cauldron boiled over. Steam rose, thick and white, and within it, a shape was coalescing. A body. Thin, terrible, more snake than man. Red eyes opened in a face that was not a face. And those eyes looked directly at Harry. "Harry Potter." The voice was high, cold, hissing like steam escaping a pipe. "We meet at last. In dreams, if not in flesh." Harry couldn't answer. Couldn't move. Could only watch as the creature stepped from the cauldron, naked and terrible, and began to walk toward him. "You've been busy, little boy. Claiming the ministry. Making alliances. Building your power." A lipless mouth curved in something that might have been a smile. "You think you can stop me. You think you can prepare. But you don't understand." Voldemort stopped inches away, close enough that Harry could see the pores in his snake-like skin, the red gleam of his eyes. "I have been preparing too. For longer than you've been alive. I have allies you cannot imagine, plans you cannot fathom, power you cannot comprehend." A long, pale finger reached out and touched the circlet. Harry felt ice flood through his veins. "This will not save you. Nothing will save you. When I return, and I will return, you will die by my hand, as the prophecy demands. Unless..." The finger traced down Harry's cheek, leaving a trail of cold. "Unless you join me." Harry's eyes widened. He felt his mouth open, felt words trying to force their way out. Refusal, defiance, anything, but nothing came. Think about it, Harry Potter. I killed your parents. I could have killed you. Instead, I marked you. Made you my equal. We are connected, you and I, in ways you cannot imagine. The red eyes burned. Join me, and you can have everything. Power beyond measure. Life beyond death. Revenge on all who wronged you. The finger traced down to Harry's chin, tilting his face up. The Dursleys, who starved you. The Ministry, who abandoned you. Dumbledore, who used you. Join me, and they will all pay. Harry felt something stirring in his chest. Darkness, answering darkness. The part of him that remembered every blow, every hungry night, every moment of loneliness and despair. The part that wanted to make them all suffer, to watch them burn, to feel their fear as he had felt his own. The circlet blazed, and Harry found his voice. No. The word was small, but it echoed in the graveyard like a bell. I won't join you. I won't become you. My parents died to stop you, and I'll die before I help you. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Brave words. But bravery without power is just suicide. Then I'll get power. Harry's voice grew stronger. I'll learn. I'll grow. I'll find your Horcruxes and destroy them, one by one. I'll find your followers and bring them to justice. I'll build alliances with everyone you've wronged, goblins, elves, creatures you've trampled. And when you come back, I'll be ready. For a long moment, Voldemort stared at him. Then, slowly, he smiled. You have your mother's courage. And your father's stubbornness. It will make your death all the sweeter. He stepped back, raising his wand. But first, a gift. A taste of what's coming. Green light filled Harry's vision. He woke screaming. Tonks was there, holding him, her voice urgent in his ear. Harry, it's okay. You're safe. It was just a dream. But it wasn't just a dream. Harry knew it with the same certainty that he knew his own name. Voldemort had reached him, had spoken to him, had offered him everything and watched him refuse. He's coming, Harry gasped. He's coming back, and he knows everything. Tonks's face went pale. What do you mean, he knows? The dream. It wasn't a dream. He was there. He talked to me. Harry's hands were shaking. He knows about the Ministry, about the alliances, about everything. Tonks stared at him for a long moment. Then she reached for her wand. I'm getting Dumbledore. And Amelia. And anyone else who needs to hear this. She paused at the door. Don't move. Don't talk to anyone. I'll be right back. She was gone before Harry could respond. He sat alone in the gray morning light, the circlet burning on his brow, and tried to slow his racing heart. The dream, the vision, whatever it was, had felt so real. The cold of Voldemort's touch still lingered on his skin. He looked at his desk, at the notebook and the scrap of cloak. Evidence of a traitor, of a conspiracy, of enemies closer than he'd imagined. And now Voldemort himself had reached out from wherever he was hiding to threaten him. The walls were closing in. Dumbledore arrived within minutes, followed closely by Madame Bones and a contingent of Aurors. They listened in silence as Harry described the dream, the graveyard, the cauldron, Voldemort's words, his offer, his threat. When he finished, the silence stretched. A vision, Dumbledore said finally. Not a dream. Voldemort has mastered the art of penetrating minds, especially those with whom he shares a connection. Connection. Harry's voice was sharp. What connection? Dumbledore hesitated, a fraction of a second, but Harry saw it. The night he attacked you, a piece of his power latched onto you. It left the scar on your forehead. But it may also have left something more. A piece of him. Harry's stomach lurched. Not a piece of his soul, that would have destroyed you. But a connection. A link. It allows him to sense you, and you to sense him, especially when emotions run high. Harry thought about the dreams he'd had over the years. Strange dreams, frightening dreams, dreams of places he'd never seen. They made sense now. Terrible, horrible sense. Can he control me? Harry asked. Make me do things. No. Dumbledore's voice was firm. The connection works both ways. He can influence you, yes, send you visions, make you feel his emotions. But he cannot control you. Your mind is your own, Harry. Never forget that. Harry nodded, but the fear didn't leave. Voldemort had been in his head. Had offered him power, revenge, everything he'd ever wanted. And a part of him, a small, dark part, had wanted to accept. What do we do? He asked. We protect your mind. Dumbledore rose. I will teach you occlumency, the art of closing your mind to outside influence. It will not be easy, but it is necessary. And the traitor. That investigation continues. Madame Bones's voice was grim. Whoever attacked you in Nocturne Alley left traces. We're following them. Malfoy. May be involved, or may be framed. We don't know yet. She met his eyes. We will find out, Harry. I promise you that. Harry wanted to believe her. He wanted to believe that somewhere in this maze of lies and secrets, there was a path to truth. But the circlet was warm on his brow, and it wasn't warming with comfort. It was warming with warning. The days that followed were a blur of occlumency lessons and investigation updates. Dumbledore proved to be a demanding teacher, pushing Harry to empty his mind, to build walls against intrusion. It was exhausting, frustrating work, and Harry made little progress. You're thinking too much, Dumbledore said after yet failed attempt. Occlumency requires calm, emptiness. Let your thoughts go. I can't. Harry's head was pounding. Every time I try, something pulls me back. The connection. Dumbledore's eyes were troubled. It fights your attempts to close it. Voldemort wants access to you, and he will not give it up easily. Harry rubbed his temples. Is there another way? None that I know. But we will keep trying. You must learn to protect yourself. The investigation, meanwhile, had hit a wall. The traces from Nocturne Alley led nowhere. Whoever had attacked Harry was skilled at covering their tracks. The scrap of Malfoy's cloak had been examined and re-examined, but it proved nothing. Malfoy himself had been questioned and released, his alibi solid, his indignation convincing. The ones who smile the brightest, Harry muttered, staring at the notebook for the 100th time. Who smiles brightest in this place? He thought about everyone he'd met since coming to the Ministry. Fudge, with his nervous, ingratiating smiles. Malfoy, with his cold, calculated charm. Dumbledore, with his gentle, twinkling benevolence. Umbridge, with her fake, painted-on sweetness. Even Tonks, with her warm, genuine grins. Any of them could be hiding something. All of them had secrets. But one of them was a traitor. One of them was feeding information to the Death Eaters, helping Voldemort return, trying to kill Harry. One of them smiled brightest while plotting his death. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Winky returned. She appeared in Harry's room at midnight, popping out of nowhere as elves did, her tiny body shaking with fear. Harry was awake. He was always awake. These days, and he caught her before she could flee. Winky, where have you been? I was so worried. Winky sobbed against his chest, her words tumbling out in a rush. Winky is sorry, so sorry, but Winky had to go, had to warn, they said they would hurt the Regent, sir, if Winky told, said they would. Who said? Winky looked up at him, her enormous eyes swimming with tears. The bad man, the one who smiles. He came to Winky after the Regent sir went to the kitchens. He said Winky must not tell about the book, must not tell about the old families, must not tell about anything. He said if Winky told, he would hurt the Regent sir. Hurt him bad. Harry's heart was pounding. Who? Winky. Tell me his name. Winky's mouth opened, but no sound came out. She clutched her throat, her eyes widening with panic. The promise, she gasped. Winky cannot break the promise. The magic, it stops her. Harry grabbed her shoulders. You don't have to say his name. Just show me. Think about his face. Let me see. Winky nodded frantically. She closed her eyes, and Harry concentrated, reaching out with whatever magic the circlet had given him. An image formed in his mind. A face. Smiling. Sweet. Fake. Umbridge. Harry stared at the image, his mind reeling. Dolores Umbridge. The toad-like woman with the sickly sweet voice and the velvet bows in her hair. The one who had watched him with those cold, unblinking eyes. The one who smiled brightest of all. Umbridge, he breathed. It's Umbridge. Winky collapsed against him, sobbing with relief. Winky told, the promise is broken, she gasped, clutching her chest. It hurts. Harry held her tight, not knowing what else to do. It's okay. You're okay. You did the right thing. But Winky was shaking, her small body racked with spasms. Breaking the promise was hurting her, the ancient magic that bound elves was punishing her for revealing secrets. Tonks! Harry shouted. Tonks! Tonks burst in moments later, her wand drawn, her hair blazing red. She took one look at Winky and cursed. She's breaking the bond. The promise magic, it's killing her. Can you help her? I don't know. Elven magic is different. Tonks knelt beside them, her face desperate. Winky, listen to me. You have to renounce the promise. Say it's broken. Say you choose to tell. Winky's eyes were glazing over. Cannot. Renounce. Promise is, promise. Harry thought fast. The elf book. The history. There had been something about bonds, about choices, about. Winky, listen to me. He gripped her tiny hands. You're not just an elf. You're a person. You have choices. The promise was made under threat. That's not a real promise. That's coercion. The magic doesn't hold for coercion. Winky's eyes focused on him, confused. Doesn't hold. The old magic, the true magic, it's about choice. Free choice. You didn't choose to promise. You were forced. That means the promise isn't valid. Harry didn't know if this was true, but he believed it. Had to believe it. Say it, Winky. Say, I choose to tell. Winky stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, her lips moved. I choose to tell. The effect was instantaneous. The spasm stopped. Her eyes cleared. She took a deep, shuddering breath and looked at Harry with wonder. The Regent Sir was right. The magic, it let go. It knew. She started crying again, but these were different tears, tears of relief, of release. Winky is free. Not from the bond, but from the promise. Winky can speak. Winky can tell. Harry held her, his own eyes burning. Then tell me. Everything. And Winky did. Umbridge had approached her weeks ago, soon after Harry's first visit to the kitchens. She'd threatened him, said she would hurt him, maybe kill him, if Winky revealed certain things. The book. The old families. Anything about the conspiracy. She'd made Winky promise to watch Harry, to report on his movements, his conversations, his plans. Winky had refused at first, but the threats continued, and eventually, fear won. I am so sorry, Winky whispered. Winky is so sorry. She said she would hurt the Regent Sir, and Winky could not let that happen. It's okay. Harry's voice was gentle. You were trying to protect me. That's not betrayal. That's love. Winky sobbed harder. Tonks's expression was thunderous. Umbridge. That pink toad. I always knew there was something wrong with her. She's the traitor, Harry said. Or one of them. She's connected to the Death Eaters, to the attacks, to everything. We need proof. Tonks was already moving toward the door. Accusations without proof will just give her time to hide. We need to catch her in the act. Harry nodded, his mind racing. Winky, can you help? Can you tell us where she meets her contacts? When? Winky nodded, wiping her eyes. Winky can try. Winky heard her speak of a place. The Room of Requirement, at Hogwarts. She said it was safe, that no one could find them there. Hogwarts. The school Harry should have been attending. The place where his parents had met, had fallen in love, had dreamed of a future together. Then that's where we'll catch her. Planning took 2 days. 2 days of watching, waiting, gathering information. 2 days of pretending everything was normal while Harry's heart raced with anticipation and fear. Umbridge suspected nothing. She went about her duties with her usual sickly sweetness, smiling and simpering and plotting in the shadows. She had no idea that Winky had broken her promise, that Harry knew, that the net was closing. On the third night, they moved. Harry, Tonks, and a hand-picked team of warriors apparated to Hogsmeade, then made their way to Hogwarts on foot. The castle loomed above them, ancient and magnificent, its windows glowing with warm light. Harry felt a pang of longing. This should have been his home. This should have been his life. But there was no time for regret. They had work to do. The Room of Requirement was on the 7th floor, hidden behind a tapestry of dancing trolls. Tonks knew the way, had used the room herself during her school days. They crept through empty corridors, past sleeping portraits and snoozing ghosts, until they reached the hidden door. Harry pressed his ear against it. Faint voices came from within. The boy is becoming a problem. He's too popular, too powerful. The Goblin Alliance was a disaster, it's made him seem reasonable, trustworthy. Umbridge's voice. Sweet as poison. We need to act soon. The Dark Lord grows impatient. Another voice. Male, cold, familiar. Malfoy. Harry's heart hammered. Both of them. The conspiracy went higher than they'd thought. The next attack will be bigger, Malfoy continued. We'll hit Diagon Alley. The heart of wizarding commerce. Panic will spread. people will blame the ministry, and the boy's regency will crumble. And the boy himself? Umbridge asked. He'll be dealt with. The Dark Lord has special plans for Harry Potter. Harry looked at Tonks. She nodded. He pushed open the door. The room was exactly as Winky had described, a comfortable sitting room, with chairs arranged around a crackling fire. Umbridge sat in one, her sickly smile frozen on her face. Malfoy stood by the mantel, his hand reaching for his wand. They froze when they saw Harry. "Good evening," Harry said quietly. "I hope I'm not interrupting." Umbridge recovered first. Her smile widened, became even sweeter. "Regent Potter. What a surprise. We were just saving your breath." Harry stepped into the room, Tonks and the Aurors fanning out behind him. "I know everything. Winky told me." Umbridge's smile flickered. Winky, the house elf. But she promised. Promises made under threat don't count. Harry's voice was cold. "The old magic knows the difference. You should have paid more attention to elf history." Malfoy moved, his wand rising, but Tonks was faster. A jet of red light sent his wand spinning across the room. Aurors surrounded him, wands trained on his heart. Umbridge sat very still, her smile finally gone. When she spoke, her voice was different, harder, colder, stripped of its sickly sweetness. "You're cleverer than I thought, boy. I'll give you that. Save it for your trial." Harry looked at her, this woman who had smiled and plotted and tried to have him killed. "You're under arrest for conspiracy, treason, and attempted murder. Anything you say will be used against you." Umbridge laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. "You think this changes anything? You think catching me stops the plan? The Dark Lord is coming, boy. Sooner than you think. And when he does, you'll wish you'd never been born." Harry met her eyes without flinching. "Maybe. But I'll face him when he comes. And I'll win." He turned and walked out, leaving the Aurors to handle the rest. In the corridor, Tonks caught up with him. "You okay, kid?" Harry shook his head. "Two of them. There are probably more. We caught the snakes, but the head is still out there." Voldemort. Voldemort. Harry looked out the window at the moonlit grounds. "He's coming, Tonks. And we're running out of time." Tonks put a hand on his shoulder. "Then we'd better make the most of what we have." Harry nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. In a graveyard, watching a cauldron boil. Facing red eyes that promised death. The war hadn't started yet. But it was coming. And Harry Potter, age 10, regent of the Ministry of Magic, intended to be ready. The ministry buzzed like a disturbed hive in the days following Umbridge and Malfoy's arrest. Aurors hurried through corridors with grim expressions, clerks whispered in corners, and the prophet ran headline after headline detailing the conspiracy's scope. Harry barely slept, barely ate, barely stopped moving. There was too much to do, too much to learn, too much at stake. The interrogation of Umbridge lasted 3 days. She sat in her cell in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, her sickly smile finally gone, and answered questions with cold precision. Yes, she had worked with the Death Eaters. Yes, she had fed them information. Yes, she had helped plan the attacks. No, she would not name her other contacts. No, she would not reveal the Dark Lord's plans. No, she was not afraid of what the Ministry could do to her. "The Dark Lord will return," she said, her voice flat. "And when he does, all of you will wish you had joined us while you still could." Malfoy was different. He raged, threatened, demanded his rights, invoked his family name, his wealth, his connections. He insisted he was innocent, that Umbridge had tricked him, that he had only been at the meeting to gather information for the Ministry. His performance was almost convincing, almost. But Winky's testimony had sealed his fate. She had seen him with Umbridge before, multiple times. She had heard them planning. She had carried messages between them, not knowing what they contained until later, when guilt had driven her to peak. "I am so sorry," she whispered at the hearing, her tiny voice carrying through the silent chamber. Winky did not know what she carried. Winky thought it was just papers, just messages. Winky did not know people would die. The Wizengamot listened in silence. When she finished, there was not a dry eye in the chamber, except for Malfoy's, which burned with cold fury. "This proves nothing," he spat. "The word of a house elf against a pure-blood wizard. Since when is that admissible?" "Since the regent changed the rules," Madame Bones replied calmly. "Elves may now testify under oath, with the same weight as any witness. The old laws that dismissed their voices have been revised." Malfoy's face went white. He looked at Harry, and for the first time, Harry saw fear in those cold gray eyes. "You," Malfoy breathed. "You did this." Harry met his gaze without flinching. "The elves have been silent long enough. So have the goblins. So have a lot of people your kind has been trampling for centuries." He leaned forward. "Your world is ending, Malfoy. The sooner you accept that, the better." Malfoy's response was lost in the uproar that followed. The trials lasted 2 weeks. 2 weeks of testimony, evidence, legal arguments. 2 weeks of Harry sitting in the Wizengamot chamber, the circlet warm on his brow, watching justice unfold. Umbridge was convicted first. The evidence against her was overwhelming: Winky's testimony, the notebook from Mrs. Fig's cousin, magical traces that placed her at multiple attack sites. She was sentenced to life in Azkaban, her wand snapped, her magic bound. As they led her away, she looked back at Harry with those cold, unblinking eyes. "This isn't over, boy. The Dark Lord remembers those who serve him. He'll come for you. And when he does, I'll be watching from my cell, smiling." Harry said nothing. He just watched her go. Malfoy's trial was more complicated. His lawyers argued brilliantly, poking holes in the evidence, casting doubt on witnesses, painting their client as a victim of circumstance. For a while, it seemed he might actually walk free. Then Narcissa Malfoy took the stand. She looked different from the cold, elegant woman who had visited Harry weeks ago. Older, wearier, as if the weight of years had suddenly descended on her. She wore simple robes, no jewelry, no trace of the Malfoy wealth. "I am here," she said quietly, "to tell the truth. About my husband. About his crimes. About everything." The chamber went silent. Narcissa spoke for 3 hours. She detailed Lucius's involvement with the Death Eaters, his meetings with Voldemort, his role in the First War. She described the dark mark on his arm, the secret gatherings at Malfoy Manor, the torture of those who displeased the Dark Lord. She named names, gave dates, provided evidence that had been hidden for years. When she finished, there was no sound in the chamber but her quiet sobs. "Why?" Madame Bones asked gently. "Why now? Why betray your husband after all these years?" Narcissa looked up, her eyes red but steady. "Because I have a son. Draco. He's 11 years old. He's at Hogwarts, making friends, learning magic, becoming his own person. And I realized, too late, maybe, that if I didn't stop Lucius now, Draco would become him. Would grow up believing that cruelty was strength, that power was everything, that love was weakness." She shook her head slowly. "I won't let that happen. I'd rather see my husband in Azkaban than my son in a grave." Harry watched her, seeing the pain in her eyes, the desperate love that had driven her to this. He thought about his own mother, dying in front of his crib. About the choices parents made for their children. "The Malfoy family has suffered enough," he said quietly. "Mrs. Malfoy's testimony will be taken into account. She will not be charged for her husband's crimes." Narcissa's eyes met his across the chamber. For a moment, something passed between them, understanding, perhaps. Or forgiveness. "Thank you, Regent," she whispered. Harry nodded. Lucius Malfoy was convicted the next day. He was sentenced to life in Azkaban, his wand snapped, his fortune confiscated, his name stripped of all honor. As they led him away, he screamed curses at his wife, at Harry, at everyone who had betrayed him. His voice echoed through the corridors long after he was gone. In the aftermath of the trials, Harry finally slept. He slept for 16 hours straight, waking only when Winky's gentle shaking roused him. The circlet was cool on his brow, the first time it had been cool in weeks, and for a moment, he didn't remember where he was or what had happened. Then it all came flooding back. "Winky." His voice was hoarse. "What time is it?" "Evening, Regent sir. You slept through the whole day." Winky's eyes were worried. Winky was beginning to think the Regent sir would never wake. Harry sat up slowly, his body aching with the deep exhaustion of someone who had pushed too hard for too long. "Is everything okay? Did something happen?" "Nothing bad, Regent sir. But there are visitors waiting in your sitting room." Winky's expression was strange, nervous, but excited. "Important visitors. They insisted on waiting." Harry dressed quickly and made his way to the sitting room. The sight that greeted him made him stop in the doorway. Narcissa Malfoy sat in one chair, her back straight, her hands folded in her lap. Beside her, looking uncomfortable and slightly defiant, sat a boy about Harry's age. Blonde hair, gray eyes, pointed features, he was a miniature version of his father, but there was something in his expression that Lucius had never shown. Uncertainty, fear, hope. Draco Malfoy. Harry stared at him, and Draco stared back, and for a long moment, neither spoke. Narcissa rose. Regent Potter, I hope you don't mind the intrusion. We wanted, to thank you in person. For your mercy. For your understanding. Harry found his voice. You didn't have to come. Yes, I did. Narcissa's eyes were steady. And I wanted Draco to meet you. To see for himself the boy who has changed our world. Draco's expression flickered, something between resentment and curiosity. You're not what I expected, he said. What did you expect? I don't know. Bigger, maybe. More, magical. Draco's eyes went to the circlet. That thing really lets you rule the ministry. It's complicated. Harry moved into the room, settling into a chair across from them. It gives me authority, but ruling is different. That takes work. Learning. People who help you. Draco considered this. Father said you were a fraud. Said you'd destroy everything our family built. Your father was wrong about a lot of things. Silence stretched. Harry could see Draco struggling, with his father's legacy, with his mother's choices, with everything he'd been taught to believe. My mother says I should apologize, Draco said finally. For the things father did. For the things he tried to do to you. You don't have to apologize for your father. You're not responsible for his choices. But I'm a Malfoy. Everyone will think what they want to think. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. You can't control that. You can only control what you do next. Draco stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Mother says I should go to Hogwarts next year. Make friends. Be different. He looked away. I don't know if I can be different. I don't know who I am without the name. Harry thought about that. About the cupboard, about the Dursleys, about all the years he'd spent not knowing who he was or what he could become. You figure it out, he said quietly. One day at a time. One choice at a time. And when you make mistakes, and you learn from them and keep going. Draco met his eyes again, and for the first time, the hostility was gone. Replaced by something that looked almost like respect. Maybe you're not so bad, he said. For a half-blood. Narcissa gasped. Draco. But. Harry laughed, actually laughed, the first real laugh in weeks. For a pure blood, you're not so bad either. Draco's lips twitched. Almost a smile. After they left, Harry sat alone in the sitting room, thinking about everything that had happened. The trials were over. The traitors were in Azkaban. But the war wasn't won, it had barely begun. Tonks found him there, her hair a calm blue. You okay, kid? Harry nodded. The Malfoys came. Mother and son. I know. I saw them leave. Tonks settled into a chair. Strange, isn't it? A week ago, they were the enemy. Now they're just people. Trying to figure out what comes next. Harry looked at her. Is that how it works? Justice. People change, and we let them. Tonks considered. Sometimes. When they really want to change. When they prove it. She leaned forward. Narcissa testified against her husband. Gave up everything, wealth, status, security, to protect her son. That's not nothing. No, it's not. Harry was quiet for a moment. What about Draco? He's been raised to believe certain things. Can he unlearn them? That's up to him, and up to the people he meets. Tonks smiled slightly. You made a good start today. A pure-blood boy seeing a half-blood regent as a person, not a symbol, that's powerful, Harry. More powerful than you know. Harry thought about the look in Draco's eyes at the end. The beginning of something. Not friendship, maybe. But not enmity either. Maybe there's hope, he said quietly. For all of us. Tonks nodded. Maybe there is. The weeks that followed were quieter. The attacks stopped. Without Umbridge's information, the Death Eaters were blind, hesitant. The ministry began to rebuild, to heal. Harry threw himself into the work, learning, growing, becoming the regent the magical world needed. He met with goblins regularly, strengthening the alliance. He visited the kitchens often, reading to the elves, listening to their stories, learning their names. He studied with Dumbledore, mastering occlumency, preparing for the day when Voldemort would return. And he wrote letters to Draco, at Hogwarts, offering friendship. To Narcissa, checking on her, making sure she and her son were safe. To people across the country who had written to him, sharing their hopes and fears and dreams. The circlet pulsed warmly on his brow, but now it felt different. Not warning, not danger, connection. He was part of something now. Something bigger than himself. One evening, a letter arrived that made his heart stop. It was written on cheap parchment, the handwriting shaky and uneven. But the signature at the bottom was unmistakable. Your mother was my best friend. I need to see you. Please. Lily's eyes. James's hair. You look just like them. Come to the Leaky Cauldron, room 11. Tonight. Alone. Tell no one. Peter. Harry stared at the name, his mind reeling. Peter Pettigrew. One of his father's best friends. One of the marauders. One of the people who should have been there for him, who should have helped raise him, who had betrayed his parents to Voldemort. Harry's hand shook. He'd read about Pettigrew in Dumbledore's book. The secret keeper who had sold out the Potters, then faked his own death and framed Sirius Black. The coward who had been hiding for 10 years, afraid to face what he'd done. Why was he contacting Harry now? What did he want? The circlet was warm, not hot, not cold, just warm. Waiting, watching. Harry thought about telling Tonks, telling Dumbledore, telling anyone. But the letter said alone. And something, some instinct, some pull, told him that if he brought others, Pettigrew would run. Would disappear again, would never be brought to justice. He made his choice. The Leaky Cauldron was quiet when Harry arrived, disillusioned and nervous. He slipped through the back door, past the sleeping barman, up the narrow stairs to room 11. He knocked softly. The door opened a crack. An eye peered out, small, watery, terrified. Then the door swung wide, and Harry found himself face to face with the man who had destroyed his family. Peter Pettigrew was smaller than Harry had imagined. Shorter than Harry himself, with mousy hair and a weak chin and eyes that darted everywhere. He wore shabby robes and clutched his hands together as if afraid they might fly away. Harry. His voice was a whisper. Harry Potter. You came. Harry stepped into the room, letting the door close behind him. The circlet was hot now, burning hot, but he ignored it. Why did you want to see me? Pettigrew flinched at his tone. I need to tell you something. Something important. Something they don't know. He glanced around nervously, as if expecting attack at any moment. The Dark Lord, he's going to use me. To come back. They have a plan, a ritual, and I'm part of it. Harry's heart hammered. Tell me. Pettigrew took a shaky breath. They need my blood. And your blood. And the blood of a servant. They're going to capture me, I know they are, and use me in the ritual that brings him back. But I don't want to, I never wanted. He broke down, sobbing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. Harry stared at him, this pathetic creature who had cost him everything. Who had sold his parents for nothing. You're sorry. His voice was flat. You're sorry you got caught. You're sorry you're going to be used. But you're not sorry you betrayed them. Not really. Pettigrew looked up, his face streaked with tears. I was scared. He would have killed me. He would have. He killed them anyway. Harry's voice rose. Because of you. Because you were scared. My parents are dead because you were scared. Pettigrew crumpled, sobbing into his hands. I know. I've lived with it every day for 10 years. Every night I see their faces. Every night I hear them dying. I can't escape it. I can't. Good. The word hung in the air like a blade. Pettigrew stared at him, eyes wide. I hope you see them every night, Harry said quietly. I hope you never forget. I hope their faces haunt you until the day you die. He stepped closer, and Pettigrew shrank back. But I'm not going to kill you. I'm not going to hurt you. Because that would make me like him. And I won't become him. Pettigrew's lips moved, but no sound came out. Tell me about the ritual, Harry said. Tell me everything. And maybe, I'll let you live. Pettigrew talked for hours. He described the ritual in detail, the cauldron, the bones of the father, the flesh of the servant, the blood of the enemy. He named names, Death Eaters who were still free, still plotting, still waiting for their master's return. He revealed locations, plans, timetables. When he finished, he was shaking, exhausted, empty. Please, he whispered. Please let me go. I'll disappear. They'll never find me. I'll never. You'll stay. Harry's voice was cold. You'll stay here, in this room, under ministry guard. You'll testify when the time comes. And if you try to run, if you warn anyone, I'll make sure the Dementors get you. Understand? Pettigrew nodded frantically. Harry turned to leave. At the door, he paused. My mother trusted you. My father called you a friend. And you killed them. He didn't look back. I hope you remember that every time you close your eyes. He walked out, leaving Pettigrew sobbing in the darkness. Outside, in the cool night air, Harry leaned against the wall and let himself shake. The circlet was still hot, still burning, but underneath the heat was something else. Satisfaction. No. Justice. Maybe. He had faced the man who destroyed his family. He had chosen mercy over revenge. He had gotten information that might save countless lives. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. But it was something. Tonks found him there. Minutes later, she'd followed despite his orders, unable to let him face danger alone. She didn't ask questions. She just put her arm around him and held him while he shook. You did good, kid, she whispered. You did real good. Harry didn't answer. He just leaned into her warmth and let himself feel the pain, the anger, the grief, the tiny spark of hope that somehow, someday, things might be different. The war was coming. Voldemort was returning. The trials were just the beginning. But tonight, Harry Potter had faced his parents' betrayer and walked away with his soul intact. That was something. That was everything. Harry didn't sleep that night. He sat in his quarters, the circlet warm on his brow, and watched the enchanted windows cycle through dawn, noon, dusk, and darkness again. Winky brought tea that went cold. Tonks checked on him hourly, her hair cycling through worried colors. Dumbledore sent a message that Harry ignored. Pettigrew's words echoed in his mind. They need my blood, and your blood, and the blood of a servant. A ritual to bring Voldemort back. A ritual that required Harry's own blood pumping through the monster's veins. He should have felt afraid. He should have felt sick. Instead, he felt cold. Clear. Focused. They wanted his blood. They wanted to use him, to bind him, to make him part of Voldemort's resurrection. The thought should have been terrifying, but somewhere in the depths of his mind, a voice whispered, let them try. Let them come. I'll be ready. The voice didn't sound like him. It sounded like someone else. Someone older. Someone darker. The circlet pulsed, and the voice faded. Dawn brought visitors. Madame Bones arrived first, her expression grave, a thick file of parchment tucked under her arm. Tonks followed minutes later, her hair a determined red. Dumbledore came last, moving slowly, his blue eyes troubled. They gathered in Harry's sitting room, the fire crackling between them. Winky served tea with trembling hands, then disappeared into the shadows. Pettigrew, Madame Bones began without preamble. You're certain it was him? Harry nodded. He confessed. Told me everything. The ritual, the plans, the Death Eaters who are still free. He pushed a parchment across the table, notes he'd made during the night, names and dates and locations. It's all there. Madame Bones scanned the list, her eye widening behind her monocle. Harry, this is a treasure trove. If even half of this is accurate, we could roll up half the remaining Death Eaters in a week. It's accurate. Harry's voice was flat. He was too scared to lie. Too desperate. Dumbledore leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Harry. And you let him go. I put him under guard. Room 11 at the Leaky Cauldron. He's not going anywhere. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. Peter Pettigrew is a dangerous man. Not because of his power, he was always the weakest of the Marauders, but because of his fear. Fear makes people do terrible things. I know. Harry met his eyes. I learned that in the cupboard. The words hung in the air, heavy with years of pain. Dumbledore's expression flickered, guilt, perhaps, or regret. Peter will try to run, Dumbledore said quietly. He always runs. It's what he does. Then we'll catch him. Again. Harry's voice was steady. But first, we use what he gave us. We find the Death Eaters. We stop the ritual. We prepare. Madame Bones nodded slowly. Agreed. I'll mobilize every available Auror. We'll hit these locations simultaneously, no warning, no chance to flee. Tonks was already on her feet. I'll coordinate with the hit teams. Harry, you should stay here. Safe. No. The word was quiet but absolute. Tonks stared at him. I'm not hiding, Harry said. Not anymore. If there's fighting to be done, I'll be there. You're 10 years old. I'm the regent. I'm the one Voldemort wants. And I'm done letting other people fight my battles. Tonks looked at Madame Bones, who looked at Dumbledore. The old wizard studied Harry for a long moment, then nodded slowly. He's right. He cannot hide from this. The prophecy marks him, and the ritual requires his blood. He is central to this conflict, whether we wish it or not. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. We can protect him, but we cannot cage him. That would be no better than what the Dursleys did. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Understanding, maybe. Or gratitude. Then it's settled. He stood, the circlet blazing on his brow. Let's go hunting. The raids happened at dusk. Aurors struck 12 locations simultaneously, safe houses in London, remote cottages in Wales, a crumbling manor in the Scottish Highlands. They moved with precision, with power, with the element of surprise on their side. Harry went with Tonks's team to a townhouse in Knockturn Alley. He wore enchanted robes that would turn spells, carried a wand that Dumbledore had assured him would respond to his will, and moved through the shadows like the boy who had spent 10 years learning to be invisible. The townhouse was quiet when they entered. Too quiet. Tonks signaled for silence, her wand raised, her eyes scanning every corner. They found the first Death Eater in the drawing room. He was old, gray-faced, slumped in a chair before a dead fire. For a terrible moment, Harry thought they'd arrived too late, that someone had gotten to him first. Then the man opened his eyes. "Potter," he breathed. "The Potter brat. Come to finish what your parents started." Tonks stepped forward, her wand steady. "Augustus Rookwood, you're under arrest for treason, conspiracy, and crimes against the magical community." Rookwood laughed, a harsh, rattling sound. "Arrest? You think arrest matters? The Dark Lord is coming. Sooner than you think. And when he does, save it." Harry's voice cut through the room. "We know about the ritual. We know about Pettigrew. We know everything." Rookwood's eyes widened. For a moment, he looked almost afraid. Then his expression shifted, calculating, assessing. "You think you've won," he said slowly. "You think catching a few of us changes anything. But you don't understand. You can't understand. The Dark Lord planned for this. He always plans. Then he planned to lose." Harry stepped closer, the circlet burning. "Because that's what's going to happen. He's going to come back, and we're going to defeat him. Again. And this time, we'll make sure he stays dead." Rookwood stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. "You have your mother's eyes. And your father's arrogance. It will be your undoing." Tonks grabbed him, binding his hands with magical cords. As they led him away, he looked back at Harry one last time. "The ritual doesn't need you alive, boy. It just needs your blood. Remember that. They captured 9 Death Eaters that night. 9 followers of Voldemort, pulled from their hiding places and dragged to cells in the Ministry's deepest levels. 9 voices added to the whispers that haunted Harry's dreams. But Rookwood's words stayed with him. The ritual doesn't need you alive. It just needs your blood. They could take his blood without taking him. They could use him without his consent, without his presence, without his knowledge." He thought about the prophecy. About the connection. About the darkness that stirred in his mind when Voldemort reached out. They were linked, he and the monster. Bound by magic and fate and blood. And that link could be used against him in ways he hadn't imagined. He needed to understand it better. Needed to know what Voldemort could do, what he could sense, what he could take. Dumbledore would have answers. Dumbledore always had answers. But Dumbledore had also kept secrets. Had left him with the Dursleys. Had watched from a distance while Harry suffered. Trust was complicated. Harry was learning that nothing was simple, no one was purely good or purely evil, and the people who seemed most trustworthy often had the most to hide. The next morning, Harry went to see Pettigrew. The leaky cauldron was quiet at dawn, the barman dozing behind the counter, a single witch nursing a hangover in the corner. Harry slipped up the stairs, past the room where guards watched Pettigrew's door, and let himself in. Pettigrew was awake. He sat on the edge of the bed, his hands clasped, his eyes fixed on the floor. He looked smaller than before. Older. More broken. "You came back," he whispered. "I have questions." Pettigrew nodded, not looking up. "I'll answer. Anything. Just don't let them take me to Azkaban. Please. I can't go back there." Harry ignored the plea. "The connection. Between me and Voldemort. What do you know about it?" Pettigrew's head snapped up. "Connection. What connection?" "The night he killed my parents. Something happened. Something that linked us. I can feel him sometimes. See things. He can reach me in dreams. Pettigrew's face went pale. That's not possible. Unless, he stopped, his eyes widening. Unless he made you a Horcrux. The word hung in the air like a curse. Harry's blood ran cold. A Horcrux. Like the ones he made with his murders. Not exactly. A Horcrux requires murder, requires intention, requires. Pettigrew shook his head. But that night, when he tried to kill you, his body was destroyed. Part of his soul would have been ripped away, looking for somewhere to go. And you were there. Alive. Vulnerable. Harry's hand went to his scar, tracing the lightning bolt shape. A piece of him, he breathed. Inside me. Pettigrew nodded slowly. It would explain the connection. The dreams. The way you can sense him. He looked at Harry with something like pity. You've been carrying a part of the Dark Lord since you were a year old. And you never knew. Harry sat down heavily, the room spinning around him. A piece of Voldemort. Inside him. All these years. The circlet blazed on his brow, and suddenly, he understood. The warmth when he was near danger, that was the connection. The darkness that whispered in his mind, that was the fragment, trying to influence him. The dreams, the visions, the moments when he felt something other, all of it was Voldemort. Living inside him, growing with him. Can it be removed? His voice was hoarse. Pettigrew shook his head. I don't know. Horcruxes are destroyed, not removed. If the piece is truly part of your soul now, he trailed off, unwilling to finish. Harry stared at the wall, seeing nothing. A piece of the monster who killed his parents. Living inside him, part of him. He wanted to be sick. He wanted to scream. He wanted to claw at his own skin and tear it out. But he did none of those things. He sat still, the circlet burning, and forced himself to think. If the fragment was part of him, then Voldemort could sense him. Could reach him. Could use him. But it also meant Harry could sense Voldemort. Could find him. Could understand him. The connection went both ways. I need to learn to control it, he said slowly. To block him out when I need to, but also to use it. To find him. To track him. Pettigrew stared at him. You're insane. The Dark Lord would destroy you if you tried. He's already trying. Every night, he reaches for me. Every dream, he tries to pull me in. I've been fighting blind, not understanding what I'm fighting. Harry stood, the circlet blazing. Now I understand. Now I can prepare. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. Thank you, Pettigrew, for telling me the truth. Pettigrew's eyes filled with tears. Does that mean you forgive me? Harry looked at him for a long moment. The man who had betrayed his parents. The coward who had hidden for 10 years. The broken creature who had just given him the most important information of his life. No, Harry said quietly. It doesn't mean that, but it means I see you. All of you. The weakness and the fear and the small shred of decency that made you tell me the truth. He opened the door. That's more than you deserve. But it's what my mother would have wanted. He walked out, leaving Pettigrew sobbing in the room behind him. Dumbledore listened in silence as Harry explained. His face grew graver with each word, and when Harry finished, he sat motionless for a long moment, his blue eyes distant. A Horcrux, he murmured. I should have suspected. The connection was too strong, too intimate to be mere scar magic. He looked at Harry with something like anguish. You have been carrying a piece of his soul for 10 years. And I never. You couldn't have known. Harry's voice was surprisingly steady. No one could have. But now we do know. Now we can do something about it. Dumbledore shook his head slowly. Destroying a Horcrux is dangerous under any circumstances. Destroying one that is embedded in a living person. He trailed off. I know. Harry met his eyes. That's why we're not going to destroy it. Not yet. We're going to use it. Use it. Dumbledore's voice sharpened. Harry, you cannot be suggesting. I'm suggesting that the connection goes both ways. If I can learn to control it, to shield myself from him while still sensing him, I can track him. Find him. Know when he's planning to move. Harry leaned forward. Pettigrew said the ritual requires my blood. That means they have to get close to me. If I can feel them coming, sense their approach. It's too dangerous. Dumbledore's voice was firm. Voldemort would sense you too. Would use the connection to manipulate you, to control you, too. He already tries. Every night. And every night, I push him back. Harry's eyes blazed. I'm not the helpless baby he tried to kill. I'm not the scared child in the cupboard. I'm the regent. I have power. And I'm going to use every bit of it to stop him." Dumbledore stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Your parents would be proud of you, Harry." Frightened, but proud. He rose, moving to the window. "I will help you. I will teach you everything I know about occlumency, about mind magic, about shielding. But you must promise me one thing." "What?" "If the connection becomes too strong, if you feel him taking control, you will tell me immediately. No heroics. No trying to handle it alone." Harry nodded. "I promise." It was a lie, and they both knew it. But sometimes, lies were necessary. Sometimes, they were the only way forward. The weeks that followed were the hardest of Harry's life. Dumbledore pushed him mercilessly, drilling occlumency until his head throbbed and his vision blurred. He learned to empty his mind, to build walls, to shield his thoughts from intrusion. But he also learned to lower those walls deliberately, to reach out along the connection and sense the darkness that waited on the other side. Voldemort was waiting, always waiting. Harry could feel him in the spaces between dreams, a cold presence that watched and planned and hungered for revenge. But Harry could also feel other things. The Death Eaters gathering, their fear, and excitement bleeding through the connection. The places where Voldemort's attention focused, certain locations, certain people, certain objects. The Horcruxes, scattered across the world, pulsing with dark energy that Harry could sense even across vast distances. He didn't tell Dumbledore about that. Didn't tell anyone. The ability to sense Horcruxes was too valuable, too dangerous. If he could find them, he could destroy them. And if he could destroy them, he could weaken Voldemort before he even returned. It was a risk. A terrible risk. Every time he reached out along the connection, he left himself open. Every time he sensed Voldemort's thoughts, Voldemort could sense his. But Harry was learning, growing stronger. The walls he built were higher, thicker, harder to breach. And the circlet helped. The ancient magic of the Regency reinforced his shields, gave him an edge that Voldemort couldn't anticipate. One night, lying awake in the darkness, Harry felt something shift along the connection. A surge of excitement, of anticipation. Voldemort was planning something big. Harry reached out carefully, delicately, brushing against the surface of the Dark Lord's thoughts. Images flashed through his mind, a graveyard, a cauldron, a figure cowering in fear. Pettigrew. They were going to take Pettigrew. Soon, very soon. Harry pulled back, his heart pounding. The ritual was coming. Voldemort's return was imminent. He had days, maybe hours, to prepare. The attack came at midnight. Harry felt it through the connection, a surge of dark magic, a flash of triumph, a wave of fear that wasn't his own. He was out of bed before he was fully awake, the circlet blazing, his wand in his hand. "Winky!" he shouted. "Get Tonks! Now!" Winky popped away, and Harry ran. Through the corridors of the Ministry, past startled night guards, toward the atrium where he could feel the darkness gathering. He didn't know how he knew. The connection guided him, pulled him like a compass pointing north. He burst into the atrium and stopped dead. Death Eaters filled the space. Dozens of them, masked and robed, their wands raised. In their center, bound and trembling, knelt Peter Pettigrew. And above them all, floating in the air like a dark star, was a shape that made Harry's blood run cold. Not Voldemort. Not yet. But something almost as terrible. A giant serpent, green as emerald, with eyes that glowed like lamps. It turned its head as Harry entered, and he felt its gaze like a physical weight. "Nagini," someone breathed. The Dark Lord's familiar. The snake hissed, and Harry understood. Not words, but meaning, a command, a threat, a promise of death. "The boy. Bring me the boy." The Death Eaters surged forward. Harry raised his wand. The battle that followed was chaos. Spells flew in every direction, green and red and gold. Harry moved through it like water, the circlet guiding him, the connection warning him of attacks before they came. He wasn't the most powerful wizard in the room, far from it, but he was the most aware, the most prepared, the most determined. He reached Pettigrew as Tonks and the Aurors finally arrived, their spells driving the Death Eaters back. The little man looked up at him, his face streaked with tears. "They came for me," he gasped. "Just like you said. They were going to take me to the graveyard, to the ritual." Harry grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the relative safety of the fountain. "Stay close. Don't move." Nagini struck. The serpent moved faster than anything that size had a right to, its massive body cutting through the chaos like a blade. Harry dove aside, feeling the wind of its passage, and raised his wand. He didn't know the spell. Had never learned it. But something surged through him, the circlet, the connection, the fragment of Voldemort's soul, and words came to his lips that he didn't recognize. Serpensortia. A massive snake erupted from his wand, colliding with Nagini in mid-strike. The two serpents tangled, hissing and striking, while Harry scrambled backward. Harry. Tonks's voice, desperate. Harry, get down. He dropped as a killing curse passed inches above his head. Rolled, came up firing. A Death Eater screamed and fell. The battle raged around him, but Harry's focus was on Nagini. Through the connection, he could feel her importance. She was more than a familiar, more than a pet. She was a Horcrux. A piece of Voldemort's soul, bound into serpent form. If he could kill her, he could wound Voldemort. Could weaken him before he even returned. He raised his wand again, reaching for the power he'd felt before. But it was gone, the surge had faded, leaving him ordinary again. Nagini shook off his summoned snake and turned toward him, her eyes burning with hate. "Little boy," she hissed. "The Dark Lord wants you alive. But he didn't say anything about leaving you whole." She struck. Harry dove, but he was too slow. Fangs scraped his arm, tearing through robes and skin. Poison burned in his veins. He fell, the world spinning, the circlet screaming in his mind. Then Tonks was there, her spells driving Nagini back, her arms catching him as he collapsed. "Stay with me, kid. Stay with me." Harry tried to answer, but the darkness was rising, pulling him under. The last thing he saw was the circlet, blazing brighter than the sun. Then nothing. Harry fell through darkness. Not the familiar darkness of the cupboard, not the velvet darkness of sleep, but something else entirely, a void that pressed against him from all sides, cold and empty and endless. He tried to move, to speak, to open his eyes, but his body was gone, lost somewhere in the black. Was this death? Was this what his parents had felt when the green light took them? No. He could still think, still feel, still exist in some small way. Death was nothingness, oblivion. This was something else. This was waiting. Time passed, hours, days, years, he couldn't tell. The darkness shifted around him, sometimes thinning until he glimpsed shapes in the distance, sometimes thickening until he couldn't see his own hand before his face. Voices whispered at the edges of his awareness, too faint to understand, too persistent to ignore. And through it all, the circlet burned. He could feel it even without a body, a point of warmth in the endless cold. It anchored him, held him, refused to let him drift away into nothing. He clung to that warmth like a drowning man clings to a lifeline. "Harry." A voice. Not the whispers, this was clear, distinct, cutting through the void like light through fog. "Harry, can you hear me?" He tried to answer, but he had no mouth, no voice, no way to speak. "You're in the between place. The space between life and death. The poison is strong, but you're stronger. You have to fight." The voice was familiar. Female. Warm. He should know it, should recognize it, but the darkness muddled everything. "Fight, Harry. Come back to us. Come back to me." The warmth of the circlet intensified, spreading through the void, pushing back the cold. Harry felt something shift, a connection forming, a path opening. He followed it. Consciousness returned in fragments. First, sound. Voices murmuring nearby, too low to understand. The crackle of a fire. The soft pop of apparition. Then, touch. Sheets against his skin, soft and cool. A weight on his chest, Winky, curled up like a cat, her tiny body rising and falling with breath. Then, pain. Fire in his veins. Burning, screaming fire that made him want to cry out, to move, to escape. But he couldn't move, couldn't open his eyes, could only lie there and burn. The voices grew clearer. Neutralize the poison, but there's something else. Something in his blood that shouldn't be there. Dumbledore. Tense, worried. "Can you identify it, Madam Bones?" "I'm trying. But it's unlike anything I've encountered. Dark magic, certainly, but also, something else. Something ancient." The fire surged, and Harry slipped under again. The next time he woke, the pain had faded to a dull ache. He could open his eyes, though the light stabbed like knives. Could move his fingers, his toes, his head, slowly, carefully, as if his body had forgotten how. Winky was still there, curled on his chest, her eyes squeezed shut. Tears stained her cheeks. "Winky," he tried to say, but his voice came out as a croak. Her eyes flew open. "The Regent, sir. The Regent, sir, is awake." She was crying and laughing at once, her small body shaking with relief. Winky thought the Regent, sir, was gone. Winky felt the poison and could not. Harry lifted a heavy hand and placed it on her head. "I'm here. I'm okay." He wasn't okay. He could feel that immediately. Something was different, changed. The circlet was warm on his brow, but underneath the warmth, there was something else, a presence, a pressure, a second heartbeat that wasn't his own. The fragment. Voldemort's soul piece. The poison had done something to it. Awakened it. Strengthened it. He could feel the Dark Lord now, clearer than ever before. Not thoughts, not emotions, just presence. A cold shadow at the edge of his awareness, waiting, watching. Soon, the presence seemed to whisper. Soon. Harry closed his eyes and forced himself to breathe. Dumbledore arrived within minutes, his face lined with exhaustion and relief. He sat beside Harry's bed and took his pulse, his wand, his temperature, all the things healers did when they didn't know what else to try. "The poison is gone," he said finally. "Neutralized by the circlet's magic, as far as I can tell. But there's something else, Harry. Something in your blood that shouldn't be there." "The fragment," Harry said quietly. "It's stronger now." Dumbledore's eyes widened. "You can feel it. More than feel it. I can sense him. Voldemort. All the time now, not just in dreams." Harry looked at the old wizard. "He's waiting, planning. The ritual is going to happen soon. I can feel that too." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy. "The fragment is part of you now, Harry. More than before. The poison may have broken down some of the barriers between you, allowed it to integrate more fully. Can it be removed? I don't know. I truly don't." Dumbledore's eyes were anguished. Destroying a Horcrux is possible, but destroying one that is part of a living person, the magic required would likely kill you. Harry absorbed this without flinching. He'd known, somehow. Felt it in the darkness, in the waiting. "Then we don't destroy it. We use it. Harry. I can feel him. Track him. Know what he's planning." Harry's voice was firm despite his weakness. "That's an advantage. A big one. We use it." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. "You have your father's courage. And your mother's stubbornness. It's a dangerous combination. It's the only combination I've got." Despite everything, Dumbledore almost smiled. "Then we will do this your way, Harry. Together. But you must promise me, when the time comes to face him, you will not try to do it alone." Harry thought about the prophecy. About the words that bound him to Voldemort. Neither can live while the other survives. "When the time comes," he said slowly, "I may not have a choice." Dumbledore had no answer for that. Recovery took days. Harry slept, ate, slept again. Winky never left his side, bringing food and water and company in the endless hours. Tonks visited constantly, her hair cycling through worried colors. Madame Bones brought reports on the Death Eater situation. Most of the captured followers were in Azkaban, but a few had escaped, including the ones who had taken Pettigrew. "He's gone," Tonks said grimly. "They grabbed him during the battle. We found traces of Portkey magic leading away from the atrium." Harry wasn't surprised. He'd felt it through the connection, the surge of triumph when Pettigrew was taken, the satisfaction of a plan coming together. "They'll use him in the ritual," he said. "Bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy." He touched his scar. "My blood. They need my blood. Then we make sure they don't get it." Tonks's voice was fierce. "Increased security, constant guards, no unauthorized Jin. You won't be alone for a second." Harry shook his head. "They'll find a way. They always do. We need to be ready for when it happens, not try to stop it from happening. You want them to take your blood. I want to be prepared when they try. I want to know what's coming, where, when. The connection lets me sense that." He met her eyes. "Trust me, Tonks. I know what I'm doing." She didn't look convinced, but she nodded. The dreams returned on the fifth night. Harry stood in the graveyard again, but this time it was different. The cauldron was there, bubbling with dark liquid. Pettigrew knelt beside it, his face streaked with tears, a knife in his trembling hand. And around them, ringed in shadow, stood the Death Eaters, dozens of them, their masks gleaming in the moonlight. "Tonight," a voice whispered. "Tonight, I return. Voldemort's voice, coming from everywhere and nowhere. Harry tried to move, to speak, to intervene, but he was frozen, a spectator in his own dream. He could only watch as Pettigrew raised the knife, as it descended, as blood spilled into the cauldron. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. A grave beside the cauldron split open. Dust rose, swirled, dropped into the liquid. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. Pettigrew screamed as his hand separated from his wrist, as it fell into the cauldron, as the liquid turned from black to blinding white. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. A blade pricked Harry's arm. Impossible, he wasn't there, he was watching from somewhere else, but he felt it anyway, the sting of steel, the warmth of blood flowing. Saw it fall into the cauldron. Saw the liquid turn to liquid fire. And then, rising from the flames, a shape. Human. Terrible. More snake than man. Red eyes opened and looked directly at Harry. Harry Potter. The voice was high, cold, triumphant. We are connected now. More than ever before. Your blood runs in my veins. Your life is bound to mine. The creature stepped from the cauldron, naked and gleaming. Death Eaters fell to their knees. I have returned. And you will die by my hand. Harry woke screaming. The news came within hours. Voldemort was back. The dark mark had appeared over several Muggle villages, signaling Death Eater activity. Attacks had resumed, worse than before. Panic was spreading through the magical world. Harry sat in his quarters, the circlet burning on his brow, and listened to the reports. His blood ran cold, but his mind was clear. Focused. He had felt it happen. Had seen it through the connection. And now, because of that connection, he knew things the Ministry didn't. He knew where Voldemort was hiding. An old Riddle family manor, abandoned for decades, hidden by powerful magic. He knew which Death Eaters had gathered there, which were still loyal, which were wavering. He knew about the Horcruxes, where some of them were hidden, how many remained. And he knew, with terrible certainty, that the prophecy was now inevitable. Neither could live while the other survived. One of them had to die. Harry looked at his reflection in the dark window, a thin boy with messy black hair and haunted green eyes, a circlet of ancient power on his brow, a scar that held a piece of his enemy's soul. I'm coming for you, he whispered. And one of us won't walk away. The darkness outside offered no reply. But somewhere, far away, Voldemort smiled. The war had begun. The Ministry erupted into chaos the moment the news broke. Harry sat in his quarters, the circlet warm on his brow, and watched the madness unfold through enchanted windows that showed him the atrium. Witches and wizards flooded the space, their faces pale with fear, their voices rising in panic. Horrors ran in every direction. The fountain at the center, that golden statue of wizard-dominating creature, had been toppled sometime in the night, its pieces scattered across the marble floor. No one had bothered to fix it. They had bigger problems. Tonks burst in without knocking, her hair a frantic shade of red. You've heard. Harry nodded. I felt it happen. Through the connection. Then you know more than we do. The department's going crazy, they've got reports from a dozen locations, all conflicting, all terrifying. She dropped into a chair, running her hands through her hair. Dumbledore's called an emergency session of the Wizengamot. They want you there. Of course they do. Harry's voice was flat. The 10-year-old regent, come to save them all. Tonks looked at him sharply. That's not fair, and you know it. Isn't it? He met her eyes. They ignored me when I was in the cupboard. They tried to control me when I claimed the regency. They fought me on every change, every reform, every attempt to make things better. And now that Voldemort's back, now that they're scared, suddenly they want me. Tonks was silent for a moment. Then, quietly, she said, you're not wrong. But that doesn't mean you should abandon them. That's not who you are. Harry looked away. She was right, and he knew it. The anger was just fear in disguise, fear of what was coming, fear of what he might have to do, fear of the darkness that whispered at the edges of his mind. I'll be there, he said. Give me 5 minutes. Tonks nodded and left. Harry sat alone, the circlet burning, and reached out along the connection. Voldemort was there, waiting, triumphant. Soon, the presence whispered. Soon we will meet, you and I. And only one will walk away. Harry pulled back, building his walls, shielding his thoughts. He couldn't afford to let the Dark Lord sense his fear, his plans, his weaknesses. But he also couldn't afford to close himself off completely. The connection was his greatest weapon now, his only way of tracking the monster, of knowing his movements, of anticipating his attacks. He would have to walk a knife's edge. Use the darkness without being consumed by it. The circlet pulsed, and Harry rose. Time to face the Wizengamot. The chamber was packed when Harry entered. Every seat filled, every face turned toward him. The whispers died as he walked to his place, the circlet blazing on his brow, Tonks and Madame Bones flanking him. Fudge was already at the minister's podium, his face pale, his hands trembling. He looked like a man who hadn't slept in days, which, Harry realized, was probably true. Regent Potter. Fudge's voice was high, strained. Thank you for joining us. As you know, we face an unprecedented crisis. He who must not be named has returned. We have confirmed sightings, attacks, the dark mark appearing across the country. The question before us is, what do we do? The chamber erupted. Dozens of voices shouted over each other, offering plans, demands, accusations. Harry sat silent, watching, waiting. When the noise finally subsided, he stood. You want to know what we do? His voice carried through the chamber, clear and steady. We fight. We prepare. We protect the people who can't protect themselves. He looked around at the assembled witches and wizards. But we don't do it the way we did before. We don't round up Muggle-borns. We don't pass laws that target the innocent. We don't give in to fear. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Some nodded, others glared. The last time Voldemort rose, we lost. We lost thousands of lives. We lost trust in each other. We lost sight of what we were fighting for. Harry's voice hardened. This time, we do it differently. This time, we stand together, wizards, goblins, elves, everyone. This time, we don't let fear divide us. And how do you propose we do that? A voice called out. With speeches. With good intentions. Harry met the speaker's eyes, a heavy-set wizard in the back row, his face flushed with skepticism. With action. Harry pulled a parchment from his robes. I've prepared a series of emergency decrees. They establish a joint defense council with the goblins. They grant house elves the right to leave dangerous situations without penalty. They create safe havens for Muggle-borns and their families. This is insane. The wizard was on his feet now. We're facing the greatest dark wizard in history, and you want to waste time on creature rights. I want to make sure we have allies when we need them. Harry's voice was cold. The goblins control the largest source of wealth in the magical world. The elves know every hidden corner of every wizarding home. The creatures you've trampled for centuries could be our greatest weapons, if we treat them as partners instead of servants. Silence. Harry could feel the weight of their stares, their skepticism, their fear. But he could also feel something else. A few nods. A few thoughtful expressions. A few wizards and witches who were actually listening. The decrees will be implemented immediately, he said. Any objections can be filed in writing. We'll address them when we have time. He sat down before anyone could respond. The chamber erupted again, but this time, the noise was different. Arguments, yes, but also discussions. Debates. People actually talking about the proposals instead of dismissing them out of hand. It wasn't victory. It wasn't even close. But it was a start. The days that followed were a blur of activity. Harry met with goblin delegations, hammering out the details of the Joint Defense Council. He visited the kitchens constantly, listening to elf concerns, implementing protections, earning trust. He held press conferences, gave speeches, answered letters. He worked with Madame Bones to coordinate Auror responses to Death Eater attacks. And through it all, he felt Voldemort's presence, a constant pressure at the edge of his awareness. The Dark Lord was moving, planning, gathering strength. Harry could sense the Horcruxes, 6 of them, pulsing with dark energy in locations scattered across Britain and beyond. He could sense the Death Eaters gathering, their fear and excitement bleeding through the connection. He could sense Voldemort's impatience, his hunger, his obsessive focus on the boy who had escaped him once. Soon, the presence whispered every night. Soon, Harry built his walls higher, stronger, but he couldn't block the connection completely. Didn't want to. The knowledge it gave him was too valuable. One night, a week after Voldemort's return, the presence sharpened. Became focused. Harry felt a surge of triumph, of anticipation, and then. The boy. I know where the boy is. Harry's blood ran cold. He reached. Out along the connection, careful, delicate, brushing against the surface of Voldemort's thoughts. Images flooded his mind. Hogwarts. The castle, seen from above. A figure in the grounds, small, blonde, familiar. Draco. Voldemort was going after Draco Malfoy. Harry moved without thinking. He was out of bed, pulling on robes, grabbing his wand, before his conscious mind caught up. Winky appeared beside him, her eyes wide with alarm. The Regent, sir. Get Tonks. Tell her to meet me in the atrium. Now. Winky popped away. Harry ran. The atrium was quiet at this hour, the fires in the grates burning low. Tonks appeared minutes later, her hair already shifting to battle red. What's happening? Voldemort. He's going after Draco Malfoy. Harry was already moving toward the fireplaces. I felt it through the connection. He's at Hogwarts, or will be soon. Hogwarts has protections. Protections Voldemort helped design. He knows every weakness, every loophole. Harry grabbed a handful of flow powder. I'm going. Harry, wait. But he was already gone, spinning through the green flames, emerging moments later in the Hogwarts entrance hall. The castle was silent. Too silent. The kind of silence that meant trouble. Harry ran. He found Draco in the astronomy tower. The boy stood at the edge of the parapet, his back to the drop, his face white with terror. Before him, advancing slowly, were three figures in dark robes, Death Eaters, their wands raised, their masks gleaming in the moonlight. Behind them, floating in the air like a dark star, was Voldemort. Not in flesh, not yet. A projection, perhaps, or some other magic Harry didn't understand. But his presence was unmistakable, the red eyes burning with cold amusement. Draco Malfoy, Voldemort hissed. Son of Lucius. Come to join your father in service to the Dark Lord. Draco's voice shook. My father is in Azkaban because of you. Because of what you made him do. I made him do nothing. Your father chose his path. As you will choose yours. Voldemort drifted closer. Join me, and I will restore your family's honor. Refuse, and you will die, and your mother will watch. Harry stepped out of the shadows. No. Voldemort's head turned. Those red eyes fixed on Harry, and the Dark Lord smiled. Harry Potter. I wondered when you would come. You wanted me to come. That's why you sent the vision. Harry's voice was steady, though his heart hammered. You knew I'd feel it. You knew I'd come. Of course. The connection works both ways, little boy. I let you see what I wanted you to see. Voldemort's smile widened. And now you are here. Alone. Far from your protectors. The Death Eaters advanced. Harry raised his wand. Behind him, he heard Draco's sharp intake of breath. Potter. Stay back. Stay out of the way. Harry's eyes never left Voldemort. He wants me. Not you. Perceptive. Voldemort drifted closer. I do want you, Harry Potter. I have wanted you since the night you destroyed me. Your blood runs in my veins now. Your life is bound to mine. And soon, very soon, you will join me, or you will die. Those aren't the only options. No. Voldemort laughed, a cold, terrible sound. What other option is there? Kill me. You cannot. The Horcruxes protect me. And even if you could, the piece of my soul inside you would die with me. You would die with me. Harry felt the truth of those words like a physical blow. The fragment. If Voldemort died, the fragment would die too, and take Harry with it. You see. Voldemort's voice was almost gentle. We are bound, you and I. More than prophecy, more than magic. Your life depends on mine. Kill me, and you kill yourself. Harry's mind raced. The fragment, the connection, the prophecy, all of it tangled together into a knot he couldn't untie. But he couldn't think about that now. Now, he had to survive. Draco, he said quietly, when I give the word, run. Down the stairs, out of the castle, don't stop. What? Potter. Just do it. Voldemort watched, amused. Planning to sacrifice yourself for the son of a Death Eater. How noble. How foolish. Harry ignored him. He reached out along the connection, feeling for weaknesses, for openings, for anything he could use. The fragment inside him pulsed in response, and for a moment, he saw what Voldemort saw, his own small figure, surrounded by enemies, hopelessly outnumbered. But he also saw something else. A thread. A connection between Voldemort and his physical body, somewhere far away. If he could sever that thread, the projection would collapse. The Death Eaters would be on their own. He didn't know if it was possible. Didn't know if he had the power. But he had to try. He raised his wand and poured everything into a single spell, not a curse, not a hex, but something else. Something that came from the fragment, from the connection, from the deepest part of his magic. Severus. The word tore from him like a physical thing, and the world exploded. When Harry woke, he was on the floor of the astronomy tower, his head pounding, his vision swimming. Draco knelt beside him, his face pale, his hands shaking. Potter, Potter, can you hear me? Harry tried to sit up. The world spun. What happened? You did something. The Dark Lord, he screamed, and then he was gone. The Death Eaters, they panicked, ran. Draco's voice was awed. You drove him off. By yourself. Harry looked around. The tower was empty except for the two of them. Moonlight streamed through the open archway, casting long shadows on the stone floor. He'll be back. Harry's voice was hoarse. He'll always come back. Draco was silent for a moment. Then, quietly, he said, Why did you come for me? After everything my father did. Your father isn't you. Harry met his eyes. You get to choose who you become. Not him. Not your family name. You. Draco stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. I don't know if I can be different. I don't know if I know how. Neither do I. Harry almost smiled. But I'm trying. That's all anyone can do. They sat together in the moonlight, two boys from opposite worlds, united by something neither fully understood. Below them, in the castle they both should have called home, alarms were beginning to sound. The war had come to Hogwarts at last. Dumbledore found them in the hospital wing. Harry lay on a bed, his head bandaged, his eyes closed. Draco sat beside him, refusing to leave, refusing to speak to anyone but the unconscious boy who had saved his life. The castle had erupted after the attack, teachers running, students hiding, ghosts wailing through corridors, but here, in the quiet of the infirmary, there was only the soft beep of monitoring charms and the steady rhythm of Harry's breathing. The healers say he'll recover, Madame Pomfrey murmured as Dumbledore approached. Exhaustion, mostly. Magical depletion. Whatever he did up there, it took everything he had. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes on Harry's pale face. The circlet still glowed on his brow, dimmer than usual but steady. A good sign. And Mr. Malfoy, shaken, frightened, but physically unharmed. Madame Pomfrey's voice dropped. He won't talk about what happened. Won't talk to anyone except him. She nodded toward Harry. Dumbledore moved to Draco's side and sat down slowly, his old joints creaking. The boy looked up at him with eyes that held too much fear for someone so young. Professor Dumbledore. Draco's voice was barely a whisper. Will he be? He will be fine, Draco. Thanks in large part to you. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. You stayed with him, protected him until help arrived. That took courage. Draco shook his head. I didn't do anything. He did everything. He came for me. His voice broke. He faced him for me. After everything my father did. After everything I said about him. He came anyway. That is who Harry Potter is. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. He sees people, not labels. He judges by actions, not blood. It is both his greatest strength and his greatest vulnerability. Draco was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, he asked, Can I stay? Until he wakes up. Dumbledore nodded. I think that would be good for both of you. Harry woke at dawn. The first thing he saw was Draco, asleep in the chair beside his bed, his blonde head pillowed on his arms. The second thing he saw was the circlet, still glowing softly on his brow, its warmth reassuring. The third thing he felt was Voldemort. The connection was still there, stronger than ever. But something had changed. The presence was quieter. Watching. Waiting. Harry could feel the Dark Lord's curiosity, his hunger, his obsession. But underneath all that, there was something new. Respect. You surprised me, Harry Potter. That does not happen often. Harry pulled back, building his walls. He wasn't ready for another confrontation. Wasn't sure he'd ever be ready. But he couldn't hide forever. Couldn't close himself off completely. The connection was too important, too valuable. He would have to learn to live with it. To use it without being used in return. Draco stirred, lifted his head, saw Harry's open eyes. For a moment, he just stared. Then his face crumpled. You're awake. You're okay. He was crying, ugly tears streaming down his face. I thought, when you collapsed, I thought you were dead. I'm okay. Harry's voice was hoarse. I'm okay, Draco. They sat together in the quiet of the hospital wing, two boys from opposite worlds, bound by something neither fully understood. The days that followed were strange. Harry remained at Hogwarts to recover, the first time he'd ever stayed in the castle that should have been his home. Draco rarely left his side, bringing food and books and awkward conversation. The other students stared when they passed, whispers following them everywhere, the boy who lived and the Death Eater's son, together, friends. It was unprecedented. Impossible. And yet, you're all anyone talks about, Draco said one afternoon, sprawled on the bed beside Harry's. The two of us. How I tried to kill you in our first meeting, and now I'm your shadow. Our first meeting. Harry raised an eyebrow. I don't remember you trying to kill me. My father wanted me to. He said I should make an example of you, show the pure bloods that the Malfoy name still meant something. Draco's voice was quiet. I was going to. I had a plan. And then, he trailed off. And then I met you. And you weren't what I expected. Draco looked at him. You talked to me like I was a person, not a symbol. You didn't care about my father or my name or any of it. You just saw me. Harry was silent for a moment. That's what my mother did. According to everyone who knew her. She saw people. Really saw them. She must have been extraordinary. She was. Harry's voice was soft. I wish I'd known her. They sat in comfortable silence, the afternoon sun streaming through the hospital wing windows. Dumbledore visited daily, bringing news from the outside world. The war was escalating, more attacks, more deaths, more fear. But there were also signs of hope. The Goblin Alliance was holding strong, goblin warriors fighting alongside Aurors. The elves had organized a network of safe houses, hidden places where refugees could shelter. Ordinary witches and wizards were standing up, refusing to give in to terror. Your decrees are working, Dumbledore said. Slowly, but surely. People are seeing that unity is possible. That we don't have to repeat the mistakes of the last war. Harry nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. On the Horcruxes. On the fragment inside him. On the prophecy that bound him to Voldemort. There's something I need to tell you, he said quietly. About the fragment. About what Voldemort said. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. Tell me. He said that if he dies, the fragment dies with him. And if the fragment dies. Harry met his eyes. I die too. The silence stretched, heavy with implication. Dumbledore closed his eyes. I feared as much. The magic of Horcruxes is ancient and terrible. When a piece of soul is bound to a living host, it cannot be removed without destroying that host. So I'm stuck with it. With him. Forever. Not forever. Dumbledore opened his eyes, and there was steel in them. There may be another way. A way to destroy the fragment without destroying you. How? I don't know yet. But I will find out. I swear it, Harry. Dumbledore's voice was fierce. You will not be sacrificed to defeat Voldemort. I will not allow it. Harry wanted to believe him. Wanted to trust that there was a way out, a solution, a happy ending. But he'd learned, in the cupboard and the ministry and the war, that happy endings were for stories. Real life was harder. Find it, he said quietly. But don't stop fighting while you're looking. We can't afford to wait. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes glistening. Your parents would be so proud of you, Harry. So very proud. Harry looked away, unable to bear the weight of those words. 2 weeks after the attack, Harry returned to the ministry. The place had changed. The toppled fountain had been replaced, not with a new statue, but with something Harry had requested. A simple stone circle, carved with the names of every being who had died in the wars against Voldemort. Wizards, goblins, elves, centaurs, merpeople. All equal in death, if not in life. People stopped to look at it now, running their fingers over the names, remembering. Harry passed it every day, touching the names of his parents, letting their memory strengthen him. The work continued. The war raged. Death Eater attacks came weekly, sometimes daily. Harry coordinated responses, met with allies, gave speeches, wrote letters. He grew thinner, paler, older than his years. But he kept going, kept fighting, kept hoping. One night, a letter arrived that changed everything. It was from Draco, written in shaky handwriting, the parchment smudged with tears. Harry, something's happened. Mother's been taken. Death Eaters came to the house. They said father sent them, said he wanted revenge for her testimony. They took her to Malfoy Manor. They're going to kill her, Harry. They're going to kill her and I can't. Please. I know I have no right to ask. I know what my father did. But she's my mother. She's all I have left. Please help her. Draco. Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding. Malfoy Manor. Lucius's revenge. Narcissa, who had risked everything to save her son, now facing death because of it. He couldn't ignore this. Couldn't pretend it wasn't his problem. Narcissa had helped them, had testified against her husband, given up everything, chosen her son over her family. She deserved better than to die in a Death Eater dungeon. Tonks was against it. It's a trap. Has to be. They're using her to draw you out. Probably. Harry's voice was steady. But that doesn't mean we ignore it. That doesn't mean we leave her to die. We'll send Aurors. A strike team. They're expecting Aurors. They're expecting a strike team. Harry met her eyes. They're not expecting me. Harry. I have the connection. I can feel them, sense their positions, know when they're lying. I'm the best weapon we have for this. He held up a hand as she started to protest. I'm not going alone. I'll take a team. But I'm going, Tonks. I have to. She stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Then we do this right. We plan, we prepare, we make sure you come back. Her voice was fierce. You're not dying on my watch, kid. Harry almost smiled. Wouldn't dream of it. The raid on Malfoy Manor happened 3 nights later. Harry moved through the darkness with Tonks and a hand-picked team of Aurors, the circlet blazing on his brow. The connection guided him. Voldemort wasn't here, but his presence lingered, a cold shadow over the ancient house. Harry could feel the Death Eaters inside, their positions, their emotions, their fears. They were expecting an attack. But they were expecting it from outside. They weren't expecting him to already be inside their minds. He led the team through hidden passages, past sleeping guards, into the depths of the manor. The dungeons were cold, damp, stinking of fear. Cells lined the walls, most empty, but one. Narcissa Malfoy huddled in the corner of the last cell, her elegant robes torn, her face bruised. She looked up as Harry approached, and for a moment, he saw something flicker in her eyes. Hope. Regent Potter. Her voice was hoarse. You came? Draco asked. Harry gestured to Tonks, who began working on the cell door. We're getting you out. They'll know. They'll come. Let them. The door swung open. Harry helped Narcissa to her feet, supporting her as they moved toward the passage. Behind them, alarms began to scream. They know, Narcissa gasped. They're coming. Then we'd better run. They ran. The escape was chaos. Death Eaters poured from every corridor, spells flying, curses screaming. Harry's team fought back, a coordinated retreat toward the passage. Harry stayed at the rear, the circlet blazing, the connection screaming warnings that kept him alive. A killing curse passed inches from his head. He dove, rolled, came up firing. A Death Eater fell. Another curse, green and terrible, aimed at Narcissa's back. Harry moved without thinking, throwing himself in front of her. The curse hit. And died. Harry stared at his chest, where the curse had struck. The circlet blazed white hot, and he felt nothing. No pain, no injury, no death. The curse had simply stopped. Around him, the battle paused. Death Eaters stared, their wands frozen. Tonks gaped. Narcissa whispered something Harry couldn't hear. Then the moment broke, and the fighting resumed. They made it to the passage. Made it out of the manor. Made it to the apparition point where Portkeys waited to take them home. As they spun away, Harry looked back at Malfoy Manor, dark against the moonlit sky. He could feel Voldemort's rage through the connection, the Dark Lord's fury at being thwarted. But underneath the rage, there was something else. Curiosity. Interest. And, just for a moment, fear. The boy who could not be killed by the killing curse. The boy who carried a piece of Voldemort's soul. The boy who was becoming something the Dark Lord had never anticipated. An equal. Back at the ministry, Narcissa was treated and released into Draco's care. She clung to her son, weeping, thanking Harry over and over until he couldn't bear it anymore. Please, he said quietly. You don't owe me anything. You helped us. You saved your son. That's enough. Narcissa looked at him with eyes that held years of pain and regret. You were extraordinary, Harry Potter. I hope you know that. Harry shook his head. I'm just trying to do what's right. Same as you. Later, alone in his quarters, Harry examined the circlet. It looked the same, ancient silver, blue fire, warm to the touch. But something had changed. He could feel it. The curse that should have killed him. The circlet had stopped it. Had absorbed it, somehow, or deflected it, or used the fragment. The thought came from nowhere, but Harry knew it was true. The piece of Voldemort's soul inside him had recognized the killing curse, had protected its host, had saved his life. Not out of kindness, the fragment couldn't feel kindness. But out of self-preservation. If Harry died, the fragment died with him. He was carrying his own insurance policy. A piece of the Dark Lord that would keep him alive no matter what. The irony wasn't lost on him. The next morning, Dumbledore arrived with news. "I've found something," he said, his voice carefully controlled. "About the fragment. About how it might be removed." Harry's heart skipped. How? Dumbledore hesitated. "It's not certain. And it's dangerous. But there is a ritual, ancient, rarely attempted, that can separate a soul fragment from a living host. It requires 3 things: the blood of the one who created the fragment, the magic of the one who carries it, and a sacrifice of equal value to the soul being freed." Harry stared at him. Blood of the one who created it. Voldemort's blood. Yes. That means capturing him, holding him, using him. Harry's mind raced. "Can we do that? I don't know. But it's the only chance we have." Dumbledore's eyes were troubled. "The sacrifice concerns me most. What is equal in value to a piece of a soul? What could possibly balance such a scale?" Harry thought about that. About all he'd lost, all he'd gained, all he might still lose. "I don't know," he admitted. "But we'll find out. When the time comes." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "When the time comes." The war continued. Weeks passed. Months. Harry turned 11, then 12, the birthdays marked by small celebrations and larger battles. He grew taller, stronger, more skilled. The circlet never left his brow, its magic intertwined with his own. He visited Hogwarts regularly, not as a student but as regent, meeting with Dumbledore, with teachers, with students who looked at him with a mixture of awe and fear. Draco became a true friend, the first Harry had ever had. They studied together, trained together, fought together when Death Eaters attacked the castle. Narcissa recovered, slowly, and began working with the Ministry on pure blood reform. She was an unlikely ally, but a powerful one. Her testimony carried weight with families who had never listened to outsiders before. The Goblin Alliance held strong, goblin warriors fighting alongside wizards with a ferocity that surprised everyone. The elf network expanded, saving countless lives. Even the centaurs, who had always stayed apart, began to send emissaries, watching, waiting, learning. And through it all, the connection pulsed. Voldemort was always there, a presence at the edge of Harry's mind. The Dark Lord was planning something. Harry could feel it, the shape of a trap waiting to spring. One night, the presence sharpened, became focused. Harry felt a surge of triumph, of anticipation, and then, "The boy. I know how to take the boy." Harry reached out along the connection, bracing himself for what he might see. Images flooded his mind. A graveyard, a cauldron, a figure bound to a headstone. Himself. Voldemort was going to take him. Use him in the ritual. Force him to participate in his own destruction. And Harry realized, with terrible clarity, that he might have to let it happen. Because the ritual required his blood. And if Voldemort had his blood, the connection would strengthen. Harry would be able to sense him more clearly, track him more accurately, find the remaining Horcruxes. It was a risk. A terrible risk. But it might be the only way to end this. He sat alone in the darkness, the circlet warm on his brow, and made his choice. The next morning, he told Tonks his plan. She stared at him in horror. "You want to let them take you. Let them use you in the ritual. It's the only way. The Horcruxes, I can sense them, but not clearly enough. Not accurately enough. With my blood in his veins, the connection will strengthen. I'll be able to find them all. And then what? You die when we destroy them. Maybe. But maybe not." Harry's voice was steady. "Dumbledore's working on the separation ritual. If we can capture Voldemort after he's resurrected, use his blood to remove the fragment." "This is insane." Tonks was pacing now, her hair cycling through agitated colors. "This is absolutely insane. You're talking about walking into the Dark Lord's trap. Willingly. I know. There's 100 things that could go wrong. 1,000. You could die, Harry. Really die. I know that too." Harry met her eyes. But if I don't try, more people will die. Thousands. Maybe millions. My life isn't worth more than theirs. Tonks stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she sank into a chair. You're too young for this, she whispered. You're too young to be making these choices. I didn't choose any of this. It chose me. Harry's voice was quiet. All I can do is try to make the right decisions. Try to protect as many people as I can. Try to end this. Tonks was silent for a long moment. Then she reached out and took his hand. Then we do this together. All of us. You don't walk into that graveyard alone. Harry nodded, his eyes burning. Together. The days that followed were spent in preparation. Harry trained harder than ever, pushing himself to the edge of exhaustion. Dumbledore drilled him on occlumency, on defense, on everything he might need. Tonks coordinated with the Aurors, planning the rescue, the capture, the counterattack. And through it all, the connection pulsed. Voldemort was waiting, watching, planning. Harry could feel his impatience, his hunger, his anticipation. Soon, the presence whispered. Soon we will meet, you and I. Yes, Harry thought back, reaching along the connection for the first time deliberately. Soon. He felt Voldemort's shock, his surprise, his delight. You can speak to me now. How interesting. I can do a lot of things now. Things you don't expect. Brave words, little boy. But bravery without power is just suicide. Then it's a good thing I have power. The connection snapped shut, Harry closing it, building his walls, protecting himself. But he'd made his point. Voldemort knew now that he wasn't dealing with a helpless child. He was dealing with an equal. The night before the predicted attack, Harry sat alone in his quarters, the circlet warm on his brow. Winky curled at his feet, her tiny hand in his. Tonks slept on the couch nearby, her wand ready, her hair a soft, worried blue. Tomorrow, he would walk into the graveyard. Tomorrow, he would face Voldemort. Tomorrow, everything would change. He thought about his parents, about the sacrifice they'd made. He thought about the Dursleys, about the cupboard, about all the years of loneliness and fear. He thought about the friends he'd made, the allies he'd gathered, the world he was fighting to save. And he thought about the fragment, the piece of Voldemort's soul that lived inside him. The thing that made him both victim and weapon, both hero and monster. Tomorrow, he would find out what he really was. Tomorrow, the final battle would begin. The night was cold. Harry stood at the edge of the apparition point, surrounded by the team that would follow him into hell. Tonks, her hair a steady, determined red. Madame Bones, her eye gleaming behind its monocle. A dozen. Aurors, their faces grim, their wands ready. And Dumbledore, his blue eyes fixed on Harry with an expression that held centuries of regret. You don't have to do this, the old wizard said quietly. There are other ways. We can find them. Harry shook his head. We've been over this. The Horcruxes, I can sense them, but not clearly enough. Not accurately enough. With my blood in his veins, the connection will strengthen. I'll be able to find them all. And if the separation ritual fails, if we cannot remove the fragment, then we'll deal with that when it happens. Harry met his eyes. I'm not going to let fear of what might happen stop me from doing what needs to be done. My parents didn't. I won't either. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Your mother said something similar once. When I tried to warn her about the dangers she would face. He smiled faintly. She told me that hiding was not living. That some things were worth dying for. His voice cracked slightly. I did not understand then. I understand now. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes and blinked them back fiercely. I'm not planning to die. I'm planning to win. Good. Dumbledore gripped his shoulder. Then let's go win. The portkey activated at midnight. Harry felt the familiar tug behind his navel, the spinning darkness, the sickening lurch as reality twisted around him. Then his feet hit solid ground, and he was standing in the graveyard from his dreams. The headstones loomed around him, ancient and crooked, their inscriptions worn away by centuries of rain. The moon was full, casting sharp shadows, and somewhere in the distance, a dog was howling. Just like the vision, just like the prophecy. Movement in the shadows. Figures emerging from behind graves, their wands raised, their masks gleaming. Death Eaters, dozens of them, surrounding him in a tightening circle. Harry didn't move, didn't flinch, just stood there, the circlet blazing on his brow, waiting. They came for him slowly, cautiously, as if expecting a trap. One of them, tall, broad-shouldered, with a cruel twist to his mouth, stepped forward and grabbed Harry's arm. "The Dark Lord will be pleased," he growled. "The boy, delivered to our feet." Harry said nothing. Let himself be dragged through the graveyard, past the watching Death Eaters, toward the center where a cauldron bubbled with dark liquid. Pettigrew was there, his face streaked with tears, his missing hand replaced by a crude silver prosthesis. He wouldn't meet Harry's eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered as they passed. "I'm so sorry." Harry ignored him. They stopped at the cauldron's edge. The liquid within was black as ink, steaming in the cold night air. Harry could feel the magic in it, dark and hungry, waiting to be fed. The Death Eaters formed a circle around him, their wands raised, their masks gleaming. And from the shadows beyond, a voice spoke. "Harry Potter." Voldemort emerged from the darkness, his red eyes glowing, his snake-like face split in a smile of pure triumph. He moved like smoke, like shadow, like something not quite human. "You came. I knew you would." Harry met his eyes without flinching. "You knew I'd walk into your trap. Congratulations. You're very clever." The Death Eaters stirred, shocked by his tone. Voldemort's smile flickered, then returned. "Brave to the end. Your father's son." He drifted closer, circling Harry like a predator sizing up prey. "But bravery without power is just suicide. And you, little boy, have no power compared to me. Then why do you need my blood?" The smile vanished. For just a moment, something flickered in those red eyes, anger, perhaps, or uncertainty. "The ritual requires it. An ancient magic. Your blood will make me stronger than before. Will bind you to me in ways you cannot imagine." "I can imagine quite a lot, actually." Harry's voice was steady. "The connection showed me. Your Horcruxes. Your plans. Your fears." Voldemort went still. "What did you say?" "You heard me." Harry stepped forward, and the Death Eaters actually flinched back. "I know about the ring. The diary. The locket. The cup. The snake. And the one you haven't told anyone about, the one hidden at Hogwarts." Voldemort's face contorted with rage. "You lie." "Do I?" Harry reached out along the connection, deliberately, showing Voldemort what he knew. Images flashed between them, the Horcruxes, their locations, their protections. The Dark Lord's eyes widened. "Impossible. The fragment. It's part of me now. And it tells me everything." Harry's voice was cold. "You thought you were using me. But I've been using you. Learning from you. Preparing for this moment." For the first time, Voldemort looked uncertain. The Death Eaters shifted uneasily, their confidence shaken. Then Voldemort laughed, a harsh, terrible sound. "You are more interesting than I thought, Harry Potter. But it changes nothing. The ritual will proceed. Your blood will flow into this cauldron. And I will rise, more powerful than ever." He gestured, and Pettigrew stumbled forward, knife in hand. "I'm sorry," Pettigrew whispered again. "I'm so sorry." The knife descended. Pain. White-hot, searing pain as the blade sliced through Harry's arm. Blood flowed, thick and warm, dripping into the cauldron. The liquid hissed and steamed, turning from black to blinding white. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." A grave beside the cauldron split open. Dust rose, swirled, dropped into the liquid. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master." Pettigrew screamed as his hand, his real hand, not the silver replacement, separated from his wrist and fell into the cauldron. The liquid boiled, turned to liquid fire. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." Harry's blood continued to flow, pouring into the cauldron, mixing with the bone and flesh and dark magic. He felt the connection surge, strengthen, become something new. Voldemort's presence flooded his mind, overwhelming, terrible. And then, from the cauldron, a shape began to rise. It was human. Tall and terrible, with skin as white as bone and eyes as red as blood. It stepped from the cauldron, naked and gleaming, and the Death Eaters fell to their knees. "I have returned." Voldemort's voice was different now, stronger, more present, more real. He looked at Harry with those burning red eyes and smiled. "And now, Harry Potter, we finish what we started." He raised his wand, and Harry smiled back. "Now," he said quietly. The graveyard exploded. Dumbledore's signal had been waiting. The moment Harry spoke the word, the attack began. Horrors apparated into the graveyard from every direction, spells flying, curses screaming. The Death Eaters scrambled to defend themselves, their formation broken, their confidence shattered. In the chaos, Harry moved. He wasn't fighting to escape. He was fighting to get closer. Voldemort stood at the center of the storm, his wand raised, his eyes searching for his prey. Harry dodged between headstones, ducking spells, the circlet guiding him, the connection screaming warnings. You cannot hide from me, Harry Potter. I can feel you, sense you. You are part of me now. Harry ignored him, reached out along the connection, felt Voldemort's position, his movements, his intentions. Used it against him. A killing curse passed inches from his head. He dove, rolled, came up firing. The spell hit a Death Eater behind Voldemort, sending him flying. Impressive, but not enough. Voldemort raised his wand for the killing curse. Green light gathered at its tip. And then, Tonks. She appeared from nowhere, her hair blazing white, her wand a blur. A shield sprang up between Harry and Voldemort, deflecting the curse. Another spell, a binding curse, wrapped around the Dark Lord's arms. Foolish girl. Voldemort shattered the bonds with a wave of his hand. You cannot. He never finished. Dumbledore appeared behind him, his wand raised, his eyes blazing with a fury Harry had never seen. Fire erupted from his wand, a roaring inferno that engulfed Voldemort and forced him back. Now, Harry. The portkey. Harry grabbed the portkey. Tonks threw him, a small, charmed stone that would take him back to the Ministry. But he didn't activate it. Not yet. He had one more thing to do. He reached out along the connection, found the thread that bound Voldemort to his Horcruxes, and pulled. The Dark Lord screamed. It was a sound of pure agony, of something being torn from him against his will. The Horcruxes, Harry could feel them, all of them, pulsing in response to his touch. The fragment inside him reached out, connected, and for one terrible moment, Harry saw everything. The locket, hidden in a cave protected by Inferi. The cup, locked in a Gringotts vault. The diadem, forgotten in the room of requirement. The ring, buried in the ruins of the Gaunt Shack. Nagini, coiled somewhere in the darkness, waiting. And the seventh, the one Voldemort had never told anyone about, hidden in the most unexpected place of all. Harry saw it all, understood it all. And then he let go. Voldemort collapsed to his knees, his face contorted with pain and rage. What have you done? Shown myself what I need to know. Harry activated the portkey. See you soon, Tom. He vanished as Voldemort's killing curse passed through the space where he'd been. The Ministry was chaos when Harry returned. Healers descended on him, checking his wound, treating the blood loss. Tonks appeared moments later, her hair cycling through relieved colors, pulling him into a hug that crushed the breath from his lungs. Don't ever do that again, she gasped. Don't you ever. I'm okay. Harry's voice was muffled against her shoulder. I'm okay. Dumbledore arrived last, his robes singed, his expression troubled. He looked at Harry for a long moment, then nodded slowly. The Horcruxes. You saw them. All of them. Harry pulled away from Tonks, his face pale but determined. I know where they are. All 7. 7. Dumbledore's eyes widened. You're certain? The fragment showed me. When I reached out, when I connected with them, I felt each one. The locket, the cup, the diadem, the ring, the snake, and one more. Harry met his eyes. Something at Hogwarts. Something he never told anyone about. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. You have done it, Harry. You have given us the key to his destruction. Harry shook his head. I've given us a chance. That's all. We still have to find them, destroy them, and then face him. He touched his chest, where the fragment pulsed. And deal with this. Dumbledore's smile faded. Yes, that too. The days that followed were a blur of planning and preparation. Harry worked with Dumbledore to map the Horcruxes, to understand their protections, to devise strategies for their destruction. The locket first, hidden in a cave along the coast, protected by Inferi and a deadly potion. Then the cup, deep in the Lestrange's Gringotts vault. The diadem, lost in the room of requirement's endless maze. The ring, buried with the Gaunt family's darkest secrets. Nagini, always at Voldemort's side. And the seventh, the unknown, the one Harry could sense but not see. They would need help. Goblins for the vault, elves for the cave, Aurors for everything. And they would need to move fast. Voldemort knew now that his secrets were compromised. He would be moving too, strengthening his defenses, planning his counterattack. The war was entering its final phase. One night, Harry received an unexpected visitor. Narcissa Malfoy stood at his door, her face pale, her hands trembling. Behind her, Draco waited, his expression anxious. "Regent Potter." Her voice was formal, but her eyes were desperate. "I need to ask a favor. A terrible favor. One I have no right to ask." Harry gestured them inside. "Tell me." Narcissa took a deep breath. "Lucius is in Azkaban. But his allies, they've threatened Draco. They say if I don't help them, if I don't provide information about the Ministry's plans, they'll kill him." Her voice broke. "I don't know what to do. I can't betray you, you saved my life, saved my son, but I can't let them hurt him either." Harry was silent for a moment, processing. Then he looked at Draco. "What do you want?" Draco met his eyes. "I want to fight. With you. Against them." His voice was steady despite his fear. "If they're going to come for me anyway, I'd rather face them on my feet than hiding in shadows." Harry nodded slowly. "Then that's what we'll do." He looked at Narcissa. "We'll protect him. Both of you. The Ministry will provide safe houses, guards, whatever you need. And Draco can train with us, fight with us, if that's what he chooses." Narcissa stared at him, tears streaming down her face. "After everything, after what my husband did, you would still. Your husband isn't you. And Draco isn't his father." Harry's voice was gentle. "You chose your son over everything. That's the kind of person I want on our side." Narcissa crumpled, sobbing. Draco moved to her side, holding her, his own eyes bright with tears. "Thank you," he whispered to Harry. "Thank you." Harry nodded, the circlet warm on his brow. In the darkness, through the connection, he felt Voldemort's rage, his impatience, his hunger. But underneath that, for the first time, he felt something else. Fear. The Dark Lord was afraid. Afraid of what Harry had become. Afraid of what he might do. Afraid of the boy who carried a piece of his soul and used it against him. Good, Harry thought. Let him be afraid. Let them all be afraid. The war was coming, and Harry Potter intended to win. The cave was everything Harry's vision had promised and worse. It crouched on a rocky outcropping along the coast, hidden from Muggle eyes by ancient magic and sheer inaccessibility. The sea crashed against the cliffs below, sending spray high into the air, and the wind howled like something alive and hungry. Harry stood at the entrance with Dumbledore, Tonks, and a small team of Aurors, the circlet warm on his brow, the connection pulsing with warnings. "He's warded this place heavily," Harry said silently, reaching along the bond. "Death magic. Blood magic. Things I don't recognize." Beside him, Dumbledore nodded as if he'd heard. "The Inferi first. Thousands of them, waiting beneath the water. Then the potion. Then the locket itself, protected by spells that will kill anyone who touches it unprepared." "We're prepared." Harry's voice was steady. "We have the goblin fire, the phoenix tears, the elf magic. We have each other." Dumbledore looked at him, and something like pride flickered in his blue eyes. "Your parents would be amazed at the man you're becoming." Harry didn't answer. He was already moving forward, into the darkness. The cave opened into a vast chamber, its walls slick with moisture, its floor sloping down toward an underground lake. The water was black, absolute, reflecting nothing. In the center, on a small island, a green glow pulsed, the locket, waiting. They stopped at the water's edge. The surface was still, too still, as if something beneath was holding its breath. In fury, Tonks breathed. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Waiting for anyone foolish enough to disturb the water. Dumbledore raised his wand. "I will create a path. Stay close, stay quiet, and whatever you do, do not touch the water." He murmured a spell, and a thin bridge of light extended across the lake, hovering just above the surface. Harry stepped onto it, feeling its insubstantiality, trusting Dumbledore's magic to hold. They moved in single file, Harry leading, Dumbledore behind him, Tonks and the Aurors bringing up the rear. The bridge swayed gently with each step, and beneath them, the water began to stir. Shapes moved in the depths. Pale, bloated, reaching. Hands broke the surface, grasping at air, at light, at anything. Harry forced himself to look straight ahead, to keep moving, to ignore the horror below. The island grew closer. The green glow brighter. And with each step, the connection screamed louder. "Danger," the fragment seemed to whisper. "Master's danger. Must protect." Harry pushed it down, built his walls, kept moving. They reached the island. The basin was stone, ancient and cracked, filled with a glowing green potion. At its center, resting on a stone pedestal, lay the locket, simple, gold, unassuming. But Harry could feel the dark magic radiating from it, could see the way the air around it shimmered with protection. The potion must be drunk, Dumbledore said quietly. All of it. Only then will the locket be revealed. I'll do it. Harry stepped forward. No. Dumbledore's hand on his shoulder stopped him. I am old, Harry. My time is short. If anyone is to bear this burden, let it be me. With respect, Professor, you're wrong. Harry met his eyes. The fragment, it can help me resist the potion's effects. Can warn me when the visions aren't real. I have a better chance than anyone. Dumbledore stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Drink slowly. Sip by sip. The pain will be intense, but you must keep going. Do not stop until the basin is empty. Harry knelt before the basin, the circlet blazing, the fragment pulsing. He dipped a goblet into the potion and raised it to his lips. The first sip was fire. It burned through him, consumed him, showed him things he couldn't unsee. His parents, dying, their screams echoing in his ears. The Dursleys, laughing as they locked him in the cupboard. Voldemort, triumphant, standing over his grave. The visions came faster and faster, each one worse than the last, each one designed to break him. But Harry kept drinking. Sip after sip, vision after vision, pain after pain. The fragment helped, whispered warnings when the visions lied, steadied him when he wanted to fall. The circlet burned, its ancient magic fighting the potion's darkness. Around him, he was dimly aware of Dumbledore's voice, Tonks's screams, the Inferi rising from the lake. But none of it mattered. Only the basin, only the potion, only the locket waiting at the center. Finally, the last drop. Harry collapsed, the goblet falling from nerveless fingers. The basin was empty, the locket revealed. He reached for it, his hand shaking. And stopped. Through the connection, he felt it. A trap within the trap. The locket wasn't just protected by magic, it was protected by a piece of Voldemort's soul. A fragment, like the one inside him. If he touched it without preparation, it would latch onto him, merge with him, destroy him. The fire, he gasped. Goblin fire. Now. Tonks was there, a vial in her hand, its contents flickering with strange blue light. She poured it over the locket, and the fire caught, not ordinary flame, but something older, hungrier, capable of destroying what could not be destroyed. The locket screamed. It was a terrible sound, high and thin, like a dying animal. The fire consumed it, ate through its gold, devoured the piece of soul within. Harry watched, the fragment inside him writhing in sympathy, and felt Voldemort's rage through the connection. No, the Dark Lord's voice screamed. No, and then the locket was gone. Just ash, scattered by the wind that had begun to rise. Harry slumped, exhausted beyond words. Tonks caught him, held him, her face streaked with tears. You did it, she whispered. You actually did it. Harry nodded weakly. 1 down. 6 to go. The Gringotts vault was next. King Ragnarok himself met them at the bank's entrance, his eyes gleaming with something that might have been respect. The Lestrange's vault is deep. Heavily protected. Even we cannot enter without their authorization. Then we'll have to get creative. Harry looked at the Goblin King. You said the Goblin Nation was my ally. I'm calling in that alliance now. Ragnarok nodded slowly. What do you need? A way in. A way past the protections. And Goblin warriors to help us fight what's waiting inside. You ask much. I know. Harry met his eyes. But if we fail, Voldemort wins. And if Voldemort wins, your people will be next. You know that. Ragnarok was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled, a terrifying expression on a goblin face. Then let us show these Death Eaters what happens when you threaten the Goblin Nation. The descent into the Lestrange's vault was like falling into nightmare. The mine cart hurtled through tunnels that twisted and turned, past waterfalls of flame and caverns filled with strange creatures that reached out with grasping claws. Harry clung to the side, the circlet blazing, the fragment screaming warnings. Beside him, Draco, who had insisted on coming, looked green but determined. I can't believe I agreed to this, he muttered. You didn't have to come. Yes, I did. Draco's voice was firm despite his fear. You saved my mother. You saved me. I'm not letting you face this alone. Harry almost smiled. Almost. The cart screeched to a halt at the vault's entrance. The doors were massive, iron-bound, covered in runes that glowed with warning. Harry approached slowly, reaching out along the connection, feeling for traps. "There's a Gemino curse," he said quietly. "Everything we touch will multiply, crush us. And a Flagranti curse, everything will burn, sear, never stop burning. How do we get past it?" Draco's voice was barely a whisper. "We don't. We go through it." Harry looked at the goblin warriors behind them. "The cup is at the back. We grab it and run. Don't touch anything else. Don't stop for anything. Go." He pushed the doors open. The heat hit them first, a wave of it, scorching, unbearable. Then the multiplication began. Gold coins spilled from shelves, multiplying as they fell, rising around them like a tide. Harry waded through, the circlet protecting him, the fragment guiding him toward the cup. There, on a high shelf, glittering in the firelight, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, small and golden, with 2 fine handles and a badger carved into its side. Harry reached for it, and the shelf erupted. The battle in the vault was chaos. Goblins fought goblins, Lestrange's guards, corrupted by dark magic, attacking their own kind. Draco dueled desperately, his spells barely holding them back. Harry fought his way to the cup, the fragment screaming, the circlet blazing. His hand closed around it. The moment he touched it, he felt the piece of soul inside, felt its rage, its hunger, its desperate need to survive. It reached for him, tried to latch onto him, to merge with the fragment already there. "No." Harry's voice was cold. "You don't belong here." He called the goblin fire, poured it over the cup, watched it burn. The cup screamed, the same terrible sound as the locket, high and thin and dying. Harry felt Voldemort's fury through the connection, felt the Dark Lord's attention focus on him with murderous intent. 2, he thought. 2 down, 5 to go. The cup crumbled to ash. The multiplying gold stopped. The heat faded. And Harry stood in the center of the ruined vault, the circlet blazing, the fragment pulsing, and knew that Voldemort had felt every death. The war had just become personal. They emerged from Gringotts to find the Ministry in chaos. Death Eaters had attacked while they were gone, striking at the Department of Mysteries, trying to retrieve the prophecy. They'd been repelled, but barely. Aurors were dead. Witches and wizards were wounded. And in the aftermath, someone had noticed something strange. "The prophecy," Madame Bones said, her face grim. "It's gone." Harry stared at her. "Gone. How?" "We don't know. The records show no one accessed it, no one removed it. But when we checked after the attack, the shelf was empty." She met his eyes. "Harry, if Voldemort has the prophecy." "He doesn't." Harry shook his head. "I'd feel it. Through the connection. He's angry, frustrated, but he doesn't have what he wants." He paused, thinking. Someone else took it. Someone who knew how to bypass the protections. Who? Harry didn't have an answer. But as he walked back to his quarters, the circlet warm on his brow, he couldn't shake the feeling that they'd missed something. That the game was bigger than they knew. That night, a letter arrived. It was written on plain parchment, no signature, no return address. But Harry knew the handwriting instantly. "Harry, I have the prophecy. I took it to keep it safe, from Voldemort, from the Ministry, from everyone who would use it against you. It contains things you need to know. Things about your parents, about the night they died, about what really happened. Meet me at the place where it all began. Godric's Hollow. Christmas Eve. Come alone. Trust no one. S." Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding. Sirius Black. His father's best friend. The man who had been imprisoned for 12 years for a crime he didn't commit. The man who had escaped Azkaban and vanished into the shadows. Sirius had the prophecy. Sirius wanted to meet. But could he trust him? The letter said trust no one, but that included the writer. Sirius had been close to his parents, yes. But he'd also been their secret keeper, the one who supposedly betrayed them. The official story said he'd been working for Voldemort all along. But Harry had learned, in his short life, that official stories were often lies. The circlet pulsed, offering no answers. Harry made his choice. Christmas Eve found him in Godric's Hollow. The village was quiet, snow-covered, beautiful in the moonlight. Harry walked through its streets, the circlet hidden under a hat, his wand ready in his pocket. The connection was quiet, Voldemort wasn't paying attention, focused elsewhere. He found the church first, ancient and lovely, its stained glass windows glowing with warm light. Beyond it, the graveyard stretched, headstones poking through the snow like crooked teeth. And there, in the corner, two graves side by side. James and Lily Potter. Harry stopped, his heart clenching. He'd seen their graves before, in photographs, in visions. But standing here, in the snow, under the moonlight, was different. Real. Terrible. He approached slowly, reading the inscriptions. James Potter, born the 27th of March 1960, died the 31st of October 1981. Loving husband, devoted father, brave to the end. Lily Potter, born the 30th of January 1960, died the 31st of October 1981. Loving wife, devoted mother, her sacrifice saved us all. Harry knelt in the snow, his hand touching the cold stone. Tears froze on his cheeks before they could fall. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm sorry I wasn't enough. I'm sorry you had to die. I'm sorry." A sound behind him. He spun, wand raised. Sirius Black stood at the edge of the graveyard, gaunt and wild, his dark hair falling over a face that held too much pain. He looked nothing like the pictures, older, harder, more broken. But his eyes, gray and haunted, held something that made Harry's heart stop. Recognition. Love. Grief. "Harry." His voice was rough, barely a whisper. "You look so much like him. Like James." Harry didn't lower his wand. "You have the prophecy." Sirius nodded slowly. He reached into his ragged robes and pulled out a glowing sphere, the prophecy, smaller than Harry remembered, pulsing with inner light. "I took it to protect you. Dumbledore, he's not what you think. He's been keeping secrets, making plans, using people like pieces on a chessboard." Sirius's voice was bitter. "He left you with those muggles. He let me rot in Azkaban. I know." Harry's voice was quiet. "I know about Dumbledore. About the Dursleys. About a lot of things." Sirius stared at him. "Then you know why I had to take it. Why you can't trust anyone." "I don't trust anyone." Harry lowered his wand slightly. "But I'm willing to listen." Sirius smiled. "A broken, beautiful thing. Your mother said that once. When I tried to warn her about something, she said, 'I'm willing to listen, Sirius, but I make my own choices.'" His eyes glistened. "She made the right choice. She always did." They stood in the snow, two survivors of a war that had taken everything from them, and for a moment, Harry felt something he'd never felt before. Family. Sirius told him everything. About the Marauders, their friendship, their pranks, their loyalty. About James and Lily's wedding, their happiness, their desperate hope for the future. About the prophecy, and the secret keeper switch, and the betrayal that had cost them everything. "Peter was the spy," Sirius said, his voice raw. "I convinced James to switch to him, thought it would be safer, less obvious. I was the decoy, the one everyone would watch. And Peter." He shook his head. "Peter sold them for nothing. For his own worthless skin." Harry nodded slowly. "I know. I met him. He told me." Sirius's eyes widened. "You met? Where? When?" "The Leaky Cauldron. He contacted me, wanted to confess. Warn me about the ritual." Harry's voice was flat. "Voldemort took him anyway. Used him in the resurrection." Sirius was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, he asked, "Did you forgive him?" "No." Harry met his eyes. "But I didn't kill him either. I let him live with what he'd done." "That's worse." Sirius stared at him, and something shifted in his expression. "Respect, maybe. Or wonder." "You're not what I expected," he said slowly. "You're more. I had to be." Harry looked at his parents' graves. "They didn't die so I could be less." The silence stretched, heavy with years of pain. Finally, Sirius spoke. "The prophecy. Do you want to hear it?" Harry nodded. Sirius held out the sphere. Harry touched it, and the world dissolved. He was back in the Hog's Head, watching Sybil Trelawney's wild eyes, hearing her rasping voice. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." The vision faded, but Harry felt something else. Something beneath the words, hidden in the spaces between. A truth that Trelawney herself might not have known. The power he knows not. Everyone assumed it was love, his mother's sacrifice, the protection it gave him. But as Harry stood in the snow, the circlet warm on his brow, the fragment pulsing in his chest, he understood. The power wasn't love, it was choice. Voldemort had chosen to tear his soul apart, to sacrifice humanity for immortality. Harry had chosen to keep his soul whole, to feel pain and joy and everything in between. Voldemort had chosen power over connection. Harry had chosen connection over power. That was the difference. That was the power the Dark Lord knew not. He opened his eyes. Sirius was watching him, waiting. I understand now, Harry said quietly. What I have to do. Sirius nodded slowly. And what's that? Choose. Every day. Every moment. Choose to be different. Harry looked at his parents' graves. They chose me. Over everything. Over their own lives. I have to honor that choice by making the right ones myself. Sirius's eyes glistened. James would be so proud. Lily would be crying. Harry almost smiled. She's probably watching. Both of them. They stood together in the snow, two survivors, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt like he belonged somewhere. Like he had family. Like he wasn't alone. They talked until dawn. Sirius told him stories about his parents, their first meeting, their wedding, the night Harry was born. He described James's laugh, Lily's temper, the way they looked at each other like no one else existed. He painted a picture of a family Harry had never known, a life that had been stolen, a future that would never be. And through it all, Harry listened. Absorbed. Remembered. When the sun finally rose over Godric's Hollow, painting the snow in shades of gold and rose, Sirius stood. I have to go. They're looking for me, the Ministry, the Death Eaters, everyone. If I stay, I put you in danger. Harry shook his head. You don't have to run anymore. I can clear your name. I'm the Regent. The Regent answers to the Ministry. The Ministry answers to public opinion. And public opinion says Sirius Black is a murderer. Sirius's voice was gentle. It's too soon, Harry. Too many people believe the lies. But someday soon, Harry met his eyes. I'll make it happen. I promise. Sirius smiled, a real smile, warm and bright. You really are your father's son. Stubborn to the end, he reached out and gripped Harry's shoulder. Be careful, Harry. Voldemort knows about the fragment now. He'll try to use it, to control you, too. He can try. Harry's voice was steady. I won't let him. Sirius nodded slowly. I believe you. He pulled Harry into a quick, fierce hug. I'll find you again. When the time is right. When I can help. Then he was gone, dissipating with a soft crack, leaving Harry alone in the graveyard with his parents and the dawn. Harry stood there for a long time, the circlet warm on his brow, the fragment quiet in his chest. He thought about everything he'd learned, everything he'd gained, everything he still had to do. The Horcruxes waited. Voldemort waited. The war waited. But for this one moment, in the snow and the sunrise, Harry Potter allowed himself to feel something he'd never felt before. Hope. The Ministry was buzzing when he returned. News of the Gringotts raid had spread, and people looked at him differently now, with something like awe, like fear, like hope. He walked through the corridors, the circlet blazing, and felt their eyes on him. Dumbledore met him in his quarters, his expression troubled. You were gone all night. We were worried. I had things to do. Harry's voice was calm. Personal things. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. The prophecy is missing. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Harry met his eyes without flinching. No, but I know who took it. And I trust him, more than I trust most people. Harry moved past Dumbledore into the room. The Horcruxes. We have 2 down. 5 to go. The diadem at Hogwarts, the ring at the Gaunt Shack, Nagini wherever Voldemort hides her, and the 7th, the one I can't quite see. Dumbledore nodded slowly, accepting the change of subject. The diadem first. It's in the room of requirement, hidden among centuries of lost things. We'll need to search carefully. I'll handle it. Harry's voice was firm. I know the castle. I know the room. And I have the fragment. It will sense the Horcrux, guide me to it. And the ring. The Gaunt Shack is heavily protected. Then we'll need help. Goblins again, maybe. Or elves. Harry sat down, suddenly exhausted. We're getting closer. I can feel it. Voldemort knows we're coming for him. He's scared. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Scared. For the first time, yes. Harry met his eyes. He doesn't understand how I'm doing this. How I'm finding his secrets, destroying his protections, surviving his attacks. It frightens him. Good. Dumbledore's voice was soft but fierce. Let him be frightened. Fear makes people careless. Harry nodded slowly. Outside the enchanted windows, the sun was rising over a world at war. The battles ahead would be terrible. People would die. Sacrifices would be made. But for the first time, Harry believed they could win. The fragment pulsed in his chest, a warning, a reminder, a promise. Soon, it seemed to whisper. Soon we will face each other. And only one will walk away. Harry touched his chest, feeling the darkness within, and made his choice. He would walk away. He would survive. He would win. For his parents. For Sirius. For everyone who believed in him. For himself. The war continued. But Harry Potter was ready. Hogwarts in winter was beautiful in a way that hurt. Harry stood on the shore of the Black Lake, watching the castle's lights reflect off the frozen surface. Snow covered the grounds in a blanket of white, and the forbidden forest stood silent and watchful at the edge of his vision. It was Christmas morning, and somewhere inside those ancient walls, students were opening presents, laughing with friends, living the life Harry should have had. He didn't begrudge them their happiness. He just wished, sometimes, that he could share it. Draco appeared beside him, his breath misting in the cold air. The others are ready. Dumbledore's waiting in the entrance hall. Harry nodded, not looking away from the castle. Do you ever think about what it would be like? Normal life. No war, no prophecy, no Dark Lord. Draco was silent for a moment. Sometimes. When I was younger, I used to imagine my father would change. That he'd stop being who he was. That we could be a normal family. He laughed bitterly. Stupid, right? Not stupid. Harry finally looked at him. Hopeful. There's a difference. Draco met his eyes, and something passed between them, understanding, maybe. Or kinship. Let's go find a Horcrux, Draco said. Normal's overrated anyway. Harry almost smiled. Almost. The room of requirement was on the 7th floor, hidden behind a tapestry of dancing trolls. Harry had studied its secrets, knew its nature, a room that became whatever the seeker required. But the diadem wasn't in the room itself. It was in the room behind the room, the hidden place where centuries of Hogwarts students had stashed things they wanted to forget. The room of hidden things. Harry stood before the blank wall, concentrating. I need to find the diadem. I need to find the diadem. He walked past 3 times, as the instructions required, and when he turned, a door had appeared. He pushed it open. The room beyond was vast, impossibly so, stretching farther than the eye could see. Towers of discarded objects rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow, broken furniture, tattered books. Strange artifacts whose purposes had been forgotten. The air was thick with dust and old magic. The fragment, Harry murmured, touching his chest. Guide me. The fragment pulsed, not with warning, but with recognition. Somewhere in this maze, another piece of Voldemort's soul waited. They began to search. Hours passed. The room seemed to go on forever, each aisle revealing more forgotten treasures, more dead ends, more dust. Harry's team fanned out, Draco, Tonks, a few trusted Aurors, calling out when they found something promising, always disappointed. Then Harry felt it. A pull, subtle but insistent, coming from deep within the room. He followed it, winding through towers of junk, past a gigantic bust of some long-dead wizard, around a mountain of old textbooks. And there, on a dusty bust of an ugly old warlock, sat a tarnished tiara. The diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. Harry approached slowly, the fragment screaming now, warning, recognition, hunger. The diadem pulsed with dark energy, and as he drew closer, he could hear it whispering. Promises. Temptations. Lies. Take me, it seemed to say. Wear me. I can give you wisdom beyond imagining. I can help you win. Harry ignored it. He'd learned to recognize the fragment's voice, to separate its whispers from his own thoughts. This was the same, only stronger, a piece of Voldemort's soul, desperate to survive. Goblin fire, he said quietly. Now, Tonks appeared beside him, vial ready. But as she raised it, the diadem moved. It lifted from the bust, floating in the air, and a shape began to form within its ancient gold. A face, pale, beautiful, terrible. The spirit of the woman who had worn it, perhaps, or an illusion created by the Horcrux. You would destroy me, child. The voice was soft, seductive. I offer you everything. Knowledge beyond your wildest dreams. Power to defeat your enemies. The wisdom of ages. I have everything I need. Harry's voice was steady. And I don't make deals with pieces of Voldemort's soul. The face contorted, became something else, Voldemort's features, twisted with rage. You cannot destroy me, Potter. I am eternal. I am. Tonks through the fire. The diadem screamed, that same terrible sound, high and thin and dying. The face dissolved, the gold crumbled, and the piece of soul within was consumed by flames that burned hotter than anything in the mortal world. Harry watched it happen, the fragment inside him writhing in sympathy, and felt Voldemort's fury through the connection. 3, he thought. 3 down. 4 to go. The diadem fell to dust. They emerged from the room of requirement to find the castle in chaos. Students ran through corridors, their faces pale with fear. Teachers shouted orders, trying to restore order. And in the distance, Harry heard it, the sound of battle. Spells cracking. People screaming. Death Eaters had found them. Harry ran. The battle raged in the entrance hall. Death Eaters poured through the main doors, their masks gleaming, their curses flying. Students and teachers fought back, a desperate defense of their home. Harry plunged into the chaos, the circlet blazing, the fragment screaming warnings. A killing curse passed inches from his head. He dove, rolled, came up firing. A Death Eater fell. Beside him, Draco fought with desperate courage, his spells Jing-Zun, his face set in grim determination. Tonks was everywhere at once, her hair blazing white, her wand never still. And through it all, Harry felt Voldemort's presence, closer than ever before. He's here, the fragment whispered. He's coming. Harry looked up. Voldemort stood at the entrance, his red eyes sweeping the hall, searching. When they found Harry, he smiled. Harry Potter, we meet again. The battle froze. Everyone, Death Eaters, students, teachers, stopped to watch the confrontation. Harry stepped forward, the circlet blazing. You're not welcome here. I am welcome wherever I choose to be. Voldemort drifted closer, his wand raised. And I choose to be here, with you. The boy who carries a piece of my soul. The boy who destroys my treasures. His eyes narrowed. The boy who will die by my hand. Keep telling yourself that. Harry's voice was cold. Maybe someday you'll believe it. Voldemort's smile flickered. Brave words. But bravery without power is just suicide. I know. You've said it before. Harry raised his wand. But I'm not without power. I have the circlet. I have the fragment. I have friends. He gestured, and around him, his allies moved into position. And I have something you'll never understand. And what is that? Love. Voldemort laughed, a harsh, terrible sound. Love. That Ruan-Ruo emotion that cost your mother her life. That left you orphaned and alone. That left me alive. That left me with people who care about me. That left me able to feel, to hope, to fight. Harry's voice was steady. You sacrificed your humanity for power. I kept mine despite everything. That's the difference between us. For just a moment, something flickered in Voldemort's red eyes. Doubt. Fear. Then it was gone, replaced by cold fury. Enough talk. He raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light shot toward Harry, and stopped. The circlet blazed white-hot, and the curse died inches from Harry's chest. Voldemort stared, disbelief on his snake-like face. Impossible. The circlet protects me. The fragment protects me. Your own soul keeps me alive. Harry stepped forward, and Voldemort actually stepped back. You can't kill me, Tom. Not while I carry a piece of you. And I can't kill you, not while that piece remains. We're bound together, you and I. Trapped. Voldemort's face contorted with rage. Then I will find another way. I will tear the fragment from you myself. I will. You'll try. And you'll fail. Harry's voice was quiet but absolute. Because I'm not afraid of you anymore. I was, once. In the cupboard, in the graveyard, in the dark. But not anymore. You're just a man. A broken, twisted man who made terrible choices and expects everyone else to pay for them. Voldemort stared at him, and for the first time, Harry saw something he'd never expected to see. Fear. This is not over, Harry Potter. No, it's not. Harry raised his wand. But it will be. Soon. Voldemort vanished, dissipating with a crack that echoed through the hall. His Death Eaters followed, fleeing into the night, leaving chaos in their wake. Harry stood in the center of the entrance hall, the circlet blazing, the fragment pulsing, and felt the weight of everything that had just happened. He had faced Voldemort and survived. Had made him retreat. Had shown everyone, the students, the teachers, the Death Eaters, that the Dark Lord could be beaten. It wasn't victory. Not yet. But it was a start. Dumbledore found him hours later, sitting alone in the empty hall. "You did well tonight, Harry." "Bravely." Harry shook his head. "I didn't beat him. Just made him angry. Angry men make mistakes. Angry Dark Lords grow careless." Dumbledore sat beside him, his old joints creaking. "You showed everyone that he can be faced. That he isn't invincible. That is worth more than a dozen battles." Harry was silent for a moment. Then, quietly, he asked, "What happens now?" "Now, we rest. We recover. We plan." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "The Horcruxes, we have destroyed 3. 4 remain. The ring, Nagini, and the 2 we haven't found. 2. I thought there was only 1 left besides the ring and the snake." Dumbledore's expression grew troubled. "I have been researching, Harry. The magic of Horcruxes is complex. Voldemort intended to create 7 pieces of soul, 7 Horcruxes, 7 being the most powerfully magical number. But you carry a piece within you. That makes 8 pieces total, counting the one in his body." Harry's blood ran cold. 8. But he only made 6 Horcruxes. He made 7. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, Nagini, and 1 more. A 7th Horcrux, created in secret, hidden where no one would think to look. Dumbledore met his eyes. "I believe I know what it is. And where it is." "Where?" "Hogwarts. Something of Gryffindor's, perhaps, or Hufflepuff's. The Founders' artifacts were always his obsession." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "We must find it, Harry. Destroy it. Before he can use it against us." Harry nodded slowly. 4 Horcruxes. 4 more battles. 4 more pieces of Voldemort's soul to destroy. And then, after all that, the final confrontation. The moment when he would have to face the Dark Lord himself, with nothing but his own courage and the fragment that bound them together. He touched his chest, feeling the darkness within. "I'm ready," he said quietly. "For whatever comes." Dumbledore looked at him with something like pride and sorrow. "I know you are, Harry. That's what frightens me." The days that followed were spent in preparation and recovery. The battle at Hogwarts had wounded many, killed some. Funerals were held, memorials built, tears shed. Harry attended them all, standing silent, the circlet warm on his brow, feeling the weight of every loss. Draco stayed by his side through it all. Their friendship had deepened in ways neither had expected, forged in battle and strengthened by shared purpose. Narcissa visited often, bringing food and comfort and the quiet strength of a woman who had lost everything and found something worth fighting for. And through it all, the connection pulsed. Voldemort was planning something. Harry could feel it, the shape of a trap waiting to spring. But he couldn't see the details, couldn't sense the specifics. The fragment protected him, but it also limited him. He could feel Voldemort's emotions, his intentions, his general location. But the specifics remained hidden, shrouded in darkness. One night, the connection sharpened, became focused. Harry felt a surge of triumph, of anticipation, and then, "The boy. I know how to break the boy." Images flooded his mind. Sirius, captured, tortured, begging for death. Sirius, his eyes wide with pain, reaching for Harry with broken hands. "Come and save him, Harry Potter. Come to the Department of Mysteries. Come alone, or he dies." Harry woke screaming. He told no one about the vision. Not Tonks, who would insist on coming. Not Dumbledore, who would try to stop him. Not Draco, who would follow him into danger without hesitation. This was his fight, his burden, his choice. The Department of Mysteries waited, and Sirius's life hung in the balance. Harry dressed in darkness, the circlet warm on his brow, the fragment pulsing with warnings he ignored. He moved through the silent ministry, past sleeping guards, into the depths where the prophecies waited. The door to the Hall of Prophecy stood open. He stepped inside. The hall was dark, the shelves stretching into shadow. Harry moved slowly, wand raised, the circlet guiding him toward the place where he'd first seen the prophecy. They were waiting for him. Death Eaters emerged from between the shelves, their masks gleaming, their wands raised. A circle of them, surrounding him, cutting off escape. And in their center, bound and broken, hung Sirius Black. "Harry." Sirius's voice was weak, barely a whisper. "It's a trap. Run. I'm not leaving you." How touching. Voldemort appeared from the shadows, his red eyes gleaming with triumph. "The boy who sacrifices himself for love. How very Gryffindor." Harry ignored him, moving toward Sirius. The Death Eaters closed in, but he didn't stop. Didn't slow. I'm getting you out of here, he said quietly. Hold on. You cannot save him, Harry Potter. You cannot save anyone. That is your tragedy, you care too much, and caring makes you weak. Harry reached Sirius, began working on the bonds. The ropes were magical, resistant, but the circlet burned and they began to fray. I'm not weak. His voice was steady. Caring isn't weakness. It's the only thing that makes us strong. Foolish boy. Voldemort raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light shot towards Sirius, and Harry stepped in front of it. The curse hit him square in the chest. For a moment, everything stopped. Harry felt the magic tear through him, felt the fragment scream, felt the circlet blaze white hot. Then, slowly, impossibly, the curse died. Harry stood, unharmed. Voldemort stared, his face contorted with disbelief. Impossible. The fragment. Harry's voice was cold. It won't let me die. If I die, it dies too. Your own soul protects me. Voldemort's eyes widened. For the first time, Harry saw true fear in them. You can't kill me, Tom. Not while I carry a piece of you. And I can't kill you, not while that piece remains. Harry stepped forward, and the Death Eaters actually flinched back. We're trapped. Bound together. And the only way out is for one of us to find a way to break the bond without breaking the other. Voldemort's face twisted with rage. Then I will find that way. I will tear the fragment from you myself. I will. You'll try. And you'll fail. Harry reached Sirius, helped him stand. Because I have something you don't. People who love me. People who will fight for me. People who will never stop believing in me. He looked around at the Death Eaters, at their frightened faces, their lowered wands. This ends now. Not today, but soon. And when it does, I'll be the one standing. He touched the portkey hidden in his pocket, and he and Sirius vanished as Voldemort's killing curse passed through the space where they'd been. They emerged in Harry's quarters, collapsing onto the floor. Sirius was pale, weak, but alive. Harry held him, the circlet still blazing, the fragment still pulsing. You came for me, Sirius whispered. You stupid, brave, foolish boy. You came for me. Of course I did. Harry's voice was rough. Your family. Sirius's eyes filled with tears. James would be so proud. Lily would be, she'd be everything. They sat together in the darkness, two survivors, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt like he truly belonged. The war continued. The Horcruxes waited. Voldemort plotted in the shadows. But Harry Potter had something the Dark Lord would never understand. He had love. He had hope. He had people who would die for him, and people he would die for. And that, more than any magic, would make him victorious. Sirius's recovery took days. He lay in Harry's quarters, tended by healers and watched over by Winky, who had adopted him with the same fierce devotion she showed Harry. The wounds from his capture were physical, broken bones, cursed flesh, the marks of torture, but the deeper wounds, the ones from 12 years in Azkaban, would take longer to heal. Harry sat by his bed through the long nights, the circlet warm on his brow, the fragment quiet for once. He watched Sirius sleep, saw the way his face twitched with nightmares, the way his hands clenched at invisible enemies. This was his family, his blood, the only connection to his parents that still breathed. I won't let you go back, he whispered into the darkness. I won't let them take you again. Sirius's eyes opened slowly, focusing on Harry's face. A weak smile touched his lips. You're still here. I'm not going anywhere. Good. Sirius shifted, wincing at the pain. Because we need to talk. About your parents. About what really happened that night. Harry's heart clenched. I know what happened. Pettigrew betrayed them. Voldemort killed them. Sirius shook his head slowly. That's what happened at the end. But there's more. Things Dumbledore never told you. Things the Ministry covered up. Harry leaned forward, the circlet pulsing. Tell me. Sirius's voice was rough, raw with memory. Your parents weren't just hiding, Harry. They were working, fighting. They were part of a secret group, the Order of the Phoenix, dedicated to stopping Voldemort. Your father was one of its best fighters. Your mother, she was something special. Special how? Her magic. It was different, deeper. She had this ability to feel people's emotions, to sense their intentions. It's why she knew Voldemort was coming before anyone else did. It's why she was so hard to surprise. Sirius's eyes glistened. And it's why she knew, in the end, that she couldn't save herself. That she could only save you. Harry touched his chest, where the fragment pulsed. Like the connection. Maybe. Or maybe the connection exists because of what she was. I don't know. Sirius reached out, gripping Harry's hand with surprising strength. What I do know is that she passed something to you. Something more than magic. Something that let you survive that night, and something that's helping you survive now. The circlet is part of it, but not all of it. Sirius's eyes were intense. You have her gift, Harry. I've seen it. The way you read people, the way you know when they're lying, the way you connect with creatures others dismiss. That's Lily. That's her legacy. Harry sat with that knowledge, letting it settle into his bones. His mother's gift, passed to him, like her eyes, like her courage. I didn't know, he whispered. How could you? No one told you. Sirius's voice hardened. Dumbledore kept you in the dark about everything. Your heritage, your parents' work, your own abilities. He had his reasons, I'm sure, he always has reasons. But that doesn't make it right. Harry was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, he asked, can I learn to use it? The gift. Can I make it stronger? Sirius smiled, a real smile, warm and proud. I was hoping you'd ask. The lessons began that week. Sirius taught him to meditate, to empty his mind, to feel the emotions of others without being overwhelmed by them. It was like occlumency, but different, not building walls, but opening doors. Harry learned to sense the feelings of everyone around him, Winky's devotion, Tonks's worry, Draco's complicated mix of fear and hope. He learned to separate his own emotions from others, to feel without being consumed. And through it all, the fragment pulsed, a dark counterpoint to his mother's gift. Voldemort's soul piece reacted to emotions too, but differently. It fed on fear, on anger, on despair. Harry had to learn to starve it, to give it nothing to consume. Your mother could do that too, Sirius said one afternoon. She could walk into a room full of Death Eaters and feel nothing but calm. It drove them crazy. Harry almost smiled. I wish I'd known her. She knew you. In the time you had, she knew you completely. Sirius's voice was soft. She used to sing to you, you know. Muggle lullabies her own mother taught her. Your father would pretend to be embarrassed, but I caught him listening at the door more than once. Harry closed his eyes, trying to imagine it. A mother's voice, warm and loving. A father's quiet pride. A home filled with laughter and light. It hurt to imagine, but it also helped. Gave him something to fight for. The search for the remaining Horcruxes continued. Dumbledore had identified the next target, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, hidden in the ruins of the Gaunt Shack. It was protected, he said, by some of the darkest magic Voldemort could devise. The ring itself carried a curse that would kill anyone who touched it without proper preparation. I'll go, Harry said. Alone? Absolutely not. Tonks's voice was sharp. After what happened at the Ministry. After what happened at the Ministry, I'm the only one who can do this. The fragment protects me from Voldemort's magic. The circlet warns me of danger. And my mother's gift lets me sense emotions, intentions, traps. Harry met her eyes. I'm not being reckless. I'm being practical. Tonks stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Take Draco. And take Winky. I'm not letting you go alone. Harry almost argued, then stopped. Having them along wasn't weakness, it was wisdom. He was learning. Okay. We leave tonight. The Gaunt Shack stood at the edge of a forgotten village, its walls crumbling, its windows dark. Harry approached through the overgrown garden, Draco at his side, Winky perched on his shoulder. The fragment was screaming now, warning, danger, Master's presence, but Harry pushed through it, focused on his goal. The door hung open, rotted off its hinges. Inside, the shack was dark, damp, stinking of decay. Harry moved carefully, the circlet blazing, his wand raised. The ring sat on a table in the back room, glinting in the dim light. It was ugly, a heavy gold band set with a cracked black stone, carved with symbols Harry didn't recognize. But the magic radiating from it was unmistakable. Dark, hungry, waiting. The curse, Draco breathed. I can feel it from here. Stay back. Harry approached alone, the fragment writhing in his chest. The ring seemed to pulse with each step he took, inviting him closer, promising power, whispering temptations. Take me, it seemed to say. Wear me. I can give you everything you've ever wanted. Harry ignored it. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small vial. Phoenix tears, Dumbledore had given them, the only thing that might counter the ring's curse. He poured them over the ring, watching as the dark magic hissed and smoked. The ring screamed, not the sound of the other Horcruxes, but something worse. A human scream, full of pain and rage and despair. The ghost of Marvolo Gaunt, perhaps, or simply the echo of all the evil the ring had witnessed. Harry didn't wait. He called the goblin fire, watched it consume the ring, felt the fragment inside him convulse with sympathetic agony. 4, he thought. 4 down. 3 to go. The ring crumbled to ash. They returned to the Ministry to find chaos. Death Eaters had attacked again, not the Ministry itself, but Hogsmeade. The village was burning, people were dying, and Voldemort himself had been seen leading the assault. Harry ran. Hogsmeade was hell. Buildings blazed on every street, their flames casting grotesque shadows on the snow. Bodies lay where they'd fallen, wizards, witches, even children. Death Eaters moved through the destruction, laughing, killing, celebrating. And at the center of it all, Voldemort stood before the 3 broomsticks, his wand raised, his red eyes gleaming with triumph. Harry Potter. He smiled as Harry approached. I wondered when you would come. Harry didn't answer. He raised his wand and attacked. The duel that followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Voldemort was faster, stronger, more skilled, but Harry had the circlet, the fragment, his mother's gift. He could sense each spell before it came, could feel Voldemort's intentions through the connection, could move and counter and strike with impossible precision. They fought through the burning village, spells flying, curses screaming. Death Eaters fell back, unable to follow the pace of the battle. Draco and Tonks fought at Harry's edges, protecting him from flanking attacks, but the core duel was between Harry and Voldemort alone. You cannot win, Voldemort hissed, sending a killing curse that Harry barely dodged. The fragment binds you to me. Kill me, and you kill yourself. Then I'll find another way. Harry sent a spell of his own, not a curse, but something else. A seeking spell, designed to find the remaining Horcruxes. It worked. Through the connection, through the fragment, Harry felt the last 3 pieces of Voldemort's soul. Nagini, somewhere in the shadows. The unknown 7th, hidden at Hogwarts. And Harry's blood ran cold. The 3rd was in the Ministry. In his own quarters. In something he'd had since the beginning. The book. The elf history book Winky had given him. Voldemort had hidden a Horcrux in the one place no one would think to look, among the creatures he despised most. You feel it now, Voldemort whispered, his eyes gleaming. My final secret. My greatest protection. Hidden where you would never suspect, among the slaves who cannot speak against their masters. Harry's mind raced. The book. He'd read it cover to cover, held it close, treasured it. And all along, it had carried a piece of Voldemort's soul. The elves, he breathed. You used the elves. Of course. Who would suspect them? Who would ask them? They are invisible, silent, forgotten. Voldemort laughed. Perfect vessels for my secrets. Rage filled Harry, cold, clear, focused. Not at Voldemort, but at himself. He should have sensed it. Should have felt the dark magic hidden in the book's pages. But the fragment had masked it, protected it, kept it hidden even from him. Winky, he said quietly. Go back to the Ministry. Find the book. Destroy it. Winky hesitated, her eyes wide with fear. The Regent, sir. Go. Now. She popped away. Voldemort's smile flickered. You send an elf to destroy a Horcrux. They cannot. They can. They will. Harry raised his wand. You underestimated them. Just like you underestimated me. The battle resumed, fiercer than before. But Harry could feel it now, Winky's progress, her determination, her love. She reached the quarters, found the book, poured goblin fire over its pages. The scream that echoed through the connection was Voldemort's own. No. Another Horcrux destroyed. 5 down. 2 to go. Voldemort's face contorted with rage and pain. You will pay for this, Potter. You will. Save it. Harry's voice was cold. We're not done yet. The battle ended as suddenly as it began. Voldemort vanished, dissipating with a crack that shook the village. His Death Eaters followed, fleeing into the night, leaving behind the burning ruins of Hogsmeade. Harry stood in the center of the destruction, the circlet blazing, the fragment pulsing. Around him, survivors emerged from hiding, staring at him with awe and fear and hope. He had faced Voldemort again. Had survived again. had destroyed another Horcrux, but 2 remained. Nagini, somewhere in the shadows. And the 7th, the unknown, hidden at Hogwarts. The war wasn't over. It was just entering its final phase. Sirius found him hours later, still standing in the ruins, unable to move. Harry. His voice was gentle. Come inside. You need rest. Harry shook his head slowly. They died because of me. All these people. Because I wasn't fast enough, strong enough, smart enough. No. Sirius's voice was firm. They died because Voldemort is a monster. Because he chooses to kill, to destroy, to terrorize. That's on him, not you. But if I'd found the Horcruxes sooner, you'd have died sooner. Or been captured. Or failed in some other way. Sirius gripped his shoulders. You're doing everything you can, Harry. More than anyone could ask. Don't let guilt destroy what you're building. Harry looked at him, at the pain and pride in his godfather's eyes, and felt something loosen in his chest. What do I do now? You rest. You recover. You plan. Sirius smiled faintly. And then you finish this. Once and for all. Harry nodded slowly. The fragment pulsed in his chest, a reminder, a warning, a promise. Soon. The end was coming. He just had to be ready. The ministry burned with activity in the days after Hogsmeade. Harry threw himself into the work, coordinating relief efforts, meeting with survivors, planning the next phase of the Horcrux hunt. Sleep was a luxury he couldn't afford, food an afterthought he forgot until Winky forced it on him. The circlet never left his brow, its warmth a constant reminder of the weight he carried. Sirius watched him with worried eyes but said nothing. He knew what it was to lose yourself in a cause, to let grief and guilt drive you past exhaustion. He'd done it himself, after James and Lily died. It had nearly destroyed him. One night, he found Harry in the map room, surrounded by charts of Hogwarts, his eyes red-rimmed and burning. You need to rest. I need to find the last Horcrux. Harry didn't look up. It's somewhere in the castle. I can feel it, but I can't see it. The fragment blocks me somehow. Sirius moved closer, studying the maps. The room of requirement. Already searched. Twice. It's not there. Harry traced a finger over the astronomy tower. Could be here. Or in the dungeons. Or, he stopped, his eyes widening. What? The Chamber of Secrets. Harry looked up, his face pale. The basilisk's lair. It's the one place no one would think to look. Too dangerous, too hidden, too connected to his past. Sirius's blood ran cold. You think he'd put a Horcrux in a monster's nest? I think he'd put it where he felt safest. Where his heritage meant something. Harry stood, the circlet blazing. I have to go. Tonight. Harry, you're exhausted. I can't wait. Every day we delay, he gets stronger. Every day, more people die. Harry met his eyes. I have to do this. Now. Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Then I'm coming with you. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, hidden behind a sink with a carved snake. Harry stood before it, the fragment pulsing, the circlet warm. He could feel the darkness below, ancient and hungry. Parseltongue, he murmured. I have to speak it. Sirius's face tightened. I know. But it's the only way. Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the language that came naturally through the fragment. Open. The sink slid aside, revealing a dark pipe. Harry didn't hesitate. He jumped. The fall seemed to last forever. Darkness rushed past him, wind screaming in his ears, and then, impact. Harry landed in water, cold and foul, surging to the surface with gasping breaths. Sirius landed beside him moments later, cursing softly. The chamber stretched before them, vast and terrible. Columns rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow, carved with serpents that seemed to move in the dim light. And at the far end, the enormous statue of Salazar Slytherin loomed, its stone face cold and judging. The Horcrux, Harry breathed. I can feel it. Behind the statue. They moved forward cautiously, wands raised, senses alert. The fragment screamed warnings, danger, master's presence, ancient magic, but Harry pushed through, focused on his goal. Behind the statue, in a small alcove hidden from view, sat a golden locket. Not the same locket they'd destroyed in the cave, this was different, older, set with a large green jewel. Harry approached slowly, the circlet blazing, and felt the dark magic radiating from it. The seventh, he whispered. He hid it here, with the basilisk, where no one would think to look. Sirius's voice was tense. Can you destroy it? Harry nodded, reaching for the goblin fire. But as his hand closed around the vial, the locket opened. Darkness poured out, thick, choking, alive. It formed shapes in the air, faces Harry recognized. His parents, reaching for him with desperate hands. Sirius, bound and tortured. Draco, dead at his feet. Tonks, her eyes empty, her hair gray. You cannot destroy us, the faces whispered. We are your fears, your guilt, your failures. Destroy us, and you destroy yourself. Harry stared at the visions, feeling their pull, their temptation. The fragment inside him stirred, feeding on his fear, his doubt, his despair. Then he thought of his mother. Of her gift, her love, her sacrifice. Of what Sirius had told him, that she could feel emotions, separate them, refuse to let them consume her. He closed his eyes, felt the fear, acknowledged it, and let it go. Felt the guilt, accepted it, and released it. Felt the despair, recognized it, and chose hope instead. When he opened his eyes, the faces were gone. He poured the goblin fire over the locket and watched it burn. The scream that echoed through the chamber was Voldemort's own. Harry felt it through the connection, the rage, the pain, the desperate fear of a monster watching his immortality crumble. 6 Horcruxes destroyed. Only one remained. Nagini. Somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort's serpent waited. And through the connection, Harry could feel her location, her protections, her deadly purpose. She's at the manor, he said quietly. Malfoy Manor. He's keeping her close, using her as his final line of defense. Sirius's face was grim. Then that's where we go next. Harry nodded. But as they turned to leave, something caught his eye. A glint in the darkness, half hidden behind a fallen column. He moved toward it, wand raised, and found a sword. The goblet of Gryffindor, its ruby-hilted blade gleaming even in the dim light. It lay where someone had dropped it, years ago, forgotten in the chaos of the chamber's last opening. Harry reached for it, and the moment his hand closed around the hilt, he felt it, magic, ancient and powerful, singing through his veins. The sword recognized him, accepted him, chose him. Gryffindor's sword, Sirius breathed. It's been here all along. Harry looked at the blade, at the rubies gleaming in the light, and understood. This was the weapon that would kill Nagini. The only blade capable of destroying a living Horcrux. I'm ready, he said quietly. Let's end this. The assault on Malfoy Manor happened 3 days later. Harry led the charge, not from the back, but from the front, the sword of Gryffindor in one hand, his wand in the other. Aurors flanked him, goblin warriors beside them, elves moving through shadows. They came from every direction, overwhelming the Death Eater's defenses, fighting their way toward the heart of the manor. Nagini waited in the ballroom. She was enormous, larger than Harry remembered, her scales gleaming like emeralds, her eyes burning with malice. She coiled in the center of the room, protecting something behind her. Voldemort's physical form, perhaps, or some final defense. Little boy, she hissed. Come to die. Harry didn't answer. He raised the sword and attacked. The battle with Nagini was unlike anything Harry had experienced. She was fast, impossibly fast for something her size, striking from every angle, her fangs dripping with poison that smoked where it hit the floor. Harry dodged, rolled, struck back, the sword singing in his hands. The fragment screamed warnings, the circlet blazed with power, and through it all, Harry felt Voldemort's presence, watching, waiting. Desperate. Kill him, the Dark Lord's voice whispered through the connection. Kill him. Nagini struck again, faster this time. Harry barely dodged, the wind of her passage ruffling his hair. He landed, spun, and drove the sword deep into her side. The serpent screamed, a terrible, human sound, full of pain and rage and death. She thrashed, knocking Harry across the room, but the sword remained embedded, its magic working, destroying the Horcrux within. Nagini collapsed. Harry lay on the floor, gasping, bleeding, barely conscious. But as he watched the serpent still, as he felt the final Horcrux die, he knew. It was done. All 7 Horcruxes destroyed. Only Voldemort himself remained. He found the Dark Lord in the manor's highest tower, staring out a window at the battle below. Voldemort didn't turn as Harry entered, didn't flinch at the sword in his hand or the circlet on his brow. You've destroyed them all. His voice was quiet, almost conversational. My life's work. My immortality. Gone. Harry moved closer, the sword ready. It's over, Tom. Is it? Voldemort turned, and his red eyes burned with something Harry had never seen before. Acceptance. Peace. You think killing me will end this? There will always be those who seek power, who fear death, who choose darkness over light. I am not the first, and I will not be the last. Maybe not, but you're the one I have to face. Now. Voldemort studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. You remind me of her, you know. Your mother. She had that same fire, that same certainty. It was beautiful, in its way. He raised his wand, and it will be beautiful when it dies. The final duel began. It was unlike any battle they'd fought before. Voldemort was at full power now, his magic unchecked by Horcrux protections, his skill undimmed by age. Spells flew from his wand with machine gun speed, killing curses, torture curses, things Harry had never seen and couldn't name. Harry dodged, blocked, countered, the circlet guiding him, the fragment warning him, the sword singing in his hand. But he couldn't attack. Every time he tried to strike, the fragment held him back. If he killed Voldemort, the fragment would die, and so would he. He needed another way. You cannot win, Voldemort hissed. The fragment binds you. Kill me, and you die. Spare me, and I will kill everyone you love. Harry's mind raced. The separation ritual, Dumbledore had found it, but they'd never had the chance to prepare. Blood of the Creator, magic of the Carrier, sacrifice of equal value. Voldemort's blood flowed in his veins, had flowed since the resurrection. The fragment was the magic. But the sacrifice. He looked at the sword in his hand. At the rubies gleaming in the light. At the ancient magic singing through the blade. The sacrifice was him, his life for the fragment's destruction. If he died killing Voldemort, the fragment would die with him. But if he died destroying the fragment, Voldemort would live. Unless he did both. Harry raised the sword, not at Voldemort, but at himself. What are you doing? Voldemort's voice held something new. Fear. Real fear. Ending this. Harry drove the sword into his own chest. The pain was beyond anything he'd imagined. The sword burned through him, its magic seeking the fragment, latching onto the piece of Voldemort's soul. Harry felt it tear free, felt the darkness ripped from his being, screaming, dying. The circlet blazed white-hot, pouring power into him, keeping him alive when he should have died. And through it all, he felt Voldemort. The Dark Lord was collapsing, his body convulsing, his magic unraveling. The fragment's death was killing him too. The connection worked both ways, and as Harry destroyed the piece of soul within himself, he destroyed the piece still anchored in Voldemort's body. They fell together, boy and monster, linked by magic and prophecy and blood. Harry's vision darkened. He felt hands grabbing him, voices screaming his name, but they were far away, muffled, unimportant. All that mattered was the light, the beautiful, golden light that seemed to be calling him home. Mum, he thought. Dad. Arms wrapped around him. Warm arms, loving arms, arms he'd never felt but somehow recognized. Sleep, Harry, a voice whispered. You've done enough. Rest now. He slept. He woke to sunlight and birdsong. For a long moment, Harry didn't know where he was. The room was white, clean, filled with flowers. Sunlight streamed through a window, painting patterns on the walls. And beside his bed, holding his hand, sat Sirius, tears streaming down his face. Harry. His voice broke. Harry, you're awake. Harry tried to speak, but his throat was dry, his voice gone. Sirius grabbed a glass, helped him drink, held him as he coughed and gasped. The sword, Harry managed. Voldemort. Gone. Sirius's voice was fierce with joy. Dead. The moment you stabbed yourself, he collapsed. The fragment, when you destroyed it, it took him with it. He gripped Harry's hand. You did it. You actually did it. Harry lay back, letting the words sink in. Voldemort was dead. Really dead, this time. The Horcruxes destroyed, the fragment removed, the prophecy fulfilled. He touched his chest. The scar was still there, but different now, faded, quiet, just a scar. No fragment pulsed beneath it. No connection whispered in his mind. He was alone in his own head for the first time in years. It felt strange. Peaceful. Right. How long? He asked. 3 weeks. You've been unconscious for 3 weeks. Sirius's voice was rough. The healers said you might not wake. The sword, it should have killed you. But the circlet, your mother's gift, something, he shook his head. You're here. That's all that matters. Harry looked at the circlet on his brow. It was still warm, still glowing, but softer now. Its work was done, but it remained. Part of him, forever. Who else? He asked. Who survived? Sirius's face flickered. Tonks is fine. Bruised, battered, but fine. Draco's okay, he's been here every day, refusing to leave. Winky's been driving the healers crazy. He paused. Dumbledore didn't make it. Harry's heart clenched. What? He died in the final battle. Fighting Death Eaters, protecting students. Sirius's voice was gentle. He went out the way he lived, fighting for others. Harry closed his eyes, grief washing over him. Dumbledore had made mistakes, terrible mistakes. But he'd also believed in Harry, guided him, sacrificed for him. The world would be darker without him. He knew, Harry whispered. He knew I'd have to do it. The sacrifice. He gave me the sword for a reason. Sirius nodded slowly. He always knew more than he let on. It's what made him dangerous, and what made him great. They sat together in the sunlight, grieving and hoping and healing. The weeks that followed were strange. Harry recovered slowly, his body mending, his mind adjusting to life without the fragment. The world felt different now, quieter, simpler, more peaceful. People came to visit, to thank him, to celebrate. He accepted their gratitude with quiet grace, but his mind was elsewhere. On his parents, who had died to give him this chance. On Dumbledore, who had guided him toward this moment. On everyone who had fought and fallen, whose sacrifices had made victory possible. One day, he visited Godric's Hollow again. The graveyard was peaceful in the afternoon sun, the snow melted, the first signs of spring appearing on the trees. Harry stood before his parents' graves, the circlet warm on his brow, and felt their presence around him. I did it, he whispered. I finished what you started. Voldemort's gone. The war's over. He paused, tears burning his eyes. I wish you could have been there. I wish you could have seen it. I wish. His voice broke. He stood in silence, letting the tears fall. A hand touched his shoulder. Sirius stood beside him, his own eyes wet. They saw, he said quietly. Wherever they are, they saw. And they're proud. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. They stood together, the last of the Potters and the last of the Blacks, and remembered. The Ministry threw a celebration. Harry didn't want to go, but Sirius insisted. You defeated the darkest wizard in centuries. You deserve a party. So he went. Wore formal robes, accepted congratulations, shook hands with people he didn't know. The circlet gleamed on his brow, and everywhere he went, people stared. But Harry's attention was elsewhere. On Draco, laughing with friends, looking lighter than Harry had ever seen him. On Tonks, dancing with abandon, her hair cycling through every color of the rainbow. On Winky, surrounded by elves, finally free to be herself. On Narcissa, watching her son with tears in her eyes. This was what they'd fought for. This was what it meant to win. Sirius appeared beside him, 2 glasses of pumpkin juice in his hands. You look like you're planning your next war. Harry shook his head. No more wars. Not for me. What, then? Harry thought about it. About the future stretching before him, full of possibilities he'd never allowed himself to imagine. I don't know. School, maybe. Hogwarts, finally. Learn magic properly. He smiled slightly. Make friends. Be a kid. Sirius grinned. That sounds like a plan. They stood together, watching the celebration, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt something he'd never expected to feel. Peace. That night, alone in his quarters, Harry removed the circlet. It came off easily now, no longer bound to him by ancient magic. He held it in his hands, feeling its weight, its warmth, its history. It had protected him, guided him, saved his life more times than he could count. But he didn't need it anymore. The war was over. The fragment was gone. He was just Harry now, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the boy who won. He placed the circlet on his bedside table and lay down to sleep. For the first time in years, he didn't dream of darkness. He dreamed of his mother, singing. The morning after the celebration, Harry woke to sunlight and silence. For a long moment, he just lay there, staring at the ceiling, feeling the absence of the fragment like a missing limb. The connection was gone, that constant presence at the edge of his awareness, that whispering darkness that had been part of him for so long. The silence in his mind was almost louder than the noise had been. He touched his chest, where the scar from Gryffindor's sword was already healing into a thin white line. Beneath it, his heart beat steadily, alone. Winky appeared beside his bed, her eyes shining with tears. "The Regent, sir, is awake." Winky was so worried, the healers said rest, but Winky knew, Winky always knows. Harry sat up slowly, reaching out to pat her head. "I'm okay, Winky. Really okay." She burst into tears, hugging him with surprising strength for such a small creature. Harry held her, feeling her love like a physical warmth, and realized that this was what normal felt like. Just feelings. No darkness underneath. Sirius arrived minutes later, his face breaking into a grin when he saw Harry sitting up. "Morning, sleepyhead. Thought you might sleep through the entire reconstruction. What time is it?" "Nearly noon. The ministry's been buzzing all morning. They're talking about renaming the fountain after you." Sirius's grin widened. "I told them. You'd hate that." Harry almost smiled. "You were right. They had breakfast together, real breakfast, with eggs and toast and tea that Winky fussed over endlessly." Sirius told him about the reconstruction efforts, the trials of captured Death Eaters, the slow process of healing a broken world. Harry listened, asked questions, filed away information. The Regent in him never quite slept. But underneath it all, there was a peace he'd never known. The war was over. Voldemort was gone. The fragment was destroyed. He was free. The days that followed were a strange mixture of celebration and grief. Funerals were held for those who had fallen, Dumbledore foremost among them, but also Aurors, goblins, elves, ordinary witches and wizards who had stood against the darkness. Harry attended them all, standing silent, the circlet warm on his brow, feeling the weight of every loss. Dumbledore's funeral was the largest. The whole magical world seemed to gather at Hogwarts, filling the grounds, spilling onto the lake's shore. Harry stood with Sirius, Draco, Tonks, watching as the white marble tomb rose from the black water, containing the body of the greatest wizard of their age. "He knew," Harry said quietly. "He knew what I had to do. He gave me the sword for a reason." Sirius nodded slowly. Dumbledore always played the long game. Sometimes that made him cold, distant, hard to understand. But he played it for the right reasons. Harry thought about that. About the man who had left him with the Dursleys, who had kept so many secrets, who had manipulated events from behind the scenes. He had been wrong about some things, right about others. Human, in the end. Just human. "I forgive him," Harry whispered. "For the cupboard. For the secrets. For everything." Sirius put an arm around his shoulders. "Good. That's what your mother would have done." They stood together as the tomb sank beneath the water, and Harry let go of another piece of his past. The trials of the remaining Death Eaters took months. Harry testified at many of them, his words carrying weight as the boy who lived, the Regent who had defeated Voldemort. He was fair but firm, advocating for justice without vengeance. Some went to Azkaban. Others, who had been coerced or controlled, received lesser sentences. A few, who had genuinely reformed, were released on probation. Lucius Malfoy was not among them. He remained in Azkaban, his sanity crumbling, his power gone. Narcissa visited him once, Draco beside her, and came away with tears in her eyes. "He doesn't even recognize me anymore," she told Harry later. "He just sits there, muttering about the Dark Lord, about power, about everything he's lost." She shook her head slowly. "I should feel sorry for him. I mostly just feel tired." Harry understood. Tired was what came after wars. Tired was what remained when the fighting stopped and the healing began. The political changes happened slowly, then all at once. Harry's reforms, once controversial, now seemed obvious. The Goblin Sovereignty Agreement was finalized, making the Goblin Nation a true ally rather than a subject people. House elf rights were codified into law, with Winky herself testifying before the Wizengamot about what freedom meant to her people. Werewolves, vampires, centaurs, all the beings who had been marginalized for centuries, began to receive recognition, representation, respect. Not everyone was happy. Old pure-blood families grumbled, plotted, tried to resist. But the tide had turned. The war had shown everyone what fear and division led to. People were ready for something new. And at the center of it all, Harry Potter sat in his quarters, the circlet warm on his brow, guiding, listening, learning. He was 12 years old. One evening, Draco came to him with a question. "Do you ever think about what comes next? After all this?" He gestured vaguely at the room, the ministry, the world beyond. After the trials, after the reforms, after everything settles down. Harry considered. Sometimes, I think about Hogwarts. About finally going to school like a normal person. Draco laughed, a real laugh, warm and genuine. You'll never be normal. You know that, right? Probably not. Harry smiled slightly. But I can try. Draco was silent for a moment. Then, quietly, he said, I want to be different. From my father, from everything he stood for. I want to be better. Harry looked at him, seeing the struggle in his eyes, the genuine desire to change. Then be better. It's not complicated. It's just hard. How do you know? Because I've been doing it my whole life. Harry's voice was gentle. Every day, I chose not to become what the Dursleys tried to make me. Every day, I chose hope over despair, love over hate. It's not easy. But it's possible. Draco nodded slowly. Will you help me? Show me how. Harry smiled, a real smile, warm and genuine. That's what friends do. The night before Harry was to leave for Hogwarts, he sat alone in his quarters, the circlet in his hands. It had been weeks since he'd worn it. The ancient magic had done its work, and he no longer needed its protection or guidance. But he couldn't bring himself to put it away, to hide it in some drawer and forget. It was part of his story. Part of who he'd become. Sirius found him there, staring at the circlet in the firelight. Thinking about the old days. Thinking about everything. Harry looked up. I don't know what to do with it. It doesn't belong to me anymore, not really. But I can't just throw it away. Sirius sat beside him, considering. The circlet is older than the Ministry. Older than most wizarding families. It's been worn by regents for centuries, each one adding to its power, its history. He paused. Maybe it's time to add something new. To let it rest, but not be forgotten. Harry thought about that. About the weight of history, the burden of legacy, the responsibility of those who came after. The Ministry will need regents in the future, he said slowly. When I'm gone, when I step down, they'll need someone to carry on the work. Then leave it for them. Not as a weapon, not as a tool, but as a symbol. A reminder of what's possible when someone chooses right over easy. Sirius smiled. Put it in a place where future regents can see it, touch it, remember what it means to truly lead. Harry nodded slowly. It felt right. The circlet had guided him, protected him, saved him. Now it would guide others. He stood, the circlet warm in his hands, and walked to the window. The enchanted stars wheeled overhead, eternal and beautiful. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. He placed the circlet on the windowsill, where it would catch the starlight and gleam for anyone who looked. Then he turned away and walked toward his future. Hogwarts loomed before him, ancient and magnificent, its towers reaching toward a sky heavy with clouds. Harry stood at the shore of the Black Lake, watching the castle's lights reflect off the water, and felt something he'd never expected to feel. Nervousness. After everything, the wars, the prophecies, the battles, he was nervous about starting school. Sirius stood beside him, trying not to laugh. You faced Voldemort multiple times. And you're scared of Potions class. Potions class has Snape. Harry's voice was dry. I'd rather face Voldemort. Sirius did laugh then, a warm sound that echoed across the water. Fair point. Snape's terrifying. He sobered slightly. But he's also on our side. Always was, even when it didn't look like it. Dumbledore trusted him, and so should you. Harry nodded slowly. He'd learned about Snape's role in the war, his double life as a spy, the risks he'd taken. It didn't make the man less intimidating, but it made him understandable. Ready? Sirius asked. Harry took a deep breath. Ready. They walked toward the castle together, toward the future. The great hall was packed when Harry entered. Hundreds of students filled the 4 long tables, their faces turned toward him, whispers rippling through the crowd. Teachers stood at the front, watching with expressions ranging from welcome to wariness. And at the center, on the staff table, sat a familiar figure in green robes. Professor McGonagall rose as Harry approached, her stern face softening almost imperceptibly. Mr. Potter, we're honored to have you at Hogwarts at last. Harry inclined his head. Thank you, Professor. I'm honored to be here. She gestured to the stool where the Sorting Hat waited. If you would. Harry walked forward, the whispers growing louder. He sat on the stool, felt the hat descend over his eyes, and waited. Ah, a voice spoke in his mind. Harry Potter. I've been waiting for you. Hello, Harry thought back. You're a difficult one to sort. Courage in abundance, yes, but also loyalty, intelligence, ambition. You could fit in any house. The hat paused. But I think we both know where you belong. Where? Where your parents belonged. Where your heart has always been. The hat shouted. Gryffindor. The table on the far side erupted. Students cheered, pounded the table, shouted his name. Harry walked toward them, feeling their welcome like a physical warmth, and slid into a seat between two red-faced boys who immediately started asking questions. He answered as best he could, but his mind was elsewhere. On his parents, who had sat at this same table, in this same house. On the friends he'd made, the battles he'd fought, the future stretching before him. On the circlet, gleaming in a window far away, waiting for the next regent who would need its guidance. He was Harry Potter. He was 12 years old. He was a first-year student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And for the first time in his life, he was exactly where he belonged. Later that night, after the feast, after the tours, after the exhaustion of 1,000 introductions, Harry stood by the Gryffindor common room window, looking out at the grounds below. Draco found him there, his silver eyes reflecting the firelight. Can't sleep. Too much to think about. Draco nodded, leaning against the window frame. It's strange, isn't it? Being here. Being normal. After everything. Strange. Good. Harry looked at him. You settling in okay? Slytherin treating you well? Draco shrugged. They don't know what to make of me. Son of a convicted Death Eater, but also friend of Harry Potter. I'm a puzzle they can't solve. He smiled slightly. I kind of like it. Harry smiled back. Good. Puzzles keep people guessing. They stood together in the firelight, two boys from opposite worlds, bound by friendship and shared history. The war's over, Draco said quietly. What do we do now? Harry thought about it. About all the possibilities stretching before them, all the choices they would make, all the people they would become. We live, he said. We learn. We grow. We try to be better than the people who came before us. He looked at Draco. And we do it together. Draco nodded slowly. Together. They shook hands, a formal gesture, but somehow right. Then Draco headed back to his common room, and Harry turned to the window once more. The stars were bright tonight, scattered across the sky like diamonds on velvet. Somewhere out there, his parents were watching. Dumbledore too. Everyone who had fought and fallen, whose sacrifices had made this moment possible. I'll make you proud, he promised silently. I'll live the life you gave me. I'll be happy. I'll be good. A breeze stirred the window, warm and gentle, like a mother's touch. Harry smiled, turned away, and walked toward his new life. The next morning, he woke to sunlight and the sound of laughter. His dorm mates were already up, arguing about something trivial, their voices carrying through the stone walls. Harry lay in his four-poster bed, the scarlet curtains glowing in the morning light, and felt something he'd never felt before. Happiness. Pure, simple, uncomplicated happiness. He dressed quickly, joined the others for breakfast, sat through his first classes with a smile that wouldn't fade. Potions with Snape was as terrifying as expected, but he survived. Charms with Flitwick was delightful. Transfiguration with McGonagall was challenging but rewarding. And through it all, he kept thinking, this is what normal feels like. This is what I fought for. That evening, he received a letter. It was from Sirius, written in his familiar scrawl, full of news and jokes and love. At the bottom, a postscript. The circlet's still there, gleaming in the window. I checked on it today. It felt peaceful, like it knew its work was done. So is yours, Harry. The work, I mean. You can rest now. You can live. I'm so proud of you. Love, Sirius. Harry read the letter 3 times, tears burning his eyes. Then he folded it carefully, placed it in his trunk with his other treasures, and went to join his friends in the common room. The fire crackled. Laughter filled the air. And Harry Potter, the boy who had lived through war and prophecy and loss, sat among people who loved him and felt, for the first time, truly at home. The war was over. The healing had begun. And the future stretched before him, bright and beautiful and full of hope. Harry's first official day as a Hogwarts student began with a thunderstorm. Rain lashed against the castle windows, wind howled through the battlements, and lightning illuminated the great hall in brilliant white flashes. Students hurried through breakfast, eager to escape the weather, their voices a constant murmur beneath the thunder's roar. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by his new housemates, feeling strangely at peace. The storm outside mirrored nothing inside him. For once, his mind was calm, his heart steady, his thoughts his own. "You're staring at your toast," a voice said beside him. A girl with bushy brown hair and an earnest expression was watching him with concern. "Is it okay?" Harry blinked, realizing he'd been lost in thought. "What? Oh, yes. Fine." He took a bite to prove it. "I'm Hermione Granger." The girl smiled, extending her hand. "Muggle-born. First year. I've read all about you." Harry shook her hand, feeling the familiar weight of expectation. "Harry Potter. And please don't believe everything you read." Hermione's smile widened. "I don't. I prefer primary sources." She leaned closer, lowering her voice. "Is it true you faced Voldemort in the Ministry Atrium? And at Hogwarts? And in some graveyard?" Harry hesitated. The questions were innocent enough, but they touched wounds still healing. Before he could answer, another voice intervened. "Leave him alone, Granger. Can't you see he's trying to eat?" Ron Weasley slid onto the bench across from Harry, his freckled face set in a scowl that didn't quite hide his curiosity. He was tall and gangly, with red hair that stuck up in every direction and hand-me-down robes that were slightly too short. Hermione huffed. "I was just asking. You were just prying." Ron turned to Harry. "Ignore her. She's been like that since the train. Asked me about my family, my grades, my favorite color." "Favorite color is a perfectly reasonable getting to know you question. It's orange, and now you know, and you still won't shut up." Harry felt a smile tugging at his lips. This bickering, this normalcy, was what he'd missed his whole life. Kids being kids, worrying about trivial things, making friends over breakfast. "It's okay," he said, interrupting their argument. "I don't mind questions. I just don't have all the answers." Hermione beamed. Ron looked skeptical. But something shifted between them, the beginning of something Harry couldn't name but instinctively recognized. Friendship. The first class of the day was Transfiguration, and Professor McGonagall was every bit as intimidating as her reputation suggested. She stood at the front of the classroom, her robe severe, her expression stern, and addressed the nervous first years with the precision of a general addressing troops. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. Is that clear?" A chorus of timid, "Yes, Professor," echoed through the room. Harry sat near the front, his quill ready, his mind focused. McGonagall's eyes lingered on him for a moment, something soft flickering in their depths, before she launched into her lecture. They practiced turning matches into needles. Harry's match trembled, stretched, gained a metallic sheen, then snapped back to wood. He tried again, and again. By the end of class, he'd managed a silver tip, which McGonagall acknowledged with a rare nod. "Acceptable for a first attempt, Mr. Potter. Keep practicing." Beside him, Hermione had produced a perfect needle on her third try. Ron's match was still stubbornly wooden, covered in scorch marks. "How do you do that?" he demanded as they left the classroom. "It's impossible." "Practice," Hermione said primly. "In reading. Have you read the textbook?" Ron stared at her. "It's the first day." "Yes, but I read it over the summer." "Didn't you?" The look on Ron's face was so comically horrified that Harry laughed, a real laugh, loud and unexpected. Ron gaped at him, then grinned. "Did you just laugh at my pain?" "Absolutely." Harry was still smiling. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Lunch brought more introductions. Harry was accosted by what felt like every student in the castle, all wanting to shake his hand, ask questions, touch the scar that was no longer visible beneath his fringe. He handled it with patience born of practice, but by the time he reached the Great Hall, he was exhausted. Ron and Hermione had saved him a seat, defending it against a small army of curious students. He collapsed onto the bench gratefully. "How do you stand it?" Ron asked, loading his plate with chicken legs. "All that attention. You get used to it." Harry reached for a roll. "Mostly." Neville Longbottom, Hermione introduced, nodding toward a round-faced boy sitting nearby. "His grand-nosed Dumbledore. And that's Seamus Finnegan, he's Irish," he told everyone on the train, "and Dean Thomas, who's from London like you." Harry nodded at each, committing names to memory. The boys stared back with open curiosity, but to their credit, they didn't bombard him with questions. Quidditch tryouts are next week, Seamus announced. You playing, Harry? Harry blinked. I've never been on a broom. 5 faces stared at him in disbelief. Never. Dean's voice was incredulous. But I mean, everyone's. I grew up with muggles, Harry reminded them. They don't exactly have Quidditch pitches in their back gardens. Ron recovered first. First flying lessons tomorrow. Madam Hooch teaches it. You'll be fine, it's easy. Like riding a bike, only in the air. Harry wasn't sure about easy, but the excitement in Ron's voice was contagious. For the first time, he felt a spark of anticipation for something that had nothing to do with war or prophecy or destiny. Just flying. Just fun. Flying lessons were on the Quidditch pitch, a magnificent oval surrounded by towering stands. Harry stood with the other Gryffindors, staring at the brooms laid out on the grass, feeling the familiar flutter of nerves in his stomach. Madam Hooch was brisk and businesslike, her yellow eyes missing nothing. Stick out your right hand over your broom and say, up. Harry obeyed. The broom leapt into his hand instantly, as if it had been waiting for him. Around him, students struggled. Ron's broom rolled away, Hermione's just sat there, Neville smacked him in the face. Madam Hooch moved among them, correcting grips, adjusting stances. Then came the moment Harry had been dreading. Mount your brooms. When I blow my whistle, kick off from the ground. Hard. Harry swung his leg over the broom, feeling its unfamiliar texture beneath him. It hummed with a strange energy, as if alive. He gripped the handle, kicked off, and rose. The ground fell away, the wind rushed past, and Harry felt something he'd never experienced before. Freedom. Pure, absolute freedom. The broom responded to his slightest movement, turning when he leaned, diving when he shifted weight. He soared above the pitch, laughing, the sound torn away by the wind. Potter. Madam Hooch's voice carried up from below. Get back down here. He descended reluctantly, landing lightly beside his gaping classmates. Where did you learn to fly like that? Ron demanded. I didn't. It just felt right. Madam Hooch studied him with those unnerving yellow eyes. You've a natural seat, Potter. Ever considered trying out for the Quidditch team? Harry thought about it, about flying, about competition, about being part of something bigger than himself. Maybe, he said, someday. But even as he spoke, something stirred in his memory. His father, a Quidditch star. Stories Sirius had told him about James's exploits on the pitch. The connection wasn't the fragment, that was gone, but something deeper. Blood memory. Heritage. He was a Potter. And Potters flew. That evening, Harry received an unexpected summons. Professor McGonagall found him in the common room, her expression unreadable. The headmaster would like to see you, Mr. Potter. Please come with me. Harry followed her through the castle's shifting staircases, past portraits that whispered as he passed, to a stone gargoyle that guarded a spiral staircase. Sherbet lemon, McGonagall said, and the gargoyle sprang aside. Harry climbed alone. The office was different from Dumbledore's time, new portraits on the walls, new instruments whirring on shelves. But behind the desk, in a chair that seemed too large for her, sat Professor McGonagall, now headmistress of Hogwarts. Please, sit. She gestured to a chair. I wanted to speak with you privately, Mr. Potter. To check on your adjustment to normal life. Harry sat, suddenly wary. I'm adjusting well, Professor. Everyone's been very welcoming. McGonagall nodded slowly. Yes, I imagine they have. She paused, choosing her words carefully. You've been through more than anyone your age should experience. More than most adults ever will. It's natural to feel disconnected. To struggle with the transition from war to peace. Harry considered this. I feel peaceful, actually. For the first time. The fragment's gone. The connection's gone. I'm just me. Just you. McGonagall's eyes softened. Harry, you've never been just anything. You're extraordinary, not because of prophecy or destiny, but because of who you are. The choices you've made. The sacrifices you've endured. She leaned forward. Don't lose that in your pursuit of normalcy. The world needs people like you, people who care, who fight, who refuse to give up. Harry was silent for a moment. Then, quietly, he asked, is that what my parents would have wanted? For me to keep fighting. Your parents would have wanted you to be happy. To be safe. To be loved. McGonagall's voice was gentle. But they also would have wanted you to be yourself, to use your gifts, to stand up for what's right, to make the world better than you found it. That's not fighting. That's living. Harry nodded slowly, understanding settling into his bones. Thank you, Professor. McGonagall smiled, a rare, warm expression. You're welcome, Harry. Now go get some rest. You have potions with Professor Snape tomorrow, and he'll be insufferable if you fall asleep in his class. Harry laughed, the sound surprising him. I'll do my best. Snape's class was exactly as terrifying as promised. The dungeon was cold and dim, lined with jars of preserved creatures that seemed to watch the students with dead eyes. Snape swept among them, his black robes billowing, his voice a silky whisper that somehow carried to every corner. Potter. He stopped beside Harry's desk, his dark eyes gleaming. Our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry blinked. The question was obscure, designed to catch him off guard. But he'd studied, really studied, in the weeks before Hogwarts, determined not to be caught unprepared. That's the draft of living death, Professor. Asphodel and wormwood make a powerful sleeping potion when combined correctly. Snape's eyes narrowed. And where, pray tell, would you find a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat. It's a universal antidote for most poisons. Silence stretched. The other students held their breath. Snape's lip curled. It seems fame hasn't completely addled your brain. 5 points to Gryffindor. He swept away, leaving Harry surrounded by amazed stares. How did you know that? Ron hissed. I read the textbook. Like Hermione suggested. Ron's expression of horror was almost worth the weeks of studying. Days turned into weeks. Weeks into months. Harry fell into the rhythm of Hogwarts life, classes, homework, meals in the Great Hall, evenings by the common room fire. He made friends, learned magic, discovered talents he never knew he had. Flying came naturally, as if his blood remembered what his mind had never learned. Charms was delightful, transfiguration challenging, potions survivable. But it was defense against the dark arts that truly captured him. Professor Lupin was young, shabby, and brilliant. His classes were practical, engaging, and occasionally terrifying. He taught them to fight boggarts, to recognize red caps, to defend against creatures Harry had only read about in books. After one particularly memorable lesson, in which Neville's boggart turned into Professor Snape wearing his grandmother's clothes, Lupin asked Harry to stay behind. You're ahead of your classmates, Lupin said without preamble. Way ahead. Your practical experience gives you an advantage, but it's also left gaps. You know how to fight dark wizards, but you don't know the theory behind the spells. You can defend yourself, but you can't explain why certain defenses work against certain attacks. Harry nodded slowly. I know. I've been trying to catch up. Lupin smiled, a tired, gentle expression. I'm not criticizing. I'm offering help. If you want it, I can tutor you. Extra lessons, once a week. Fill in those gaps, build on what you already know. Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. I'd like that. Thank you, Professor. Lupin's smile widened. Good. We'll start next week. And Harry. He hesitated, something flickering in his eyes. I knew your parents. At school, in the order. They were my friends. If you ever want to talk about them, about anything, I'm here. Harry stared at him, seeing for the first time the sadness beneath the kindness, the weight of loss carried behind those tired eyes. Thank you, he whispered. I might take you up on that. Lupin nodded, and Harry left the classroom with a lighter heart. Christmas at Hogwarts was magical. Harry had never experienced anything like it. The Great Hall was transformed, enchanted snow falling from the ceiling, towering trees covered in glittering ornaments, tables laden with feasts beyond imagining. Students who stayed for the holidays gathered in the common rooms, exchanging gifts, playing games, enjoying the rare freedom from classes. Sirius came to visit. He appeared on Christmas morning, wrapped in a cloak that did nothing to hide his gaunt features and wild hair. Harry nearly knocked him over with the force of his hug. You came. I didn't think, with the ministry. Ministry can wait. Sirius's voice was rough with emotion. My godson's first Christmas at Hogwarts. I wasn't missing that. They spent the day together, exploring the castle, visiting Hogsmeade, sitting by the fire and talking about everything and nothing. Sirius told stories about James and Lily, about their time at Hogwarts, about the pranks they'd pulled and the trouble they'd caused. Harry listened, absorbing every word, building a picture of parents he'd never known. That night, alone in his dormitory, Harry wrote in a journal he'd started keeping. Today was the best day of my life. Not because of presents or food or any of that. Because I spent it with family. Real family. Sirius he's everything I hoped he'd be. He makes me feel like I belong somewhere. Like I'm not alone. I wish Mum and Dad could have met him as he is now. I think they'd be proud of both of us. He closed the journal, blew out his candle, and fell asleep with a smile. Spring came slowly to the Scottish Highlands. Snow melted, giving way to mud and then to grass. The forbidden forest greened, its edges creeping closer to the castle. Students shed their winter cloaks and spent free hours by the lake, enjoying the rare warmth. Harry's extra lessons with Lupin continued. He learned Patronuses and protective enchantments, curse theory and defensive strategy. Lupin pushed him hard, but fairly, and Harry grew stronger with each session. One afternoon, after a particularly grueling lesson on resisting imperious curses, Lupin sat back with a sigh. "You're ready." Harry blinked. Ready for what? Ready to move beyond theory. To start thinking like a protector rather than a fighter. Lupin's eyes were serious. "You've spent years surviving, Harry. Now you need to learn to live, and to help others live too." Harry considered this. "Is that what you did? After the First War?" Lupin was silent for a long moment. "No. I isolated myself. Hid from the world, convinced I was dangerous, unworthy of connection." He smiled sadly. "It was a mistake. One I'm still correcting. But you're here now. Teaching. Helping. Thanks to people who wouldn't give up on me. Your father among them." Lupin met his eyes. "Don't make my mistakes, Harry. Don't push people away because you're afraid of hurting them. Let them in. Let them help. Let them love you." Harry nodded slowly, the words settling into his heart. "I'll try." The end of term approached with terrifying speed. Exams loomed, and Harry found himself buried in textbooks, reviewing spells, memorizing potion ingredients. Hermione was in her element, organizing study groups, creating color-coded revision schedules. Ron was in constant panic, convinced he'd fail everything. "You'll be fine," Harry assured him during one particularly tense study session. "You know more than you think." "I know nothing," Ron moaned. "Absolutely nothing. I'm going to be the first Weasley to fail out of Hogwarts. Mum will kill me. Then let's make sure that doesn't happen." Harry pushed a stack of notes toward him. "Start with these. They're the most common exam topics for first year." Ron stared at the notes, then at Harry. "You made study guides. For me, Hermione made them. I just copied them." Harry shrugged. "We're friends. That's what friends do." Ron's expression softened into something approaching wonder. "Right, friends." He grabbed the notes. "Thanks, Harry. Really." Harry smiled and turned back to his own revision, feeling warm inside. The last day of term arrived with a burst of summer heat. Exams were over, results posted. Harry had passed everything with flying colors. Ron had scraped by, Hermione had top marks in every subject, and students packed their trunks with careless excitement. The train home waited at Hogsmeade Station, its scarlet engine gleaming in the sun. Harry stood on the platform, surrounded by friends, feeling the strange pull of leaving a place that had become home. "See you next term," Ron said, grinning. "Mum says you have to visit over the summer. She won't take no for an answer." "I'd like that." Harry meant it. Hermione hugged him, a quick, fierce embrace. "Write to me. I want to hear everything." Harry promised he would. Then he boarded the train, found a compartment, and watched Hogwarts disappear into the distance. He thought about everything that had happened. The battles won, the friends made, the peace finally found. He thought about his parents, about Sirius, about all the people who had helped him become who he was. And he thought about the future, bright and uncertain and full of possibility. The train carried him forward, toward summer, toward family, toward whatever came next. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was excited to find out. The Dursleys' house looked smaller than Harry remembered. He stood at the end of Privet Drive, his trunk at his feet, Hedwig's cage in his hand, and stared at number 4 with an expression of detached curiosity. The perfectly manicured lawn, the gleaming windows, the net curtains twitching as someone watched from inside, it all seemed so insignificant. Like a dollhouse he'd outgrown. Sirius stood beside him, his face carefully neutral. "You don't have to do this, you know." You could stay with me. We'd figure it out. Harry shook his head slowly. I need to see them. One last time. Close that door properly. Sirius nodded, understanding in his eyes. I'll be right here. Take your time. Harry walked up the path, his footsteps loud in the summer silence. The door opened before he could knock, revealing Aunt Petunia's pinched face, her eyes darting between him and the strange man waiting at the gate. You. Her voice was thin, reedy. What do you want? To talk. May I come in? She hesitated, then stepped aside. The house smelled the same, artificial lavender and floor polish, with an undertone of Dudley's sweat. Harry moved through the hallway, past the door to his cupboard, still there, still closed, into the living room where Uncle Vernon sat in his armchair, his face purple with barely contained rage. You. The word was an accusation. Coming here, flaunting your freakishness. I'm not here to fight. Harry's voice was calm, steady. I'm here to tell you that I'm leaving. For good. You won't see me again. Vernon's mouth opened and closed. Petunia hovered in the doorway, her hands twisting together. I'm not going to thank you, Harry continued. You made my life miserable for 10 years. You starved me, beat me, locked me in a cupboard. Those are facts. They won't change. Now listen here, boy. But I'm also not going to curse you, or hurt you, or seek revenge. Harry met Vernon's tiny eyes. Because that would make me like you. And I refuse to become like you. Silence stretched, thick and uncomfortable. Dudley appeared at the top of the stairs, his face pale, watching with an expression Harry couldn't read. I'm going to live with my godfather now, Harry said. I'm going to Hogwarts. I'm going to have a life, a real life, with people who actually care about me. And you're going to stay here, in this little house on this little street, and pretend I never existed. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. Aunt Petunia. He looked at her directly. My mother loved you. I don't understand it, but she did. She wrote to you, after she left. Did you ever write back? Petunia's face crumpled. For a moment, just a moment, he saw something beneath the years of bitterness, grief, maybe. Regret. No, she whispered. I never did. Harry nodded slowly. She would have wanted you to. She would have wanted to know her sister still cared. He opened the door. Goodbye, Aunt Petunia. He walked out without looking back. Sirius was waiting at the gate, his expression carefully blank. Okay. Harry took a deep breath, feeling the summer sun on his face. Okay. They walked away from number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, away from 10 years of misery and loneliness and fear. Harry didn't look back. He didn't need to. That chapter of his life was closed. Sirius's cottage was nothing like Harry expected. It stood on a rocky outcropping overlooking the sea, its walls weathered gray, its windows salt-stained. Inside, it was chaos, books piled everywhere, half-eaten meals on every surface, a general air of comfortable neglect that spoke of a man who had spent 12 years in prison and had no idea how to maintain a home. Sorry about the mess, Sirius said, kicking aside a pile of robes. I'm not exactly domestic. Harry looked around, taking it all in. The kitchen was tiny but functional, with a wood-burning stove and a sink full of dirty dishes. The sitting room held a sagging sofa, a fireplace choked with ash, and more books than some libraries. Upstairs, 2 small bedrooms waited, one clearly Sirius's, the other prepared for Harry with fresh sheets and a vase of wildflowers. You did this, Harry said softly. For me. Sirius rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. Wanted you to have somewhere, yours. Somewhere safe. Harry crossed the room and hugged him, fierce and sudden, the way he'd never been able to hug anyone before. Sirius froze for a moment, then wrapped his arms around Harry, holding on like he'd never let go. Welcome home, Harry, he whispered. Welcome home. The summer was unlike anything Harry had experienced. He woke each morning to sunlight and the sound of waves, made breakfast with Sirius, burnt toast and runny eggs, both learning together, spent hours exploring the cliffs and coves around the cottage. They flew on brooms when the weather was fine, racing each other over the water, laughing with pure joy. They talked for hours, about James and Lily, about Azkaban and the war, about everything and nothing. Sirius taught him to ride a broom properly, not just fly but maneuver, dive, turn. He showed him the moves James had used on the Quidditch pitch, the tricks that had made him a legend. Harry absorbed it all, his natural talent blossoming under Sirius's patient guidance. You're better than your father was at your age, Sirius admitted one afternoon, after Harry had executed a perfect Wronski feint. Don't tell him I said that. Harry grinned. He can't hear you. No, but his ghost might. And he'd never let me hear the end of it. They laughed together, the sound carried away by the wind. Letters arrived regularly. Ron wrote long, rambling accounts of life at the Burrow, his mother's cooking, his father's Muggle experiments, the twins' latest pranks. Hermione sent tightly organized updates about her reading list, her plans for second year, her parents' attempts to understand magic. Draco's letters were shorter, more guarded, but Harry could read between the lines. He was struggling at the manor, with his mother's grief and the whispers of neighbors, but he was surviving. My mother asks about you constantly, Draco wrote. She's planning to visit your godfather's cottage, though Merlin knows why. She says she has things to tell you. Important things. The visit came 2 weeks later. Narcissa Malfoy arrived on a Sunday afternoon, looking out of place among the wildflowers and sea air. She wore simple robes, no jewelry, and her face held none of the cold hauteur Harry remembered from their first meeting. Regent Potter. She inclined her head formally. Thank you for seeing me. Harry, he corrected. Just Harry now. Narcissa's eyes softened. Harry, then. She settled onto the worn sofa, accepting a cup of tea from Sirius with murmured thanks. I've come to talk about Draco. And about the future. Harry listened as she spoke, about her son's struggles, his determination to be different, his fear that he would never escape his father's shadow. She described his nightmares, his silences, the way he flinched at sudden movements. The marks of growing up in a house ruled by fear. He needs friends, Narcissa said quietly. Real friends. People who see him for himself, not for his name. She looked at Harry directly. You've been that for him. I wanted to thank you. Harry shook his head. I haven't done anything special. Just treated him like a person. That is more special than you know. Narcissa's voice caught. In our world, in our family, that's rare. Priceless. They talked for hours, until the sun began to set over the sea. When Narcissa finally left, she hugged Harry, awkwardly, stiffly, as if she'd forgotten how. But it was real, and Harry felt its warmth long after she'd gone. She's changed, Sirius said thoughtfully, watching her apparate away. Narcissa Black, of all people. Who'd have thought? People can change, Harry said quietly. If they want to badly enough. Sirius looked at him with something like pride. You really are something, you know that. Harry shrugged, embarrassed. I just try to see the good in people. That's all. It's not all. It's everything. August brought visitors. Ron and Hermione arrived together, apparating to the nearest village and walking the rest of the way. Harry saw them from the cliff top, two small figures picking their way along the coastal path, and ran down to meet them. Harry. Ron's face split into a massive grin. This place is brilliant. All that sea and sky. It's beautiful, Hermione agreed, slightly out of breath. Though the walk from the village is rather strenuous. Harry laughed, pulling them both into hugs. You're here. You're actually here. They spent the day exploring the caves, the coves, the secret places Harry had discovered during his weeks alone. Sirius made lunch, burnt sausages and slightly charcoal bread, and they ate on the cliff top, watching seabirds wheel against the blue sky. Ron told them about Quidditch, about the cannons, terrible season, about his dreams of trying out for the house team. Hermione described her summer reading, her parents' growing understanding of magic, her excitement for second year. Harry listened, content, feeling the warmth of friendship like sunlight on his skin. That night, they slept in sleeping bags on the sitting room floor, talking until dawn about everything and nothing. Harry fell asleep smiling, surrounded by people who loved him. The day before term started, Harry received a visitor he hadn't expected. Lupin appeared at the cottage door, looking tired and travel-worn but smiling. Hope I'm not interrupting, Professor. Harry stepped aside, ushering him in. What are you doing here? Came to check on my favorite student. Lupin's eyes twinkled. And to deliver something. He reached into his worn bag and pulled out a small package, wrapped in brown paper. From Dumbledore. He asked me to give it to you when the time was right. Harry stared at the package, his heart suddenly heavy. Dumbledore. Dead now, buried beneath the Black Lake, but still reaching out from beyond the grave. He opened it carefully. Inside lay a letter, written in Dumbledore's familiar spidery hand, and a small photograph in a silver frame. The photograph moved, his parents, young and laughing, waving at the camera. James had his arm around Lily, and they looked so happy, so alive, that Harry's eyes burned. My dear Harry, if you're reading this, then I am gone, and you have survived. I always knew you would. You have your mother's heart and your father's courage, and those are weapons no darkness can defeat. I have made many mistakes in my life. Leaving you with the Dursleys was perhaps the greatest. I hope, in time, you can forgive me. Not because I deserve it, but because forgiveness will free you in ways vengeance never can. You carry within you the best of both your parents. Let that guide you. Let it shape you. Let it remind you, always, that love is the most powerful magic of all. I am proud of you, Harry. Prouder than words can say. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times, tears streaming down his face. Sirius moved beside him, reading over his shoulder, his own eyes wet. He loved you, Sirius said quietly. In his way, he really did. Harry nodded, unable to speak. He placed the photograph on the mantelpiece, next to the one of Sirius and James from their own Hogwarts days. His parents, watching over him always. The train back to Hogwarts was crowded, loud, wonderful. Harry found a compartment with Ron and Hermione, stowed his trunk, and settled in for the journey. The countryside rolled past, green and golden in the late summer sun. They talked about the year ahead, new classes, new teachers, new adventures. At some point, Draco appeared at the compartment door, looking uncertain. Room for one more. Ron's expression flickered, old habits dying hard, but Harry nodded immediately. Of course. Sit down. Draco slid onto the seat beside Hermione, who gave him a small, tentative smile. The tension in the compartment slowly eased as they talked about Quidditch, about summer, about nothing important. Harry watched them, his friends, from different worlds, finding common ground. It wasn't perfect. It might never be. But it was a start. The train carried them north, toward magic and learning and the future. Harry leaned back in his seat, feeling the rhythm of the wheels beneath him, and smiled. He was exactly where he belonged. Hogwarts rose from the darkness, its windows glowing with warm light. The carriages carried them up the drive, through the gates, into the entrance hall where Professor McGonagall waited with her usual stern expression. Welcome back, students. Her eyes found Harry, softened slightly. I trust you had restful summers. A chorus of assent answered her. She nodded crisply and led them into the great hall. The ceiling showed the stars, scattered across an infinite sky. The candles floated above the tables, warm and golden. And the food, the wonderful, magical food, appeared on golden platters as they sat down. Harry ate, laughed, talked. He watched the sorting, remembering his own nervous walk to the stool. He cheered for Gryffindor when they gained new members. He felt, deep in his bones, that he was home. After the feast, they gathered in the common room, the fire crackling, the sofas soft with age. Ron produced a pack of exploding snap and they played until curfew, the cards popping and reforming, their laughter echoing off the stone walls. As Harry climbed into his 4-poster that night, the scarlet curtains drawn around him, he thought about everything that had brought him here. The cupboard, the ministry, the war, the fragment, all of it, leading to this moment, this peace, this life. He touched his chest, where the scar from Gryffindor's sword was now just a pale line. The fragment was gone. The connection was gone. He was just Harry, Harry Potter, second-year student, Gryffindor, friend. It was enough. More than enough. He closed his eyes and slept, dreaming of nothing but the future. The next morning, Harry woke to sunlight and the sound of Ron snoring. He lay there for a moment, listening to his friend's rhythmic wheezing, and smiled. This was real. This was his life. No prophecies, no dark lords, no ancient magic binding him to destiny. Just school. Just friends. Just growing up. He dressed quickly and headed down to breakfast, where Hermione was already deep in a book, a plate of toast forgotten at her elbow. You're up early, he said, sliding onto the bench beside her. New timetable. She didn't look up. I wanted to memorize it before classes start. Harry laughed. Only you, Hermione. Only you. Ron stumbled in moments later, his hair somehow even messier than usual, his tie completely crooked. Why is it so early? It's inhuman, that's what it is. It's 8 o'clock. Exactly. Inhuman. They bickered happily through breakfast, joined by Neville, Seamus, and Dean as the hall filled with students. Harry listened, contributed, felt the warmth of belonging settle around him like a familiar cloak. When the post arrived, an owl dropped a letter in front of him. Sirius's handwriting, messy and hurried. Harry, everything's fine here. The cottage misses you. I miss you. But I'm glad you're where you belong. Keep learning. Keep growing. Keep being you. Love. Sirius. P.S. I've started cleaning. Don't faint. Harry grinned, folding the letter carefully and tucking it into his pocket. Sirius, cleaning. The world really had changed. The first bell rang. Students scrambled to gather books, find classrooms, begin another day. Harry walked with Ron and Hermione toward Transfiguration, feeling the castle's magic hum around him. Second year waited. New challenges, new adventures, new opportunities. He was ready. That evening, Harry found himself on the astronomy tower, looking out at the grounds below. The forbidden forest stretched dark and mysterious, the lake gleamed in the fading light, and the stars were beginning to emerge overhead. Footsteps behind him. Draco appeared, leaning against the parapet beside him. Couldn't sleep. Just thinking. Harry gestured at the view. About how different everything is. How different I am. Draco nodded slowly. I know what you mean. Sometimes I look in the mirror and don't recognize who I'm becoming. Is that bad? No. Draco's voice was quiet. I think it's good. The person I was, the person my father wanted me to be, I don't want to be him anymore. Harry looked at his friend, seeing the struggle in his eyes, the genuine desire to change. Then don't be. Choose different. Every day, choose different. Like you did. Like I'm still doing. Harry smiled. It never stops, you know. The choosing. Every day, you have to decide who you want to be. That's the hard part. Draco was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, he said, I'm glad you're my friend, Harry. Me too, Draco. Me too. They stood together in the growing darkness, watching the stars appear one by one. Below them, the castle hummed with life, students laughing, teachers preparing, magic flowing through ancient stones. And Harry Potter, the boy who had lived through war and prophecy and loss, felt something he'd never expected to feel. Peace. The school year unfolded like a story. New classes brought new challenges, defense with Lockhart, who was useless but entertaining, herbology with Sprout, who was kind and knowledgeable, history of magic with Binns, who could put anyone to sleep. Harry threw himself into it all, learning, growing, becoming. Weekends were for Quidditch. Harry tried out for the team and made it, youngest seeker in a century, just like his father. Ron's reaction was priceless, a combination of pride and jealousy that shifted by the minute. Hermione was simply proud, hugging him tightly when he told her. Your father would be so happy, she whispered. So proud. Harry held onto those words, letting them warm him. The season was intense, challenging, glorious. Gryffindor won match after match, Harry's flying earning cheers and headlines. Through it all, he stayed grounded, helped by Ron's teasing, Hermione's lectures, Draco's sardonic commentary. By the time spring arrived, Harry felt like he'd been at Hogwarts forever. The castle was home, the students' family, the teachers' guides. He belonged. The end of term brought exams, stress, and finally, freedom. Harry sat on the train heading south, watching the castle disappear into the distance. Ron and Hermione were arguing about something trivial, their voices a comfortable background noise. Draco sat across from them, pretending to read, actually watching the others with a small smile. Same time next year? Ron asked, turning to Harry. Same time next year. Harry grinned. And every year after that. The train carried them toward summer, toward family, toward whatever came next. Harry leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and let himself be happy. He'd earned it. They all had. The summer after first year was the longest Harry had ever known. Not because it dragged, it flew, actually, days blurring into weeks in a haze of sunshine and laughter. But because for the first time in his life, Harry had something to look forward to. A future. A place where he belonged. Sirius's cottage became home in ways number 4 never had. Harry claimed his small bedroom, filling it with books and Quidditch magazines and the photograph of his parents. He learned to cook burnt offerings at first, then edible meals, then actually good food that made Sirius's eyes water with pride. He explored every inch of the coastline, discovering hidden caves and secret beaches and places where the sea crashed against rocks with a fury that matched his own. And he waited. For letters. For news. For the world to settle into something resembling normal. The letters came regularly. Ron wrote about the burrow's chaos, his mother's cooking, his father's muggle contraptions, the twins' ever-escalating pranks. Hermione sent detailed accounts of her summer reading, her parents' attempts to understand magic, her carefully organized plans for second year. Draco's letters were shorter, more guarded, but Harry could read between the lines. He was struggling, but surviving. Narcissa had taken a small cottage in a Muggle village, far from the whispers and stares. They were building something new. Even Hagrid wrote, his huge, looping script covering pages with news of the Forbidden Forest, his latest creature acquisitions, his hopes for the coming term. But it was the letter from the Ministry that changed everything. It arrived on a Tuesday, carried by a dignified owl Harry didn't recognize. The envelope was thick, cream-colored, sealed with official wax. Sirius raised an eyebrow as Harry opened it. Regent Potter. The Wizengamot requests your presence at a special session to discuss the future of the Regency. As you are aware, the emergency powers granted during the war have expired, and the question of your continued role must be addressed. We await your convenience. Yours in service, Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry read it twice, his heart sinking. He'd known this day would come. The Regency had been a wartime measure, an ancient claim invoked in crisis. With Voldemort gone and peace restored, the Ministry would want to return to normal governance. But what was normal? And where did he fit in it? Sirius watched him carefully. What is it? Harry handed him the letter. Sirius read it, his expression shifting from curiosity to concern. You don't have to decide anything right now, he said quietly. You're 12. You're allowed to be a kid. I'm also regent. Or I was. Harry ran a hand through his hair. I don't know what I am anymore. Sirius set the letter aside and sat beside him. You're Harry. That's the only thing that matters. The rest, titles, power, responsibility, those are things you do, not things you are. Don't confuse them. Harry leaned into his godfather's warmth, feeling the truth of those words settle into his bones. What should I do? What do you want to do? Harry thought about it. Really thought. Not about duty or obligation or what others expected. Just what he wanted. I want to go to Hogwarts. I want to learn magic, play Quidditch, hang out with my friends. I want to be normal. He paused. But I also want to help. The reforms, the goblins, the elves, all the beings who've been treated badly, I want to make sure they don't get forgotten now that the war's over. Sirius nodded slowly. Then that's what you tell them. You're not giving up, you're stepping back. Letting the Ministry function normally while you focus on what matters to you. Will they accept that? They'll have to. You're Harry Potter. You saved their world. Sirius smiled. They're not going to argue with you. The Wizengamot session was held a week later. Harry dressed carefully, not in formal robes, but in simple clothes that felt more like him. The circlet remained at the cottage, gleaming on its windowsill, waiting for whoever would need it next. He walked into the chamber without it, feeling strangely light. The room was packed, every seat filled, every face turned toward him. But the atmosphere was different from before, warmer, more respectful, less fearful. He was no longer an unknown quantity, a potential threat. He was the boy who had defeated Voldemort. He was Harry. Madame Bones called the session to order, then yielded the floor to him. Harry stood at the speaker's podium, looking out at the assembled witches and wizards. Many he recognized now, faces from battles, from negotiations, from the long months of war. They looked back at him with something like hope. I'm not going to make a long speech, he began. I'm not good at speeches. A ripple of laughter passed through the chamber. I came here 2 years ago as a scared kid who didn't know anything about this world. You gave me a chance, some of you reluctantly, some of you generously, to learn, to grow, to become part of something bigger than myself. He paused, gathering his thoughts. The war is over. Voldemort is gone. The ancient claim that brought me here has served its purpose. But the work isn't finished. The reforms we started, goblin sovereignty, elf rights, recognition of all magical beings, those need to continue. They need to become part of who we are, not just emergency measures. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Some nodded, others looked uncomfortable. I'm not stepping away completely. I'll always be available to advise, to help, to fight if I'm needed. But I'm 12 years old. I have a lot to learn, about magic, about life, about who I want to become. He met their eyes. I want to go to Hogwarts. I want to be a student. I want to be normal. The silence that followed was different from before. Thoughtful, respectful. Madame Bones rose. The regent has made his position clear. Does anyone wish to speak? An old wizard stood, Augustus Pye, one of the most traditional members of the Wizengamot. Harry braced himself for opposition. I've served on this council for 50 years, Pye said, his voice creaky with age. I've seen wars, uprisings, scandals beyond counting. I've never seen anything like what this boy accomplished. He looked at Harry with something like wonder. If he wants to be normal, let him be normal. He's earned it. One by one, others rose to agree. The motion passed unanimously. Harry Potter, Regent of the Ministry of Magic, officially stepped down. He walked out of the chamber lighter than he'd felt in years. Second year at Hogwarts began with a crash. Literally. Ron's wand, damaged in the incident with the flying car, emitted sparks at unpredictable intervals, setting fire to homework and singeing eyebrows with equal abandon. Hermione was horrified. Harry found it hilarious. You're not helping, Ron grumbled, batting at smoldering robes. I'm not trying to help. I'm enjoying the show. Ron threw a pillow at him. Harry ducked, laughing. The term settled into its familiar rhythm: classes, homework, Quidditch practice. Harry threw himself into it all with an enthusiasm that surprised even him. Flying was joy, pure and simple. Charms was fascinating. Even potions was bearable, now that Snape's animosity had faded to something resembling grudging tolerance. But it was defense against the dark arts that truly captured him. Professor Lupin was everything Lockhart hadn't been: knowledgeable, practical, genuinely invested in his students' learning. He taught them to fight boggarts, to recognize red caps, to defend against creatures Harry had only read about in books. And in private lessons, he pushed Harry harder, filling the gaps left by years of survival-based education. You think like a fighter, Lupin said one afternoon, after a particularly intense session. That's good, it's kept you alive. But you need to think like a wizard too. Understand the theory behind the spells, not just their practical application. Harry nodded, absorbing the critique. Is that how my father was? A fighter? Lupin smiled, a sad, gentle expression. James was both. He had natural talent, incredible instincts, but he also studied constantly. He wanted to understand magic, not just use it. He paused. Your mother was the same. She could feel magic in ways most people couldn't. It made her extraordinary. Harry filed that away, adding it to the growing picture of parents he'd never known. The first Quidditch match of the season was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Harry had never experienced anything like it. The roar of the crowd, the flash of robes, the sheer adrenaline of mounting his broom in front of hundreds of screaming fans. He spotted Ron in the stands, face painted crimson and gold, waving a banner that read, "Potter for President." Hermione sat beside him, looking embarrassed but cheering anyway. The match was brutal. Slytherin played dirty, elbows, feints, deliberate fouls that the referee somehow missed. Harry took a bludger to the ribs, another to the shoulder, but kept flying, kept searching, kept pushing through the pain. And then he saw it. The snitch, glittering near the Slytherin goal posts, completely unguarded. He dove. The world blurred around him, wind screaming, stands rushing past, the green of the pitch becoming a smear. Behind him, he heard shouts, curses, the crack of bludgers fired his way. He ignored them all, focused on that tiny golden ball, reaching, stretching. His fingers closed around it. The roar that followed was deafening. Harry pulled up, nearly crashing into the stands, and held the snitch high. Gryffindor had won. Ron met him on the pitch, lifting him off his broom in a bear hug. Hermione was crying. Even Draco, watching from the Slytherin stands, looked grudgingly impressed. You were amazing, Ron shouted over the noise. That dive, I thought you were going to die. Me too, Harry admitted, grinning. Totally worth it. Christmas at Hogwarts was quieter than Harry expected. Many students went home, leaving the castle half empty and strangely peaceful. Harry stayed, partly because Sirius was visiting relatives he hadn't seen in years, partly because he'd come to love the castle's winter beauty. Snow fell constantly, piling against windows, blanketing the grounds in white. The great hall's enchanted ceiling showed swirling flakes, and the fires burned brighter than ever. Harry spent his days by the common room hearth, reading, playing chess with Ron, listening to Hermione's theories about upcoming exams. On Christmas morning, he woke to a pile of presents at the foot of his bed. From Ron, a Chudley Cannon's hat, hideous orange, but cherished. From Hermione, a book on advanced defensive theory, surprisingly interesting. From Draco, a box of expensive chocolates with a note that simply said, "Don't tell my mother." From Hagrid, a lumpy package containing what might have been fudge but was mostly crumbs. And from Sirius, a photograph album. Harry opened it slowly, his heart pounding. The first page showed his parents' wedding, James and Lily, young and radiant, surrounded by friends Harry recognized from stories. Sirius stood beside James, beaming. Lupin lurked in the background, looking awkward. Even Pettigrew appeared, small and mousy, before everything went wrong. He turned pages slowly, absorbing each image. His parents at Hogwarts, laughing in the common room. His father on a Quidditch pitch, holding the house cup. His mother in the library, surrounded by books, looking up with a smile that made Harry's chest ache. The last page held a photo Harry had never seen. His parents, holding a tiny baby wrapped in a blanket. James was crying, Lily was laughing, and the baby, Harry, was sleeping peacefully, unaware of the world waiting for him. "We loved you from the first moment," Sirius had written beneath it. "We always will." Harry closed the album, tears streaming down his face. But they were good tears, warm tears, healing tears. He wasn't alone. He'd never been alone. He had a family. In memories, in photographs, in the people who loved him still. Spring brought changes. Lupin's secret came out. He was a werewolf, forced to transform each month, hiding his condition from a world that feared and hated his kind. When the news broke, Harry expected him to be fired, expelled, driven away. Instead, something remarkable happened. Students rallied. Letters poured into the headmistress's office, demanding Lupin's stay. Harry organized a petition, collecting signatures from every house, every year. Even Slytherin contributed, grudgingly, after Draco spoke to them. McGonagall called Harry to her office. "You've caused quite a stir, Mr. Potter." Harry braced himself. "Professor, I know it's not my place, but Professor Lupin is the best teacher we've had. It's not fair to punish him for something he can't control." McGonagall's stern expression softened. "I agree. Which is why I've decided to keep him on, provided certain precautions are taken." She almost smiled. "Your petition helped. As did the fact that every single student signed it." Harry blinked. Every student. Even the Slytherins. Mr. Malfoy was quite persuasive, apparently. McGonagall's eyes twinkled. "You've done something remarkable, Harry. You've united this school." Harry left her office feeling lighter than air. The end of term approached with its usual chaos. Exams loomed, and Harry studied harder than ever, determined to prove himself. Hermione was in her element, organizing study groups and color-coded revision schedules. Ron was in his usual panic, convinced he'd fail everything. "You'll be fine," Harry assured him during one particularly tense session. "You always are. Easy for you to say. You're naturally brilliant." Harry snorted. "I'm not brilliant. I just work at it." They bickered happily through the last weeks, their friendship solid as ever. The final feast was magnificent, more food than Harry had ever seen, enchanted decorations, speeches and awards and celebrations. Gryffindor had won the House Cup, thanks largely to Harry's Quidditch performance and Hermione's academic excellence. Ron received a special award for most creative use of a broken wand. Even Draco, visiting from the Slytherin table, looked pleased. As they filed out of the Great Hall that night, Harry paused at the doors, looking back at the space that had become home. "You coming?" Ron asked. Harry nodded. "Just remembering." Ron's expression softened. "Yeah, I get that." They walked out together, into the night, toward the train that would carry them home. The journey back was bittersweet. Harry sat in their usual compartment, watching the countryside roll past. Ron and Hermione bickered happily about something trivial. Draco had joined them, his presence now accepted if not entirely comfortable. They were a strange group, a Gryffindor, a Slytherin, a Muggle-born, a pure blood, but somehow, it worked. "What are you doing this summer?" Hermione asked Harry. "Sirius's cottage." Same as last year. He smiled. He's getting better at cooking. We only burn things half the time now. Ron laughed. Mum would have a fit. She thinks takeout is practically a crime. They talked about summer plans, Ron's family holiday, Hermione's reading list, Draco's tentative hope of visiting. The hours passed quickly, and too soon, the train was pulling into King's Cross. Harry stepped onto the platform, searching the crowd. And there, waiting by the barrier, was Sirius, grinning, waving, looking more alive than Harry had ever seen him. Harry. He swept him into a hug. Missed you, kid. Missed you too. Harry pulled back, grinning. How was your summer? Lonely. Quiet. Full of burnt food. Sirius's eyes sparkled. Can't wait to have you back. They walked toward the exit, Harry's trunk floating behind them, Hedwig's cage in his hand. Behind him, he heard Ron and Hermione's voices, Draco's reluctant goodbye, the familiar chaos of families reuniting. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. Ahead of him lay summer, and family, and peace. Ahead of him lay everything. Summer at Sirius's cottage was everything Harry had dreamed. Warm days stretched endlessly, filled with Quidditch practice over the sea, lazy afternoons reading in the sun, evenings by the fire listening to Sirius tell stories about his parents. The nightmares that had plagued Harry for years came less frequently now, and when they did, Sirius was there, a warm presence, a steady hand, a reminder that he wasn't alone. They talked about everything. About James and Lily, about Azkaban and the war, about the future stretching before them. Sirius was honest about his struggles. The years in prison had left marks that would never fully heal, but he was also hopeful, rebuilding his life piece by piece. I spent 12 years waiting to die, he said one night, staring into the fire. Now I'm learning to live. It's harder than I expected. Harry nodded, understanding. I know what you mean. Sometimes I wake up and forget the fragment's gone. Reach for the connection and find nothing. That must be strange. Having silence in your head after all that time. It's peaceful. But also, empty. Like something's missing. Sirius looked at him with knowing eyes. That's not the fragment you're missing. That's purpose. You spent years fighting, surviving, carrying the weight of the world. Now that it's over, you don't know what to do with yourself. Harry considered this. Is that bad? No. It's normal. It's human. Sirius smiled. You'll find new purpose, Harry. New reasons to get up in the morning. They'll just be smaller than saving the world. Harry thought about that, about small purposes, ordinary days, simple joys. It sounded wonderful. The letters continued throughout the summer. Ron wrote about the Burrow's chaos, the twins' latest inventions, Ginny's growing crush on Harry, which Ron found hilarious and horrifying in equal measure, his father's obsession with Muggle artifacts. Hermione sent detailed accounts of her summer reading, her plans for third year, her parents' attempts to understand the magical world. Draco's letters were shorter but more open than before, describing his mother's slow recovery, his own attempts to redefine himself outside his father's shadow. I'm learning to cook, Draco wrote. Mother says it's beneath a Malfoy. I think she's secretly pleased. The first thing I made was soup. It was terrible, but it was mine. Harry smiled at that, imagining Draco in a kitchen, covered in flour, determined to succeed. It was a good image. Even Hagrid wrote, his huge, looping script covering pages with news of the Forbidden Forest, his latest creature acquisitions, his hopes for the coming term. Harry answered them all, filling his days with connection, with friendship, with the ordinary business of being loved. But not all shadows had been banished. One night, Harry woke from a dream he couldn't remember, his heart pounding, his skin slick with sweat. For a terrible moment, he reached for the connection, and found nothing. The fragment was gone. The nightmares were just nightmares. But the fear lingered. He found Sirius in the kitchen, making tea by candlelight, his face drawn with his own demons. Couldn't sleep either. Harry shook his head, sliding onto a stool. Bad dream. Don't remember what about. Sirius nodded, pushing a cup toward him. Those are the worst. The ones you can't explain. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the moon through the kitchen window. Outside, the sea crashed against the cliffs, a steady rhythm that matched Harry's slowing heartbeat. Do you ever think about him? Harry asked quietly. Voldemort. Sirius was silent for a moment. Sometimes. Not as much as I used to. He's gone, Harry. Really gone. I know. But sometimes I feel like he's still, watching. Waiting. Harry touched his chest, where the scar from Gryffindor's sword had healed. The fragment's gone, but the memories aren't. The things I saw, the things I felt, they're still there. That's trauma, not prophecy. Sirius's voice was gentle. It fades with time, with talking, with letting people in. Harry nodded slowly, accepting the words even if he couldn't fully believe them. The visit came without warning. Harry was practicing Quidditch moves over the sea when he spotted a figure on the cliff top, tall, dark-haired, familiar. By the time he landed, Lupin was walking toward him, a tired smile on his face. "Professor, what are you doing here? Remus, please." Lupin sat on the grass, gesturing for Harry to join him. "And I'm here because I need to talk to you. About your parents. About the war. About some things I should have told you long ago." Harry's heart quickened, but he sat, waiting. Lupin took a deep breath. "There's something you need to know about the night your parents died. Something Dumbledore kept hidden, and Sirius never knew." He paused, gathering himself. "Your mother didn't just die protecting you. She made a choice, a conscious, deliberate choice, that created the protection that saved your life. But that choice also changed things. Changed you." Harry stared at him. "Changed me how?" "Your mother had a gift. An ability to feel magic, to sense intentions, to understand people on a level most couldn't reach. It's why she knew Voldemort was coming before anyone else did. It's why she was so hard to deceive." Lupin's eyes were sad. "When she died, that gift didn't disappear. It passed to you, combined with the fragment of Voldemort's soul that latched onto you that night." Harry's blood ran cold. The connection was more than just the fragment. It was your mother's gift, twisted by dark magic, bound to the piece of Voldemort inside you. That's why you could sense him, feel him, know his thoughts. That's why the connection was so strong. Lupin leaned forward. "And now that the fragment is gone, the gift remains. It's yours now, Harry. Pure, untainted." Harry sat with this knowledge, letting it settle into his bones. His mother's gift, passed to him, through death and sacrifice and love. Part of him now, forever. "What do I do with it?" he whispered. "Learn to use it. Control it. Let it guide you." Lupin smiled. "Your mother would have wanted that. She would have wanted you to have everything she couldn't give you." The rest of the summer passed in a blur of training. Lupin stayed at the cottage, helping Harry understand his inheritance. They practiced feeling emotions, sensing intentions, reading the magic that flowed through everything. It was exhausting work, but also exhilarating, like discovering a new sense, a new way of experiencing the world. "It's like the circlet," Harry realized one day. "But inside me. Always there." "Better than the circlet," Lupin agreed. "The circlet was ancient magic, powerful but external. This is you. This is who you are." Harry closed his eyes, reaching out with his new sense. He felt Sirius in the cottage, warm and worried. Felt Lupin beside him, tired but proud. Felt the sea, ancient and powerful, pulsing with its own kind of magic. Felt the land, the sky, the life teeming everywhere. It was overwhelming, beautiful, terrifying. "Breathe," Lupin instructed. "Let it flow through you, not overwhelm you. You're the vessel, not the destination." Harry breathed, and the world settled into focus. The train ride to Hogwarts was different this year. Harry sat in their usual compartment, surrounded by friends, but his attention kept drifting outward. He could feel them now: Ron's excitement and insecurity, Hermione's determination and anxiety, Draco's guarded hope and lingering fear. It was like reading their emotions in a book, clear and present. "You're doing it again," Ron said, waving a hand in front of his face. "That staring into space thing. It's creepy." Harry blinked, coming back to himself. "Sorry. Just thinking." "About what?" Hermione asked, her eyes sharp with curiosity. Harry hesitated. He hadn't told them about his mother's gift yet, wasn't sure how to explain something he barely understood himself. But these were his friends. His family. They deserved to know. "There's something I need to tell you," he began. "About my mother. About what she passed to me." They listened in silence as he explained. The gift, the connection, the training with Lupin. When he finished, the compartment was quiet. "So you can feel what we're feeling." Ron's voice was cautious. "Not exactly. More like, sense it. Like hearing music in another room." Harry met his eyes. "I'm not reading your thoughts. Just your emotions." Ron considered this. "That's actually kind of cool. And also terrifying. Hermione was already theorizing. It makes sense, from a magical inheritance perspective. Lily Potter was known for her intuitive magic. If she passed that on, combined with the Horcrux fragment. Can we not talk about the Horcrux? Draco interrupted, his voice tight. Some of us are still processing that whole situation. Harry nodded, grateful for the subject change. Right, sorry. They moved on to other topics, Quidditch, classes, the usual first-day chatter. But Harry could feel them differently now. Ron's protectiveness, warm and fierce. Hermione's curiosity, sharp and hungry. Draco's tentative trust, fragile but growing. He smiled, letting their emotions wash over him. This was his family, his home. Third year brought changes. New classes, new challenges, new opportunities. Harry threw himself into it all with an energy that surprised even him. Defense against the dark arts was his favorite, naturally, but he found unexpected joy and care of magical creatures, where Hagrid's enthusiasm was contagious. Even divination, despite Professor Trelawney's dramatic predictions, held a strange fascination. But it was the Dementors that defined the year. They guarded the school now, stationed at every entrance, their presence a cold reminder that Sirius Black had escaped Azkaban and was supposedly hunting Harry. The Ministry had insisted on the protection, despite Dumbledore's protests. And every time a Dementor came near, Harry felt it, the cold, the despair, the memories of things he'd rather forget. During one Quidditch match, a Dementor attack sent him plummeting from his broom. He would have died if Dumbledore hadn't intervened. You need to learn to defend against them, Lupin said afterward, his face grave. The Patronus charm. It's the only thing that works. The lessons began that week. The Patronus was harder than anything Harry had learned. Lupin guided him through the theory, the wand movements, the concentration required. But the key, he explained, was the memory. A happy memory, powerful enough to drive back despair. Harry tried memory after memory, his first flight, making friends, winning Quidditch matches. Each time, silver mist emerged from his wand, but never a solid form. What's your happiest memory? Lupin asked one evening, after another failed attempt. Harry thought about it, really thought. Not the big moments, the victories, the triumphs. Something smaller, simpler. The cottage, he said slowly. Last summer. Waking up and knowing Sirius was there. Knowing I was safe. Knowing I was loved. Lupin smiled. Use that. Harry closed his eyes, summoning the memory. Sunlight through the window. The sound of waves. Sirius's voice, calling him for breakfast. The warmth of belonging, of family, of home. Expecto Patronum. A silver shape burst from his wand, a stag, magnificent and proud, galloping around the room before fading into mist. Harry stared, his heart pounding. Your father, Lupin breathed. Your father's Patronus. Harry understood. The memory wasn't just of Sirius, of the cottage, of safety. It was of his parents, of the love that had brought them together, that had created him, that had protected him even in death. The stag was their legacy. Their gift. Their love, made manifest. Christmas brought snow and visitors. Sirius arrived at Hogwarts in disguise, sneaking into the castle through secret passages only the marauders knew. He spent the holiday with Harry, hiding in plain sight, attending feasts and wandering grounds and pretending to be just another visitor. Risky, Harry said one night, as they sat by the common room fire. Worth it. Sirius grinned. I wasn't missing your third-year Christmas. No chance. They talked for hours, about Quidditch, about classes, about the future. Sirius was planning to travel, he said. See the world he'd missed during 12 years in Azkaban. But he'd always come back. Always. You're my family, Harry. Nothing changes that. Harry held onto those words, letting them warm him. The Dementor attack came at the worst possible moment. Harry was leaving the castle, heading for Hogsmeade with Ron and Hermione, when they appeared, dozens of them, surrounding the path, their cold radiating like physical force. Harry reached for his wand, but the memories were already rising. His parents' screams, the graveyard, the green light, he couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't move. Then, warmth. A Patronus, huge and brilliant, galloped past him, driving the Dementors back. Harry turned, expecting Lupin, and saw Sirius. His godfather stood at the edge of the forest, his wand raised, his Patronus fading. Their eyes met, and Harry saw the fear in them. The love. The desperate hope. Then Sirius was gone, Fleeing into the trees as Aurors appeared, searching for the escaped prisoner who had just saved Harry's life. The aftermath was chaos. Sirius was captured, sentenced to the Dementor's kiss without trial. Harry was frantic, desperate, willing to do anything to save him. But the Ministry wouldn't listen. The law was clear. Sirius Black was a convicted murderer who had escaped justice. Then Hermione had an idea. Time Turner, she whispered, showing Harry the tiny hourglass on a chain around her neck. I've been using it all year to attend extra classes. We can go back. Save Sirius and Buckbeak both. It was insane, dangerous, forbidden. But Harry didn't hesitate. They traveled back 3 hours, hiding in shadows, watching their past selves live through the evening. They freed Buckbeak, lured Lupin away, and waited at the lake's edge as the moment approached. When the Dementors closed in, Harry stepped forward. Expecto Patronum. The stag burst from his wand, magnificent and powerful, driving the Dementors back. Across the lake, his past self stared, not understanding. But Harry understood. It had always been him. Always would be. Sirius escaped on Buckbeak, flying into the night, free at last. That night, alone in the hospital wing, Harry received a letter. It was from Sirius, delivered by a very confused owl who had found its way through the storm. The handwriting was shaky, hurried, but the words were clear. Harry, I'm safe. Buckbeak and I are heading south, away from Britain, away from the Ministry. I'll write when I can. You saved me. Again. I don't know how to thank you. I love you, Harry. Like you were my own. Like you've always been. Sirius. Harry read the letter 3 times, tears streaming down his face. Then he folded it carefully, placed it under his pillow, and slept more peacefully than he had in years. Spring brought exams, as it always did. Harry studied harder than ever, determined to prove himself. Hermione was in her element, organizing study groups and color-coded revision schedules. Ron was in his usual panic, convinced he'd fail everything. Draco visited their table occasionally, offering sardonic commentary and the occasional helpful hint. The exams passed in a blur of ink and anxiety. When the results came, Harry had passed everything with flying colors, outstanding in defense, exceeds expectations in most others. Ron had scraped by, as usual. Hermione had top marks in every subject. They celebrated in the common room, laughing, joking, planning for summer. Sirius had found a place in France, a small cottage by the sea where they could stay. Harry was already counting the days. The train ride home was bittersweet. Harry sat in their usual compartment, watching the countryside roll past. Ron and Hermione were discussing summer plans, their voices a comfortable background hum. Draco had joined them, his presence now accepted without question. France, Ron was saying. Fancy. Mum will be jealous. It's just a cottage, Harry said. Smaller than Sirius's place in Britain. But it's France. That's practically exotic. Hermione rolled her eyes. It's a different country, Ron, not another planet. They bickered happily as the miles passed. Harry leaned back, closing his eyes, feeling the warmth of friendship surround him. The shadows of the past were fading. The future stretched before him, bright and uncertain. He was ready. The cottage in France was nothing like Harry expected. He'd imagined something rustic, stone walls, thatched roof, the kind of place that looked like it had stood for centuries. Instead, Sirius led him to a modern house perched on a cliff overlooking the Mediterranean, all white walls and blue shutters and windows that opened to let in the sea breeze. Surprise, Sirius said, grinning at Harry's expression. This is not what I pictured. 12 years in Azkaban taught me that life's too short for rustic. Sirius pushed open the door, revealing an interior that was bright, airy, and surprisingly tidy. Also, I hired someone to clean. Don't get used to it. Harry laughed, dropping his trunk in the hallway. The cottage was smaller than it looked from outside, a kitchen, a sitting room, 2 bedrooms, but every window framed a view of impossibly blue water. He stood in the kitchen, staring out at the sea, and felt something loosen in his chest. Like it? Sirius asked, leaning against the doorframe. It's perfect. They spent the first week exploring, swimming in the sea, hiking along the cliffs, visiting villages that looked like they'd been painted onto the landscape. Harry practiced his French on bewildered shopkeepers, who were charmed by his accent and his enthusiasm. Sirius cooked experimental meals that ranged from surprisingly good to spectacularly awful. It was the most peaceful time Harry had ever known. The letters found him anyway. Ron's arrived first, full of news from the burrow. The twins had invented something called daydream charms that were driving Mrs. Weasley mad. Ginny had been selected for some sort of magical ballet, and his father had acquired a muggle rubber duck that no one could explain. Hermione's followed, densely packed with her summer reading list and her plans for fourth year. Draco's was shorter, but Harry could read between the lines. He was lonely, struggling, but surviving. Mother has found a cottage near a muggle village, Draco wrote. She says it's quaint. I think she means small. But it's ours. No manor, no memories, no father's shadow. Just us. I'm learning to garden. It's ridiculous. But the tomatoes are actually growing. Harry smiled at that, imagining Draco in a vegetable patch, covered in dirt, determined to succeed. It was a good image. The second week brought visitors. Ron and Hermione arrived together, apparating to the nearest village and walking the rest of the way. Harry saw them from the cliff top, two familiar figures picking their way along the coastal path, and ran down to meet them. Harry. Ron's face split into its familiar grin. This place is incredible. That sea, those cliffs. The walk was rather strenuous, Hermione added, slightly out of breath. But worth it. They spent the day exploring the beaches, the coves, the tiny villages tucked into the hillsides. Sirius made dinner edible, this time, and they ate on the terrace, watching the sun set over the water. That night, they sat on the cliff edge, dangling their feet over the drop, and talked about everything and nothing. Do you ever think about the future? Hermione asked. What you want to do? Who you want to be? Harry considered. Sometimes. I used to think about it all the time, in the cupboard. What I'd do if I ever got out. He smiled. I never imagined this. What, sitting on a cliff in France with your mates? Ron grinned. Best future ever. Exactly. Harry looked out at the darkening sea. I don't need to be anything special. Just happy. With people I love. Hermione leaned her head on his shoulder. That's the most special thing of all. The weeks passed in a golden haze. They swam every day, the water warming as summer deepened. They explored ruined castles and ancient villages, ate too much ice cream and bread and cheese, stayed up late talking under the stars. Sirius was the perfect host, present when needed, absent when they wanted privacy, always ready with a story or a joke or a sympathetic ear. One evening, he found Harry alone on the cliff, watching the stars. Can't sleep. Harry shook his head. Just thinking. Sirius sat beside him, their legs dangling over the edge. About what? Everything. Nothing. The usual. Harry paused. Do you think they'd be proud of me? My parents. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Harry, I don't think. I know they'd be proud. Not because of what you've done, though that's plenty. Because of who you are. He looked at Harry with eyes that held years of love. You're kind, brave, loyal. You care about people, really care, in a way that's rare in this world. That's all them. That's their legacy. Harry felt tears prick his eyes and blinked them back fiercely. I miss them, even though I never knew them. I know. Sirius's voice was rough. I miss them too. Every day. They sat together in the darkness, two survivors, and let the stars witness their grief. The visit from the ministry came without warning. Harry was in the kitchen, attempting to make breakfast, when a distinguished-looking witch appeared in the garden with a soft crack. She was tall, gray-haired, and carried herself with the authority of someone used to being obeyed. Mr. Potter. She inclined her head. I apologize for the intrusion. I'm Amelia Bones. We've met. Harry nodded, wiping flour from his hands. Madam Bones. What brings you to France? I need to speak with you. About the future. Her eyes flicked to Sirius, who had appeared in the doorway, wand in hand. Privately, if possible. Sirius didn't move. Anything you have to say to Harry, you can say in front of me. Madam Bones considered this, then nodded. Very well. She settled at the kitchen table, accepting a cup of tea that Harry offered automatically. The ministry is changing, Mr. Potter. Your reforms, your example, your victory, they've shifted everything. But change is fragile. There are those who would roll it back, given the chance. Harry sat across from her. What do you need from me? Your presence. Your voice. Not as regent, you made your position clear, and we respect it. But as Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The symbol. She leaned forward. There's a conference next month. International Confederation of Wizards. They want to hear from you. About the war, about the reforms, about what comes next. Harry's heart sank. The last thing he wanted was more speeches, more attention, more weight on his shoulders. But he also knew that the reforms mattered, that the goblins, the elves, all the beings who had finally gained recognition, needed someone to speak for them. When is it? 3 weeks. In Geneva. Madame Bones smiled slightly. You'd be compensated, of course. And accompanied by whoever you choose. Harry looked at Sirius, who raised an eyebrow but said nothing. I'll think about it, Harry said. Can I let you know? Of course. Madame Bones rose, leaving her tea untouched. Take your time, but not too much time. She nodded to them both and disapparated with a soft crack. The kitchen was suddenly very quiet. Well, Sirius said finally. That was unexpected. Harry ran a hand through his hair. What do I do? What do you want to do? Harry thought about it. About the conference, the speeches, the politics. About the chance to help, to advocate, to make a difference. About the weight of being a symbol, even now. I want to help, he said slowly. But I don't want to be used. Put on display. Told what to say. Then don't let them. Sirius's voice was firm. You go, you speak your truth, you leave. On your terms. Always on your terms. Harry nodded, feeling the truth of those words settle into his bones. Okay. I'll do it. The next 3 weeks were a blur of preparation. Harry worked with Sirius on his speech, not a formal address but a simple statement of truth. About the war, the reforms, the importance of treating all beings with dignity. About his parents, and what they'd fought for. About the future he hoped to build. Ron and Hermione helped too, offering suggestions, asking questions, pushing him to clarify his thoughts. Even Draco contributed, via letter, offering insights from a pure-blood perspective that Harry wouldn't have considered. They'll expect you to be angry, Draco wrote. Don't give them that. Be calm. Be reasonable. Be the person they can't dismiss. Harry took the advice to heart. Geneva was beautiful in a way that London wasn't. The conference center sat on the shore of Lake Geneva, its modern architecture contrasting with the mountains beyond. Harry arrived with Sirius, Madame Bones, and a small delegation from the ministry, feeling distinctly out of place among the diplomats and dignitaries. The first day was meetings, endless meetings. Harry shook hands, smiled, answered questions. He met wizards from dozens of countries, heard stories of their own wars and struggles, learned that the darkness he'd faced wasn't unique. It was exhausting, but also strangely comforting. They weren't alone. The second day, he gave his speech. The hall was packed, hundreds of witches and wizards from across the world, plus representatives from goblin nations, elf communities, beings Harry had never heard of. He stood at the podium, the circlet absent from his brow, and spoke from the heart. I'm not a diplomat, he began. I'm not a politician. I'm just a boy who survived a war and wants to make sure the next generation doesn't have to. Silence. Perfect silence. He told them about the cupboard. About the Dursleys, and what it felt like to be invisible, unwanted, unloved. He told them about the ministry, and the ancient claim, and the battles he'd fought. He told them about the goblins, the elves, all the beings who had been treated as less for centuries. The war taught me something, he said. Darkness doesn't care about blood purity. It doesn't care about species or status or wealth. It consumes everything equally. And the only thing that stops it, the only thing that ever stops it, is unity. People standing together. Beings standing together. Love, in all its forms, refusing to let fear win. He paused, looking out at the sea of faces. My parents died for that love. They died so I could live, so I could fight, so I could stand here today and tell you that it matters. How we treat each other matters. The choices we make matter. And the future we build together, that matters most of all. When he finished, the silence stretched. Then someone started clapping. Then someone else. Then the whole hall erupted, applause washing over him like a wave. Harry stood at the podium, tears streaming down his face, and felt something he'd never expected to feel. Hope. Real hope. For the world, for the future, for everything. The conference changed things. Harry met with goblin delegations, elf representatives, beings from communities he'd never known existed. He listened to their stories, their struggles, their hopes. He promised nothing, he'd learned not to promise, but he listened, and that alone seemed to matter. Sirius stayed by his side through it all, a steady presence, a reminder of home. Ron and Hermione wrote every day, their letters full of news and love. Even Draco sent a note, brief but warm, "Heard you made quite an impression." Typical. When the conference ended, Harry returned to the cottage exhausted but fulfilled. He'd done something important. Not fighting, not destroying, building. Connecting. Hoping. It felt better than winning any battle. The rest of the summer passed quietly. Harry swam, read, spent time with Sirius. They talked about everything and nothing, about James and Lily, about the future, about the simple joy of being alive. The nightmares came less frequently now, and when they did, Harry could shake them off, return to the present, remember that the darkness was gone. One evening, Sirius asked him a question he'd been dreading. "What do you want to do? After Hogwarts, I mean. What kind of life do you want?" Harry thought about it, really thought. Not about duty or obligation or what others expected. "I want to help," he said slowly. "Not fight, there's been enough fighting. But help. The beings we've been meeting, the communities that have been ignored, they need advocates. People who'll speak for them, fight for them, make sure they're not forgotten." Sirius nodded slowly. "That's a good goal. I also want to fly. Travel. See the world." Harry smiled. "Maybe play Quidditch professionally. For a while, at least. Also good. And I want." Harry hesitated. "I want a family. Someday. People of my own. The kind of family I never had." Sirius's eyes glistened. "You'll have that, Harry. I know you will." They sat together as the sun set over the sea, father and son in all but blood, and dreamed of futures yet to come. The train ride back to Hogwarts was different this year. Harry sat in their usual compartment, surrounded by friends, and felt the weight of everything that had happened. The conference, the speeches, the connections made. The summer of peace and healing. The future stretching before him, full of possibility. "You're doing it again," Ron said. "That staring thing." Harry blinked, coming back to himself. "Sorry. Just thinking." "About what?" "About how different everything is. How different I am." He smiled. "It's good, though. Really good." Hermione squeezed his hand. "You deserve it. All of it." Draco, visiting from his usual compartment, nodded in agreement. "Even I have to admit, you've earned your happiness." Ron snorted. "High praise from a Malfoy. Don't make me take it back." They bickered happily as the train carried them north, toward magic and learning and home. Harry leaned back, closed his eyes, and let himself be happy. Hogwarts rose from the darkness, its windows glowing with warm light. Harry stepped onto the platform, surrounded by friends, and felt the castle's magic hum around him like a welcome. Fourth year waited. New challenges, new adventures, new opportunities. He was ready. The war was over. The healing continued. And Harry Potter, the boy who had lived through prophecy and loss and darkness, walked toward his future with hope in his heart and love all around him. The Hogwarts Express carried Harry toward his fourth year with a rhythm that felt like home. He sat in their usual compartment, surrounded by the familiar chaos of Ron and Hermione's bickering, Draco's sardonic commentary, and the occasional explosion from the twins' latest inventions down the corridor. The window showed the English countryside rolling past, green fields, distant hills, the occasional glimpse of a village Harry would never visit. But his mind was elsewhere. The summer had been peaceful, more peaceful than any he could remember. He'd stayed with Sirius at the French cottage, swimming in the sea, exploring the coastline, learning to cook without burning things. They'd talked for hours about everything and nothing, building the relationship that 12 years in Azkaban had stolen. But underneath the peace, Harry felt something stirring. A restlessness he couldn't name. A sense that the calm couldn't last. "You're doing it again," Ron said, interrupting his thoughts. "That staring into space thing." Harry blinked. "Sorry. Just thinking." "About what?" Hermione asked, her eyes sharp with curiosity. "I don't know. The future, maybe. What comes next?" Ron snorted. "What comes next is fourth year. Classes, homework, Quidditch. Same as always. Is it, though?" Draco's voice was quiet, thoughtful. "There are rumors. About the tournament." Harry leaned forward. "What tournament?" "The Triwizard Tournament." Hermione's eyes lit up with the excitement of someone who'd done extensive reading. "It's been discontinued for centuries, too many deaths. But there's talk they might bring it back. For the first time in over 200 years. Ron's face went through several expressions: confusion, interest, alarm. Deaths. What kind of deaths? The tasks are dangerous, Hermione explained. Magical challenges designed to test champions to their limits. In the old days, competitors sometimes didn't survive. And they want to bring this back. Harry's voice was skeptical. International cooperation, Draco said, his tone cynical. After the war, after your speech in Geneva, everyone wants to show unity. What better way than a tournament where students from different schools can compete? Harry thought about that. About the politics of peace, the performances of unity. It made a kind of sense, the kind that made his stomach clench. When will we know? Soon, probably. Hermione was already planning. The heads of the other schools would need to arrive, the tournament would need to be announced, it would be a huge event. Harry looked out the window again, watching the landscape blur past. Something about this felt wrong. Not the tournament itself, that was just a competition, however dangerous. But the timing, the politics, the undercurrents he could sense with his mother's gift. Something was coming. He could feel it. Hogwarts looked the same as always, towering, ancient, welcoming. But as Harry walked through the entrance hall, he felt it. A tension in the air, a charge like before a storm. Students hurried past with excited whispers, teachers wore expressions of barely concealed anticipation, and even the portraits seemed to be leaning forward, listening. Something's happening, Ron muttered. No kidding. Harry's eyes scanned the crowd, reading emotions with his gift. Excitement, yes. Curiosity. But underneath, something else. Wariness. Fear. The Great Hall was decked out as never before. Enormous banners hung from the walls, not just Hogwarts house colors, but others Harry didn't recognize. A crest with a golden eagle. Another with a silver serpent. The enchanted ceiling showed a sky heavy with clouds, and the candles floated lower than usual, as if the magic itself was holding its breath. Professor McGonagall stood at the staff table, her expression stern but her eyes betraying excitement. Beside her, Professor Dumbledore's successor, a wizard Harry didn't know well, shifted nervously. Welcome, the new headmaster began, his voice carrying through the hall. Welcome to a year that will be unlike any other. As many of you have heard, Hogwarts has been chosen to host a momentous event, the revival of the Triwizard Tournament. Excited murmurs rippled through the hall. This October, we will welcome delegations from two of Europe's finest magical schools, Beauxbatons Academy and Durmstrang Institute. Together, we will select a champion from each school to compete in 3 tasks designed to test magical ability, intelligence, and courage. Harry felt the excitement around him, but his gift caught something else. Fear, from some of the teachers. Doubt, from others. And from somewhere in the shadows at the edge of the hall, a cold presence he couldn't identify. The champions will be chosen by an impartial judge, the Goblet of Fire. The headmaster gestured to a large, ornate goblet that sat on a pedestal before the staff table. Flickering blue flames danced within it. Those who wish to compete need only write their names on a parchment and drop it into the flame. Tomorrow night, the goblet will select the 3 champions. He paused, letting the weight of the moment settle. One final thing. The ministry has imposed an age restriction on competitors, only those of 17 years or older may submit their names. This is for your own safety. Ron groaned beside Harry. 17. That's ages away. Hermione shushed him, but Harry barely heard. His attention was fixed on the goblet, on the flames that seemed to flicker with a life of their own. Through his gift, he could feel its magic, ancient, powerful, and somehow, hungry. This wasn't just a competition. It was something more, something darker. He just couldn't prove it yet. The next few weeks were chaos. Students talked of nothing but the tournament, who would enter, who might win, what the tasks could be. The older students walked with new importance, while the younger ones watched with envy and hope for future years. Ron was insufferable, constantly bemoaning his age. Hermione threw herself into research, compiling everything known about previous tournaments. Harry tried to focus on classes, on normalcy, on the ordinary business of being a student. But his gift kept pulling him back to the goblet, to the cold presence he'd sensed at the feast, to the feeling that something was very wrong. One evening, he found Draco on the astronomy tower, staring out at the grounds. Couldn't sleep. Draco shook his head, thinking. About what? The tournament. The visitors. My father. Draco's voice was tight. Durmstrang's headmaster, Karkaroff, he was a Death Eater. He named names to avoid Azkaban. My father's name among them. Harry moved to stand beside him. You're worried he'll cause trouble. I'm worried he'll recognize me. See my father in my face, in my name, and decide to. I don't know. Use me. Hurt me. Something. Draco's hands gripped the stone railing. I'm not my father. I've spent years proving that. But to someone like Karkaroff, I'll always be Lucius Malfoy's son. Harry was quiet for a moment, feeling Draco's fear through his gift, sharp and cold and very real. You're not your father, he said firmly. Anyone who spends 5 minutes with you knows that. And if Karkaroff tries anything, he'll have to go through me. Draco looked at him, surprise flickering across his features. You'd do that? Defend me against a headmaster? You're my friend. That's what friends do. For a long moment, Draco just stared. Then, slowly, he smiled, a real smile, warm and grateful. Merlin, Potter, you're ridiculous. I know. Harry grinned. Comes with the territory. They stood together in the darkness, watching the stars, and for the first time, Draco looked like he might actually believe things could be okay. The delegations arrived in October. Beauxbatons came first, a massive flying carriage pulled by winged horses, landing in the grounds with theatrical grace. Students in pale blue uniforms descended, led by a woman of extraordinary size and beauty who introduced herself as Madame Maxime. They moved through the castle with an air of superiority that immediately annoyed half the student body. Durmstrang arrived differently. Their ship rose from the black lake like a creature surfacing from the depths, dark, imposing, slightly terrifying. Students in blood-red robes followed their headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, whose smile didn't reach his eyes and whose gaze lingered too long on certain faces. Harry watched from the entrance hall, his gift reading the emotions swirling around him. Excitement, yes. Curiosity. But also tension, suspicion, and from Karkaroff specifically, something that felt like recognition when his eyes passed over Harry. He knows who I am, Harry thought. He knows what I did. The thought should have been comforting, let him know, let him be afraid. But instead, it felt like a target had been painted on his back. The night of the champion selection arrived with a storm. Lightning flashed outside the great hall's enchanted windows, thunder rattled the ancient stones. Students and visitors packed the hall, their voices a constant murmur beneath the storm's roar. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, flanked by Ron and Hermione, and watched the goblet's flames flicker with an intensity that made his gift sing with warning. The champions' names were called one by one. From Durmstrang, Victor Crumb. The Quidditch star rose to thunderous applause, his expression impassive, his eyes scanning the crowd with professional detachment. From Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. A stunning girl with silver blonde hair and an air of unshakable confidence. She moved to join Crumb with the grace of someone who'd never doubted she'd be chosen. And from Hogwarts, the goblet's flames turned red. A fourth piece of parchment shot into the air, and a voice rang out. Harry Potter. Silence. Absolute, crushing silence. Harry sat frozen, unable to move, unable to think. Around him, faces turned, shock, confusion, suspicion. Ron was gaping. Hermione had gone pale. And from the staff table, he could feel the weight of a dozen stares, most of them furious. I didn't put my name in, he said, but the words were lost in the sudden eruption of noise. Protests, accusations, shouts of cheating, and favoritism, and Potter. The other school's students were on their feet, demanding answers. The Hogwarts students were divided, some defending him, others joining the accusations. Through it all, Harry sat motionless, his gift reaching out, searching for the source of this nightmare. And there, in the shadows near the staff table, he felt it. The cold presence from the first feast. Watching, waiting, pleased. Someone had done this. Someone had entered his name. And whoever it was, they were still here. The next hours were a blur of accusations and interrogations. Harry was pulled from the hall, escorted to a side chamber where the heads of the 3 schools waited with the ministry officials who had arrived for the event. Their faces ranged from suspicious to openly hostile. You expect us to believe you didn't enter. Karkaroff's voice was silky with disbelief. A boy your age, with your history, suddenly chosen by the goblet. I didn't put my name in. Harry's voice was steady, though his heart pounded. I'm 12. The age line would have thrown me out. The age line can be fooled, Madame Maxime said, her accent thick. With powerful magic. Not by a 12-year-old. Perhaps not alone. The ministry official, a fussy man named Crouch, looked at Harry with narrow eyes. But you have powerful friends, Mr. Potter. Powerful allies. Harry felt his temper rise. Are you accusing me of cheating? After everything. No one is accusing you of anything. A new voice, calm and authoritative. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, her eyes blazing. But the goblet's choice is binding. A binding magical contract. Mr. Potter must compete. The room erupted again. Harry tuned them out, reaching with his gift, searching for the cold presence he'd felt. It was fading now, retreating into shadows, but he caught a glimpse, a figure, hooded, watching from a corner of the Great Hall during the selection. Someone who had known this would happen. Someone who had planned it. Why? He thought. Why me? But even as he asked, a darker thought surfaced. The tournament has killed before. It's designed to push champions to their limits. And someone wants me in it. Wants me pushed. Wants me dead. The word hung in his mind like a curse. They released him eventually, with no answers and no solutions. The contract was binding. Harry Potter, age 12, would compete in the Triwizard Tournament against champions nearly twice his age. Ron found him in the common room, sitting alone by the fire. His face was pale, his expression troubled. Mate, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have, earlier, in the hall, I was just shocked, I didn't mean. It's fine. Harry's voice was tired. Everyone's shocked. No, it's not fine. Ron sat beside him, his voice low. I've been thinking. Someone did this to you. Someone wants you in that tournament. And whoever it is, they're still out there. Harry looked at his friend, feeling the genuine concern beneath Ron's awkwardness. I know. What are you going to do? Compete, survive, and find out who's behind it. Harry's eyes hardened. Whoever it is, they picked the wrong target. Ron nodded slowly. Then I'm with you. Every step. We figure this out together. Harry felt something warm in his chest. Friendship, loyalty, the kind of love that came from people who chose to stand by you. Thanks, Ron. That's what friends do, right? Harry smiled. A small, tired smile, but real. Right. The days that followed were a nightmare of attention. Harry couldn't walk through the corridors without whispers following him. Some students thought he'd cheated. Others thought he was brave. Most just stared, their eyes full of questions he couldn't answer. The other school's students were openly hostile, convinced Hogwarts had rigged the selection. The teachers watched him with expressions ranging from concern to suspicion. Only his friends stood by him. Ron and Hermione were constants, defending him against accusations, helping him research the tournament, planning strategies for the tasks. Draco visited when he could, offering information from Slytherin sources and a sardonic perspective that sometimes helped. Even Neville, Seamus, and Dean rallied around him, their loyalty unexpected but deeply appreciated. And through it all, Harry's gift kept reaching, searching for the cold presence. It had gone to ground, hidden itself in shadows, but Harry could feel it still there. Watching, waiting. The first task was announced. Dragons. Harry stared at Hermione, sure he'd misheard. Dragons. Dragons. Her face was pale. You have to get past a dragon. Get the golden egg it's guarding. Against a dragon. I'm 12. Which is why someone wants you dead. Ron's voice was grim. This isn't a competition. It's an assassination attempt. Harry sat with that knowledge, letting it settle into his bones. Someone wanted him dead. Had entered him in a tournament designed to kill, knowing he'd be forced to compete. Knowing the contract was binding. Who hated him enough to do this? Who had the power to fool the goblet, to bypass the age line, to set this elaborate trap? The cold presence flickered in his memory, hooded, watching, pleased. Harry reached for it with his gift, trying to grasp something, anything. And for a moment, he felt it. Recognition. Connection. A name, almost forming. Then it was gone, and Harry was left with nothing but questions and a dragon waiting in the first task. The night before the task, Sirius appeared. He slipped into the castle through secret passages, finding Harry in the common room long after curfew. His face was drawn, his eyes wild with fear. Harry. I came as soon as I heard. Dragons, Merlin, Harry. I know. Harry hugged him, feeling his godfather's trembling. I know. This is madness. You can't, you shouldn't. I don't have a choice. The contract is binding. Harry pulled back, meeting Sirius's eyes. But I'm not going to die. I've faced worse than dragons. Sirius stared at him, seeing something in his expression that made him slowly nod. You have, haven't you? You've faced Voldemort. Multiple times. A dragon should be nothing. It's not nothing. But I'll survive. I promise. They sat together by the dying fire, talking through strategies, planning for the impossible. Sirius told him about James, how he'd faced danger with a grin and a plan, how he'd trusted his friends and his instincts. Harry listened, absorbing, preparing. When dawn broke, Sirius hugged him one last time. Come back, he whispered. Come back, Harry. I will. The dragon was a Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous breed. Harry stood at the edge of the enclosure, watching it guard its golden egg, and felt the fear rise. The creature was massive, spiked, with eyes that burned with ancient hatred. Its tail lashed, sending rocks flying. Its roar shook the ground. Around him, the stands were packed with spectators. He could hear the roar of the crowd, feel their excitement and fear. But all of it faded as he focused on the task. Fly, he thought. It can't follow if you fly. He summoned his broom, the firebolt Sirius had given him, and mounted. The dragon's eyes tracked him as he rose, its head turning with predatory focus. Then he dove. The next minutes were a blur of fire and terror. The dragon lunged, snapped, breathed flames that singed his robes. Harry wove and dodged, using every trick Sirius had taught him, every instinct honed by years of Quidditch and battle. The golden egg gleamed below, tantalizingly close. He dove again, reaching, stretching. His hand closed around it. The dragon's tail caught him as he pulled up, sending him spinning through the air. He clung to the egg, clung to his broom, fought for control as the world spun around him. The ground rushed up, and he braced for impact. Then strong arms caught him, lowering him gently to the earth. Harry looked up into the concerned face of Madame Maxime. Brave boy, she murmured. Foolish, but brave. The crowd erupted. Harry stood on shaking legs, the golden egg clutched to his chest, and felt the roar of approval wash over him. He'd survived. But somewhere in the shadows, he felt the cold presence watching. Waiting. Planning. This was only the beginning. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.